office, and they boiled it down to we need more people to vote. And I'm just sitting there like, no, that's wrong. We need to restrict voting. So if you could have it your way, who would be the voters?
It would be men. Because historically men have voted for good policy. 100% of men vote for.
Qualification? Would it just be men, or would it be a subset of men?
No, it would be all men. People who build and contribute to the infrastructure of society. It's majority men, overwhelmingly men. That's who I would allow to vote, because men have historically built this country, sustained this country, and protected this country. So that's who I would allow to vote. Now, I did get challenged on that, and there were some women who came up, and I did concede. They came up with the idea of litmus tests, which I would agree with. I think the reason why I would not be cool with the 19th Amendment or women voting is because too many women don't have experience as far as the infrastructure of the world. A lot of women think surface level. A lot of women are heavily influenced because they vote on emotion, and it was designed that way to give them the vote for that reason. And we have stats and data to prove it. All these horrible leaders and policies we had, overwhelmingly women have tipped.
A lot of men do the same thing. So why would they be in favor of a subset?
Yeah, that's negative. That votes against the best interests of the country, but it's not overwhelming. Overwhelmingly, men vote for the best interests and policies of the country. So we have enough men to weed out the retarded men that vote and have no idea what they're voting.
See, in Saudi Arabia, we don't have this problem.
Last question, I'll shut up after this. What's wrong with restricting the voting to property-owning men? That way...
I would be in favor of that. Yeah.
So that's what I meant by a subset.
Or veterans, you serve the country. You've given to the country. You've shown some level of responsibility to understand how money works, economics work, infrastructure works, protection works, sovereignty works. As long as you've displayed some type of action that demonstrates you've got a thorough understanding, or you've had the responsibility to gain that understanding, I'm all for it. And even though we brought up women in that position, and I changed my stance a little bit. I said, if I couldn't restrict it to just men, I would be in favor. But you got to show some level of having some type of responsibility economically.
Absolutely. So you're in favor of restricting the vote, but you understand that because we're at where we are, it's almost impossible to turn the tide on that, right?
Yeah, we got too many sissy beta men. And 1 second, Z, I'm gonna let you jump in. And Merry Christmas to you. Welcome to the stage. I know it's never gonna get that way. Hey, we got too many fucking beta men, and then we've got a system that benefits off of women's stupidity, naivety, and.
Those are starting to show. Because I don't want to hear them talk about Chris Brown
in this lifetime.
No, because he gonna play.
Yeah. Would you be okay with women still being part of the political process in terms of, picketing, rallying, involving themselves in the political process, just not being able to vote?
Absolutely not. If you can't protect this country, if you can't go and go on the front lines and die protecting the country, then absolutely not. No, sorry.
You don't think they should be able to picket or rally?
No, absolutely not. I think women should be in the kitchen doing their domestic duties, what they've done for a million years.
No, but what if they're... No, I'm talking about the women who don't have a family. Women who, for one reason or another, decided not to marry or have children. Why can't they be a part of the... Just share, not vote, but be a part of the process in terms of that kind of stuff?
Because they're not responsible for building and sustaining and protecting the societal infrastructure. And too, man, I'm sorry, I'm not a Christian, but I
don't be sorry.
With the Bible, with what the Bible says, and I think the Bible is written, the text for a reason. The Bible clearly states women have one sole place in society. And I think when we stuck by those rules, society was best. Once we started breaking that's when society started falling for the worst.
I tend to agree. Okay, so not even part of the political process. But you can take that as a compromise. If we had to go back, if we could go back and women said, man, just let us pick it and we'll give up our right to vote. You'd be cool. You do that, right?
Yeah, because here's the thing. If women pick it, women can't defend what they shout for. Men can. So you and I can get on the mountaintop and shout for our opinions of what we want, and we can physically defend it. Women can. So unless you're able to physically defend what you're fighting for and what you're shouting from the mountaintop for, absolutely not. You have no place.
Are you a misogynist?
Negative. I love women.
Okay.
I love women so much. I want to protect them and keep them out of harm's way.
You cherish women.
I cherish women. I cherish motherhood. I just had a baby a month ago. Me and my wife just had a baby a month ago, Manfinity.
Congratulations.
Thank you, brother. It's
a precious blessing.
Thank you, brother. To see the beauty of motherhood and how women nurture and care for children and babies and that value they bring, bro. I don't want that to be tainted or corrupted, bro. I just don't. With all the harsh shit men have to deal with out in the world, I don't want our precious, valuable women who offer so much in that realm, and it's so important. I don't want them to be tainted by all this bullshit out here.
Important job, raising a family.
Absolutely. So yeah, no, misogynist, absolutely. I love women so much. I don't want the innocence to be tainted by the shit we have to deal with out here in the world,
Well, Habibi, in Saudi Arabia, we do not have this problem because we are men and we never let our women vote, only men vote. And also, we do not have other social problems like you have in America. And when a woman commits a crime, we behead her in the public square. So all the children can see the blood from her neck flowing into the gutter where that dastardly woman who killed the person. That is how we do it in Saudi Arabia. Habibi!
Yeah, we ain't talking about beheading.
It's true. That's what they do in Sharia law, baby.
Damn, that Z chick left. I thought she was gonna come up here and she had to take off real quick. But yeah, man, so yeah, that was the room we had, and a lot of women got the panties in a bunch. Even though I explained it just like that, gave my reasons, they didn't like it, man. So and that's one of the reasons too, man, Infinity, why I don't think women should have a voice, because they can't handle it. They can't even handle conversation, bro. They can't even handle a disagreement of opinion.
Yeah, I tend to agree with you, man.
Shit, a lot of men can't. The men are even struggling in that area now in 2025, bro. Yep. But yeah, man, so.
Fuck your feelings, right? I like that.
That's
I like that hoodie you got on.
Hell yeah, bro. Fuck your feelings. I wear a hoodie all the time, man. I love that hoodie. It's my favorite fucking hoodie, bro. Fuck your goddamn feelings. It's about facts and getting shit done, man. It's about results, bro. Fuck your feelings. I'm all about results. So sometimes your feelings have to get hurt. My feelings got hurt plenty of times because what I had to offer just didn't fit in the grand scheme of thing of getting the mission accomplished. So I had to sit on the bench a couple times. And it is what it is. Everybody's got a role to play, bro.
Absolutely true. Spot on.
Yeah. Well, that's the difference between men and women. We understand this. Why? Because we've had a million years of evolution of men going out and figuring out the world and figuring out all this hard, cruel, harsh, dog-eat-dog shit that exists out there. We've had a million plus years head start to figure this world out. Women they just don't have the experience. I equate it to this, man, Finity. Putting women in charge who don't have the evolutionary experience of figuring the world out and learning how to manipulate it to get the benefits that we have today, which is a civilized, medically sound and safe society. It'd be the equivalent of taking a 10-year-old and making him the CEO of Apple. Watch how quick Apple crashes and burns when you got a 10-year-old inexperienced child running it.
Explain certain, industries or certain companies within certain industries who are led by women that progress or make, that achieve certain levels of success. Would you just chalk that up to a fluke, or would you say that there are exceptions to every rule?
Yeah, there's exceptions to every rule. If a parachute company, 1 out of 10 parachutes successfully deployed, that's not reason enough for me to use that company to go skydiving, bro. Sorry. I'm walking away from that company.
So women shouldn't be in the pilot seat. They shouldn't be in the seat, any of the They should just literally be wives and mothers.
Yeah, that's my sole belief. Yeah, but in reality, that's not the case. So the best thing we have is meritocracy. So I think we should have one standard across the board for any industry. Either make it or you don't, regardless of whether you have a vagina or a penis, or both.
Yeah,
there are some stellar women out there. You know, there are some stellar women out there. There are women who can mentally and intellectually run laps around my retarded jarhead ass. Right? I will admit that. I've ran into these women. I have no problem with those types of women. But it's because they've earned it through their works and character, not just because they have tits and a vagina.
So, I want you to look at my PTR in a second here. I'm about to, you can see it. I went to a fire department graduation in PTR, and you see in the middle of that graduating class, you see a very tiny woman. You see that little tiny woman? She supposedly passed all that she needed to pass to become a firefighter. And you see how she pales in comparison to the men that are standing on either side of her.
Yeah, I see her, and I call bullshit. She passed everything, bro. I dated this chick 2 years ago about that size. She passed the firefighters school or course or whatever they do. And she told me because of her size, she was limited. There were certain things she just physically could not pass or handle, but because they had a quota to meet, a DI quota to meet, they fucking passed it, bro. Yeah, a woman that size, there's no fucking way she...
All hail, magnificent Megatron! Glorious Megatron of the Bible and Quran, never-ending brain rot mind virus room. All hail Megatron! All hail Megatron!
Has that group, the Muslim group underneath that, probably
I'm in a clubhouse room. This is a guy named Megatron, aka Barth.
His name is it starts with an A. It starts with an A. It's got that girl Wednesday in there all the time. I'm blocked. I can't go in there. Blocked me because there it comes. That thing was started with an A. Oh, I'm blocked. I can't go in there. You'll never see me in those rooms anyway. What do you want, Al?
So Megatron, you know, you left your room open like 2 nights ago, and I think it was on the weekend, and I was able to read about Megatron. It was kind of a nice synchronicity. I don't know, Daniel, did you listen to the meditation that I did?
I was sleeping. I thought it was amazing. I think I only woke up when you started playing loud music. Like, if you would have kept the meditation shit going on, I would have probably slept in the whole thing. But you fucked it up by just playing loud music.
So, Barth, I mean, I know you're like a family man and you're working and you're here, but this room in this house has been crushing it. Like, If you could record this in a studio, it would be gold. But I know you're on the move, so it's like you can't record it. But the number
I
of
mean, you're more than welcome to record the rooms. I'll keep you in the fucking room. Just put a thing in here that records. I mean, record the fucking rooms. I don't give a shit. I don't care that you record the rooms. I never care. If anybody cares to record the room, record the room. I just don't record it because we're all family guys and we talk about our personal lives and shit. That's it. But you're free to record the room if you want. I don't give a fuck.
well, I don't need to record it. Other people are recording it, so I'm
That's
just
fine.
I just record generally when I come in the room. But in terms of like, I've left it on maybe sometimes, but I generally.
I'm not a stiffler about people recording me. You want to record me, I'm okay with it.
Yeah.
So, other people are kind of like iffy about it. Me, I don't give a fuck.
Yeah, I mean, obviously,
I don't really share anything personal about myself anyway that much. So you're free to record anytime you want. It doesn't bother me.
Daniel, why do you use all these big words like exegesis, exegetical? Like you use all these like big technical Christian terms that like Christian organizations utilize in some type of weird debate about nothing. Why do you do that, Daniel?
What do you mean?
Like
They're
what?
used within like Islam and Judaism, and exegesis and hermeneutics are just like parts of literature. Period.
So
it's
what?
Just something to do with it doesn't have something to do with religion per se.
Well, I'm saying you bring it up. You use the terminology all the time.
You can learn this stuff and participate.
No, I get it. I understand. It's like going to a Christian Baptist school and a Baptist debate club, going to some Protestant college debate club and arguing about,
No. Exegesis and hermeneutics have nothing to do with religion. It's just the way that literature is
explain to me.
When you're reading a book, when you were reading a book and interpreting it, you're engaging in the method of hermeneutics and exegesis. Like when you read any book.
Okay.
Before, listen to this shit. This is a constructive. I'm going to make a syllogism with these. Anyone who is created by a direct act of God's Spirit, without a human father, as a unique sign for humanity, and is called a pure son, possesses divine origin and status.
Well, Daniel, I don't know if you know this, but my parents hated my parents had such a conflicted marriage that like I'm technically, my mother's a virgin and technically I'm like, so what is it called? Autogenesis? Because my mother is a virgin.
A parthogenesis.
And my father is a carpenter. I'm just saying. And then you come out and look at your parents look at your kids' PTR and Clown House.
And you're a fucking Jew.
And I'm a Scorpio, but look at CM. All I'm trying to say is that like if we were to all send a PTR to our parents right now, and CM sent his, what do you think CM's parents would say about CM?
Oh, that actually looks like my son. My son is not.
Do you believe that CM really went to college, or do you think that these guys are going to college?
I just think about it.
I don't know if he's doing like so much blow. I don't know if he's doing so much blow that he just lost his fucking mind with like alcohol. Or he did that wrong where the alcohol has just gotten to his brain so much.
Here, you can circle jerk all your fellow Catholics and monkeys.
You can't justify your worldview.
I know that's what you think.
Oh my God, would you
go!
Mark, what the fuck are we doing now, man?
I don't know. These people just want to come in here.
Hey, this is one of yours.
No, Enrique was chill. He attacked me first.
CM fucks up every room, Dan.
He attacked me
no matter
first.
what room. No matter what.
Enrique's,
No, Megatron. Enrique.
listen to Enrique's proof of God. God exists because of the Catholic Church, and then the Catholic Church. No, you asked. No, wait, hold on. You asked me. You asked me. So obvious. You asked me what.
Okay, see, can you justify epistemologically why God doesn't?
He doesn't even know what that word means.
He doesn't know what epistemology means.
Tell me what it means. How do you define what it means? How do you know the thing? Church and the Catholic Church is
all you have to do is remember the last five responses.
Enrique, this is your place right
and
here.
you repeat that.
You know, even
you realize he doesn't say anything.
even your own.
All he does is
You just don't like it. Even your own worldview.
Rabbi, study his responses.
Justify
I destroyed a lot, Rabbi. I destroyed him last night, and then he followed me in another room so he can go around. You were my friends, you dumbass. You fucking left. I embarrassed you in front of your own. Even the Indian guy that was with me, he's like, yeah, he got you, bro.
Yeah.
You didn't even know. You had no answer.
No, this guy. Seriously, you have like a double.
But let me tell you this, though.
I'm sorry to tell you this.
This guy's coked out half the time. He doesn't know.
He's blown the
tweak.
Let's talk. Let's have a conversation, please.
Okay,
Tell me about what you think about epistemology.
What I think about epistemology, it doesn't matter what I think about epistemology. It matters what I can justify with it. Now, my epistemology.
Tell me. Go ahead.
Now, my epistemology says that, yeah, we operate in a world that has objective morality, that has objective reality. Otherwise,
That's a claim. Do you have any proof of that?
yeah, because of the fact that we're here discussing. That we're here discussing this.
Oh my God! This
No.
just as bad as Enrique.
I don't know why you answer this guy seriously.
No, wait, Megatron, 1 second. Now, here's the thing, CM.
Why do you answer him seriously? Like,
No, I know, I'm not. I'm just gonna say this.
Objective morality exists because we're here discussing.
No, yeah, objective reality, yes.
Fucking
Because
brilliant.
CM, because if there's no objective reality, how do you know I'm not?
I said morality.
Yeah, perfect. But I said two things, right? So we'll address morality later. But
You said morality.
I said both. But you don't
You said
even know.
morality.
Oh, I said both. But
You said morality.
I said both. Fucking
And
faggot.
even if you said reality,
Yeah,
objective
so
reality,
here's okay, perfect. So if there's no objective reality, how do you know I'm not just a
I believe in No, I'm fine with objective reality. Objective morality is fucking nonsense.
Okay, objective morality is nonsense, right? So I can go rape you if I want, right?
Yeah, and you know what? The universe wouldn't be mad at you or fucking punish you. Or
No, it doesn't matter. Okay, fine.
It's not a law of nature that
CM, here's the problem. Here's the problem with your
everything. Don't talk to me, bro.
Wait, but CM, here's the problem with your line of thinking.
Go back
Wait.
to school. You need to
You were attacking.
go up in like 30 IQ points.
Okay,
before
wait
you ever
a second.
talk again. Bro.
Wait, hold on.
You're missing a chromosome or something, bro. Stop.
Dude,
Let me deal with this.
You believe that morality.
CM
Can you let me finish?
He's missing a
You
chromosome.
believe that morality.
You're not capable of thinking.
You believe, but hold on. You believe that morality is subjective, correct? And you were.
I explained it to you thoroughly yesterday.
Hold on.
Thoroughly.
Wait.
And this guy's complaining about
You believe that morality is subjective.
Why are you following me?
In your own paradigm, you have no right to say that the Christian God is immoral.
Exactly.
It doesn't make any sense.
I'm comparing him against my by my standard, he's
This
immoral.
guy is so stupid.
By
So he
my
doesn't
standard,
get
the
his fucking
Christian
point.
God is a
His point.
fucking war
That's a fact.
mongering.
No, you're right. I agree with Megatron at this point. No point.
Like, why are you trying to engage with him in a serious
You're right.
way?
You're right. It's a waste of time.
It's a waste of fucking time.
It is. You guys seriously are not capable of discussing me.
Go harder, faggot.
To go fucking
Conclusion 1, therefore Allah
walking
has
around.
Conclusion 1, therefore Allah has a son.
Let me see this.
Conclusion 2, that son is Isa.
Honestly, you guys are worse than the Muslims.
Conclusion
That's not
3.
bad. You guys are worse for the fucking Catholics.
That's a compliment. That's a compliment. Thank you.
You guys
Conclusion, let me just read out my
are worse
syllabus.
at reasoning than Muslims. Look, James remembers Enrique's fucking...
Therefore Allah has a son. Conclusion 2, that son is Isa. Conclusion 3, therefore Isa is divine and thus God. From the Quran itself. Premise 1. Whoever originates directly from God's Spirit without a human father as a unique sign and mercy for all mankind possesses a divine origin. Quran 19:17, Quran 19:19-21, Quran 66:12. Premise 2. Isa is called a pure son and was conceived when God breathed his spirit into Mary. Quran 19:19, Quran 66:12. Premise 3. Isa had no human father and his conception was a direct act of God. Quran 19:20, Quran 6:101. Premise 4. Isa was made a sign for all mankind and a special mercy from God, unlike ordinary created beings. Quran 19:21. And the conclusion follows necessarily.
You see that, Enrique? That's how you make an argument. Even if it might not be sound, it might be very funny. That's how you make an argument. I know you've never heard of... Wait, hold on, guys. I know you've never heard of premises. Do you believe his argument is sound in both form and content? I know you've never heard of these things, bro.
CM,
Pay attention to that. You said it's wrong. It's at least logically consistent.
CM, do you believe that the Christian God is immoral?
By my morals, yes. By my
shit,
personal
Daniel.
morals, I
want you to
disavow
keep this
a lot of
in
what
your,
the Catholic Christian God or Jewish
I want you
God.
to keep this in your
And
back
a lot.
pocket.
It's weird.
And a
It's
lot.
weird because you
All
were saying this
Do you have any
yesterday.
idea how much
You're
longevity
you're
we're
only
gonna get out of
using
it?
you're only
Oh my
using
God.
precise language.
Bro, do you understand what you opened up? You just opened Pandora's box, bro.
Yeah, this is Pandora's
Again.
box.
You
100%.
understand?
Oh,
It can't be let
why
out
is this
once-
terrified of me? I'm
Yeah, we're gonna
gonna
blow
be
it.
here
We're
for
gonna
2
blow that
weeks
one
now. Pretty soon. It is
Yeah.
what it is.
We're
You're
gonna
only
constantly
using
bring
Like,
this
come
up.
here to talk to
Sam,
Every
you're
single
only
time.
using precise language now because you know you self-contradicted yourself yesterday.
Wait a second, wait a second.
Enrique.
What's this guy's name again? And Rolo? Enrique. If you keep engaging
Nobody's here to talk to you, bro.
Ribono Shalom, that was like the greatest thing I've ever heard Megatron say to anybody. Goo, how does that make you feel? And CM, how does that make you
I'm
feel?
the guy with the most mental illness on the street.
Projection alert!
Why do you think John Kitover is mentally ill? Honestly.
Take a wild guess, bro. I mean, it ain't hard to tell. It's hard to prevent. The mic is contacted and playing, so it's not hard to tell, bro. I'm not saying he's a bad.
Did you just slip into rap hip hop as you were trying to continue to roast me?
Oh, that fucking album came out in '98. You fucking crackhead.
It came out in like '94. What are you talking about, bro? I thought you were older than me, Bart. And you're from New York. You should know this. Anyways.
Bro, I had that.
This is why he's mentally ill.
Dude.
But I'm
I had that on the
to the
tape.
screen that he to like the YouTube.
I had that on 100 minutes tape. Okay. Now, I had that on 100 minutes, 120 minutes tape. And on the other side was the Blackbird album. But don't even try, please. We already knew that who got the props was right after. If you flip the tape, you had represent. Alright, so don't even talk about saying bad news. We never fast forward, rewind, and all that shit. Fuck some tape. Dude, you know nothing about.
Gangsta.
You know
You guys being read by Lee. got your kids with.
I'm telling you right now, the next fucking girl you have sex with, you better not fucking pull out. Because that's gonna be your last opportunity. I'm just letting you know right now. When you get to fucking sleep with a girl, you better fucking blow the biggest fucking load you ever did in your life. And you better pray to God she doesn't fucking take a Plan B pill.
Dude, I gotta worry about the opposite. I gotta worry about nutting in that bitch's face and her rubbing it in her pussy.
Okay. Alright. So you're telling me you're not gonna try to have a kid?
I mean, it's gotta be a kid. Me and the girl on the same page with how we're gonna raise them. Because my kid is gonna go to MIT.
If I were you, I would just. Yeah,
my child is
gonna
study science at MIT.
You better be lucky your kid's
unless he
not
wants to be like a chess player
his whole life. Listen to me. Just have a fucking kid. That's all I'm trying to do.
Yeah, I want to. I want to have two.
Just don't pull out. Even if it's a Colombian. Even if it's a Colombian.
Exactly. I'm not trying to knock up a Colombian whore who's gonna like divorce me after like 2 years.
What do you have to offer a woman though? Think about this. Like, what are you offering a woman?
A lot. Dude, it's that I'm an idiot. I should be a sperm donor. I'm tall. I have
because the way you talk
4
about
college degrees. Like,
I mean,
this is the type of shit that they put like in the.
What, in Clown House University? You got 4 degrees from Clown House University? Is that what CM stands for?
From Clubhouse University. I bought my degrees on the dark web, but I still have.
Yeah. Supposedly he was like this prodigy math kid, and then he just fizzed out. You know what happened?
Fizzed out.
So what happens? Like, you get to such high level of mathematics, and then you start spurging out, and you become like schizo after you get to like the highest level of mathematics.
You know what? I'll show you guys my dissertation. You guys want to see it?
Yeah, publish it. Put it on Scribd. Let's see it.
But not John. He's mentally ill. But I can show
Oh, thank you very little. Is that projection?
Yeah. I show again. You're gonna see 110 pages of dense original mathematics. You're gonna be like this.
Well, CM, you know,
like 100 pages out of
CM, you may have 4 degrees, but I've got at least 4 days of you talking on this app concurrently. That's like 96 hours of talking about nothing. If that degree means anything, my recordings mean you're still retarded. So how do you defend yourself?
I mean, no. All it means is I'm here to fucking entertain myself by talking shit to like flat earthers. That's all it means.
Oh, so you think your degrees qualify you to argue with fucking African-American people that want to sit there and troll you about the earth being flat? The earth being flat? That's how you use your degrees. Oh, I see. It's cheap entertainment. So what you mean to tell me is you go to the black casino.
Don't you believe like every conspiracy known to man?
You go to the
flat earth conspiracy?
You go to the black casino because it's cheap entertainment for you. Does that make you a low class racist? I mean, 4 degrees, and that's how you choose to use your fucking time?
I've literally never gambled at casino.
Never mind, Megatron. If I keep talking to him, please kick me from the room, Megatron.
Yeah, no. It's just insane.
Barth, you know like you're being live streamed to YouTube right now, right?
By who?
Who do you think? Take a wild guess.
It doesn't. You want to know something? These things don't bother me.
I know, because you don't care about being live streamed by some rando onto live.
Can you maybe update the title, not just the poll? Thank you very little.
I personally, like, for me, like, they can live stream me all you want, but see, how many views, let's just think, how many views do you think you can get if they put you on a YouTube channel? How many views do you think they would get?
I'm being put on YouTube right now.
No, just saying, how many views do you think you would get if you were the star of the show?
At least a few hundred, maybe a few thousand. I got videos with some few thousand.
You have a video star. Alright, how many videos do you have of you alone with a few thousand?
All of them are me alone talking about math.
And how long have you been online?
I mean, depends. I have some going back to like 2015 probably.
2015.
When this dude says shit, he's not lying about it. I thought he was. I've looked at it. There's no way that
He's got videos in 2015.
he couldn't be
Yeah.
lying.
Math lectures. Where's the 2015 videos? I haven't seen them.
I'll send it to you in DMs. I'll send you.
Yeah, send it to me, Megatron, so I can screen record it and put it on YouTube. Thank you very little.
Yeah. Thank you.
Don't get into this game.
Nothing. I don't think there's anything to diagnose. It's the same diagnosis for everyone. It's a waste of fucking time to be on this stupid app. That's my diagnosis.
Trust me, John. You're undiagnosed.
Diagnosed with the same shit I got, probably.
John has mental illness. You're just dumb.
Addicted,
You're just dumb, Megatron.
hyperactive, something. I don't know. I'm just dumb. Okay, you know what, Tim? Thank you so much for telling me that. You're absolutely amazing. Thank you.
You know when I tried to be your friend, you just changed
When have you ever tried to be my friend?
the day after you crashed out, fucking dropping N-bombs all over the place, that even Daniel caught shrapnel. The next day you came back, and when everybody apologized to you, you like apologized back, and like you were nice. You actually, I don't know, I've never seen
I
you
dropped
like that.
the N-bombs on James down in the audience.
No, he wasn't there. Oh,
Alright.
and this was a few days. This is like last week.
If you're gonna say that about
I dropped N-bombs on this motherfucker like anybody's
Why did you lie? What N-bombs did you drop on me? Why are you
I'm
lying?
not a real...
You know, James
If you're
is
not-
actually black, right?
Why are you lying?
Listen, James, if you are not from the United States, you are not a fucking
You were
nigga.
from Puerto Rico. You're a fucking wetback. You were not from the United States either.
African booty scratcher. You will never be a
I live in a country where everyone has health insurance. We have no death penalty, right?
Well, so
You're not
All
even
children
black.
have health insurance.
Hey,
Tell me how wonderful America is.
only pure niggas.
Yeah, America's top sport is killing children in school. That's the only thing you're good at, you piece of shit.
You on the other hand, you're just a lonely homosexual.
Yeah, but I have a Dutch passport, which is welcome anywhere in the world. What kind of passport do you have? Okay,
He has an American
does
one.
Puerto Rico have a
An
passport, huh?
Israeli? I have an Israeli passport.
What does Puerto Rico have? You're a fucking American colony.
Israeli? I have an Israeli
Wait,
passport.
how do you have an
I
Israeli?
don't know what an Israeli passport. Why aren't you fighting in the IDF if you got an Israeli passport?
Real.
You fucking lying cretin.
That's like a woman.
Like you.
My primary estate is in New York.
You're Puerto Rican.
When I asked you, Bob, remember when I asked you, Bob, are you an engineer? Guess what, Bob? Belong to an engineering union. You fucking idiot. CM has got a PhD. You've never been to college. Who are you to call him out?
Nepotism.
Nepotism. I'm the
Yeah,
first person in
you
my
fucking
family.
stupid children. And Kitover, you'll never be elected to Congress. Never, not even megawatts.
Motherfucker didn't even go to college.
I'm looking for the nigga who pulled his pistol on my homie, and I saw her, and now your life is what you owe me.
Daniel and Seal,
In
bro.
the eyes of your motherfucking children, I want you to witness your motherfucking murder, nigga.
Damn. Danny Travel Bars. Hey, yo, Bars, did you know about, did you know how, I just came from a room where Nargis ripped Daniel's head off? Like, she's
For what?
super mad at him.
For what?
So apparently Sam was trying to get Nargis to go onto Discord with them, and he recruited Daniel, and they were, like, really bothering Nargis for, like, a long time, and eventually, they were trying to get Nargis on there so they could ask her for, like, nudes or something. Somebody said that, I don't know. And then she kept declining. And she was getting mad. She's been mad at them for a while. And then fuck. This is where I told him that I don't know if I could help him.
Okay.
He called Nargis. What was it? Fat and ugly. What was it? He called Nargis fat and ugly. He's like, the reason you won't come on like Discord live with us is because you're fat and ugly.
Okay. And
now she blocked them and everything.
oh, she blocked him. Okay. All right.
Daniel is a dumbass, and he says stupid shit like that.
He was apologizing, and it was really hard
for
for
being
him.
nice. Look at
I'm
Miss.
not.
Miss
I know.
Miss
I know. I'm not
Sunshine
nice.
and rainbows over here.
I am sunshine and fucking rainbows.
Sure you are.
Hi there, James. I missed you.
I can't recognize your voice. I don't recognize your voice.
I know, honey. It's been a while.
You don't recognize her voice, but yet you defend the fucking girl all the time, James. It's so funny.
I defend people who are worth defending. I defend my friends and people I respect.
You want to know something, James? How could you not remember her voice, James?
What's
Dude,
up,
I speak to thousands of women every fucking week on Clubhouse and in real life.
Bird down is this fucking guy. Bird down is this guy, Daniel.
So refresh my memory. Refresh my memory.
How come? Wait a second. Before you tell him, okay? This guy is always got my shit. He's always up my ass about this shit. And the fucking nerve of this guy to say, I don't even remember this woman's voice.
Yeah, but the difference between you and I, boss, I have never called a woman a cum dump. I've never called a woman a cum dump. I've never done that.
Here you
Wait a
go.
second. Who did I call a cum dump?
You called it a cum dump. I heard there is like, don't deny it.
No, I didn't.
I did.
It's on.
I did on replay.
Sorry, dude. I gotta give it up to you, bro.
Yo, he doesn't even remember her voice.
It's okay. I remember his.
He doesn't
And he
even remember her
remembers-
voice,
he
and yet he's
remembers-
constantly talking about death
Well,
at
would
people.
you?
Yet death is in the room, and he doesn't even know she's in the room.
When's the last time I spoke to Death Hippie? When's the last time I spoke to Death Hippie?
It's been a year.
Probably longer, Death Hippie. Probably longer.
You know, I've
I
spoken
still
to
love you,
Death.
James.
Do you want to know
So I've got nothing against you, Death Hippie. I still like you.
I've spoken to Death Hippie every single day after that.
Yeah, but why? What? So you think you can say something to someone, and then the next day you're sorry? You say sorry. That makes it okay. That makes it okay.
Who the fuck are you?
You're a fucking kid. Be responsible for yourself,
Who are
boss.
you? This is what I want to know is, who the fuck are you to play police?
Okay, I'll tell you who I am. I'm the guy who's much smarter than you, who's much stronger than you, and I'm the guy that can give your wife a better orgasm than you ever can. That's who I am.
Listen to him. Listen to him. Listen to how upset he gets. He doesn't even remember the girl's voice.
I'm not upset.
But yet he's
I'm not
smarter than
upset.
me. This is a
Yes,
snap.
I am. You know what? You know what else I don't do, boss? Unlike you, I don't tell lies.
James.
I don't lie. You know why I don't lie? Because I don't fear anyone.
You know,
Lying is what thieves and cowards like you do. I don't need to lie.
hear yourself, James.
I've never pretended that I'm academically educated, college, or, I'm not an engineer, but I belong to an engineering union. I've never said that. Have you said that?
Yeah, I'm part of local.
No, you're not a fucking engineer, otherwise you would have said you were an engineer, you idiot.
I'm part of local 14.
You're a glorified artisan, that's all you'll ever be. Maybe a boilermaker at best.
What are you talking about? I'm one of the best, strongest fucking locals in
You're not strong in anything. Fucking let's meet up and let's see how strong you are. You wouldn't last a minute with me.
Listen,
You wouldn't.
You don't have to believe
You
me.
wouldn't.
You don't have to believe me.
Not intellectually, not physically, not otherwise.
Listen to me. You can go on the website.
You are even more effeminate than John Kitover, and that's saying something.
I'm trying to tell you something. All you keep doing is over talking. You don't want to have a conversation. You just want to yell.
Why should I? Everybody's laughing at you.
No one's laughing. Only CM. He's the only
And
one.
Daniel is laughing at you.
So James, I'll tell you what local I'm part of. I'll tell you what local I'm part of. I'm part of local 14 operating engineers. Oh my.
Are you an engineer? Yes or no?
Yeah.
So why did you say when you were asked if you're an engineer that you belong to an engineering union? Why did you say that?
That's the local. Go to New York City. Go to New York City. Go on.
That's what he means. Not that he's like a
An operating
classically trained engineer. Bart can't
I'm not a civil engineer. I don't believe that.
No, yeah, you can't
Go
add
on the fucking
what is like
website.
2/6,
Oh my
2/7
fucking
plus like
God.
3/8 is. It'll take him the rest of his life to get that. Without a calculator.
Dude,
Listen.
he's got no reasoning. He's got no logical trains to it. How can he be an engineer?
Precisely.
James, my title is operating engineer.
I didn't ask what your title is. I asked you, do you have a degree in engineering? Yes or no?
I do not need a degree in engineering.
So you don't have it. So you're not. It's like me saying, but I'm not qualified.
Okay.
No, I'm a doctor, but I've never been to medic. Or even better, I'm a medic, but I'm a surgeon.
When I was
See how
21
stupid
years
you
old,
are?
when I was 21 years old,
Stolen valor.
Yes, definitely. Well said, CM. Stolen valor.
You see how he can't have a conversation. He has to.
Because you lie, Daniel.
If you never get.
You know why I can't have a conversation with you, Daniel?
I'm gonna kick you out.
Because I don't say because your track record is bad. I don't give a fuck. Kick me out the room, you little bitch. Kick me out the room, you little
I'm gonna
bitch.
kick you out of the room if you don't let me speak.
I don't give a fuck. Kick me out the room. What, you think I'm learning something from? I came in the room because of PM and Daniel, not because of your dumb ass.
Everybody says that when they come to my room.
Why? I came here for Daniel and for CM. I don't... Dude, what? Andrew was talking about you. Andrew was talking about you. Agree. You and Andrew talking or debating on Clubhouse, nobody at any time, anywhere in the world will look at the problem. Andrew called you stupid. Andrew's a dumbass, and yet he called you stupid.
What is he talking about? What is he talking about? Like, I have no idea what he's talking about. I'm trying to tell
I was in the room. I was in the room when Andrew said that. And the whole room laughed at you.
And I'm so.
See, were you in the room? They all said. I think CM was in the room.
Can we stick to one topic at a time? Can we stick to one topic at a time, guys? Can we stick to one?
You guys,
alcohol.
Bart is getting butthurt. Bart is getting butthurt.
I'm trying to have a conversation.
I realize Bart just wants friends. Like, he's not really
trying to have a
But that's why he opens Clubhouse. He's very popular because there's only 9 people in the room.
Giving me a fucking headache. He's giving me a headache. I can't have a conversation with the guy. He just won't shut the fuck up.
James, I've missed you.
I mean, the guy just won't stop. And then look, he's gonna take over the chat now. Yeah, he's just gonna take over the chat. The guy's fucked up in the head.
I like
This is
James.
what, see, this is what you're gonna be like when you get older if you don't get a girl pregnant and give yourself a life.
Oh my god.
Yeah, this is what you're gonna become.
Okay, I'm gonna take your advice for it.
You're gonna become, no, this is the thing. You're gonna become a 60-year-old homosexual.
James has a bunch of kids.
Cursing everybody
James has
out.
3 kids, bro.
He has a bunch
I
of
don't
kids
give a fuck. And ask him.
that he
As
loves.
far as I'm concerned, he doesn't have any kids, and he's a fucking sweet homosexual.
You can't function.
Guy. He doesn't stop talking. He won't stop talking.
I
You
wish
don't
I
have a
Hey, Bart,
conversation.
you know why you masturbate every day? You know why Bart masturbates?
It's impossible to have a conversation with this guy.
It's like cold times.
If I keep inviting him up, I'm gonna kick him out of the room because it's
I
just
didn't-
impossible.
I
All he
didn't
wants to
invite
do is
him up.
insult people.
I
All
didn't
he
invite
wants to
him.
do is insult
Oh
people.
my God.
That's all he wants to do. And then and you want to know something, Death Hippie? His
Oh my
main
God.
thing with me is all I do is insult women. But yet he's been on the stage insulting me the whole time. Like, what the fuck is wrong with this guy? Like, seriously, like, take a chill pill, dude. Like, what the fuck is wrong with you? I don't care how many kids you have. And I never asked you how many kids you had. What do I care about your fucking kids? Your kids can die or painful as shit for all I care.
Oh my
I don't give a
God.
fuck. The fuck do I care about your fucking kids?
What did I wake up to? What
He's
did I
telling me
wake
about his kids. And asking about your fucking kids. Look at the
love
fucking chat.
James.
Look at the fucking chat.
I still love James, and
It's lit up like a fucking Christmas tree.
if I was in his local area, we would have tea.
That he would rape you.
No, he wouldn't.
He would rape you. Yes, he would. He would rape
He-
you.
No, he'd treat me like one of his.
Rapist. He's a rapist. Come on. Look how aggressive he is online. Do you not think he's gonna
He'd be
go,
totally
you better fuck me. You better fuck me, you fucking whore. Look at the way he talks online. He's gonna talk to you like that in person. You don't
He
think?
doesn't.
How do you?
He doesn't
How
talk
do you
to me
think?
mean.
How is he different? That's
He
just
talks
in
to
the
you.
beginning. No, I'm just saying that's just in the beginning. Eventually, he's so used to talking mean to people. Eventually, he's gonna talk that way to you. I mean, how long do you think the nice shit is gonna go for?
He's been doing that since I met him. He's been nice to me ever since
But
I
he's
met
been
him.
mean to everybody else.
Consistently.
But he's
I
mean
know.
to everybody else.
Because
No.
people are dumbasses.
But this is the thing. This is why women date psychopaths or date murderers. Oh, he loves me. He won't kill me. But he kills everybody else, but he
He was
doesn't
a
kill me.
police officer.
Yeah. He doesn't kill me. He won't
He's
kill
a
me.
police officer.
He's so full of shit. I can't believe you believe anything this guy says.
I can't believe you're friends with Daniel. For fuck's sake.
Can't believe you're friends with James.
Well,
Can't believe you're friends with James, the fucking rapist. Oh,
he's not. He is not. That's a false accusation.
how do you know?
Why do you gotta troll me? I don't get it. Like, why
I'm
troll
not
me?
trolling. I'm not trolling you.
Well,
What you
please,
do is.
Joe.
What you
No,
do
I'm
is
asking you
fucked up.
politely. Please, Joe.
No, I just.
I don't want to get into it with you.
Over.
No, I don't want to get it into you. You
The
don't.
reason I don't want to.
You don't want brimstone from me.
I know, sweetheart. I don't want to.
You
You know
don't
what's
want
amazing
me.
about these people online?
Okay, honey.
You know what's amazing about these people
I'm
online?
terrified.
These people online, they block me, but then they come into the room that I'm in. You know how often that happens to me? They have me blocked. Stinnett in my room has me blocked. Wants to speak to me, has me blocked. This guy comes into my room, has me blocked, wants to speak to me. He's dying to come up. Watch, look, I'm gonna invite him up. I bet you he comes on stage. I'm gonna send him an invite. Look. Oh, now he rejected it. Somebody else send him an invite. Somebody else send him an invite. I guarantee he comes up to speak to me. I guarantee the moment he comes up, he'll start cursing me out. But yet he has me blocked, and he's in my room. It's you cannot, like, the mental illness. It's just insane.
This
Alright,
app is.
James, you can
This
come up
app
if
is
you want.
mental
You can
illness.
unmute.
Invite him up now.
He doesn't
And
need
now
an invite.
because I called out his shit, he's got too much prop. Come up and show his ass. Because he's gonna show his ass. He's gonna come up on stage, and what is he gonna do? He's gonna talk to me. But yet he's the one that hates me. Why you gotta blow up the chat? You can blow up the chat. Blow up the chat. Look, you got the chat lit up like a fucking Christmas tree. Hey, cowboy.
Like a Roman
James,
candle.
I'm gonna
like
say
a
this
fucking
about
Roman candle.
James. Doesn't seem to be a liar to me, as far as I've seen it.
As far as I know, he's a rapist.
Gosh, the slander.
No, it's not.
You don't know that.
You have to be stopped it, please.
I like him.
Wait a second.
You're just being
So,
weird.
so he's got you all, like, thinking that he's this nice guy. And
Oh no, he says, don't go by what I've done in my past. He at least is a truthful person.
Yeah.
He is.
What does he say to you? I only raped 4 women. I'm not gonna rape you.
He has not done
Not gonna rape you, sweetheart.
Oh, darling.
Just here, have one of my drinks.
I don't drink.
Have a drink.
I don't
I'll get
drink.
you some coffee.
And
I'll get you some coffee, sweetheart. Don't worry about it.
I'm so glad that I don't drink too, because the debauchery usually that is like followed by drinking all the
How
time.
fucking boring are you in the back?
You'll never
He's
know.
probably
You're so fucking vanilla.
He's probably excited as
So,
hell.
but honestly, you are. You're like vanilla.
All that energy she's got.
Hey, Boris, can you bring up Dr. Z?
Who the fuck? Wait a second. CM. Who the fuck are you? I've been trying to figure out, like, why do you come on? What? This is.
I was in a room with Dr.
Oh,
Z,
CM
but it
is
was on
awesome.
What is wrong with
Fuck off.
you, dude?
I like
I didn't want
CM
to be in a
too.
room with replays on. This room doesn't have
You're
replays.
another one that doesn't want to be in a room with me, but yet you keep coming back in the fucking room.
Yeah,
You're
this
another
is
one. It's hilarious.
I want to talk to Daniel and to Dr. Z. You like Dr. Z, man. Bring her up.
I love
He wants
Dr.
to hear-
Z.
I
Love
invited
Dr.
Dr.
Z,
Z,
but
but she's not
But you're
accepting
not
it.
going to be respectful towards her.
She
So
said CM is cool.
this is, yeah. Look, if you're respectful towards her, I'll bring her up. But if
I'm always-
you're going to be an asshole,
No, man.
yeah,
likes me.
I'll just kick you out.
Why?
Charles, what do you got, Charles?
Let James up too.
You're the darkest person in this room. Like,
Oh,
no,
yeah.
I forgot James is also black.
Why'd you have to bring? Oh my God.
Yeah, because James thinks I'm racist, so I might as well act. Go ahead, Charles. One mic on Charles.
Yeah. I mean, I guess my first question is, who is John Kitover, so that I can figure out how to vote for that question.
AI guy. The guy with the
We have no idea who that guy is. Some people know who he is. I have no idea who the guy is.
He's in Chicago.
Yo,
He's
I
in
want
the
to find out who it is. Go in the comments, scroll up to where you see a YouTube link, click on that YouTube link. And you're going to see John Kitover, which is AI, the guy in between us, literally live streaming this very
Don't
conversation.
rob a bank. Charles, don't rob a bank with CM. That's all I gotta tell you.
Hey, James, thank you, brother. I appreciate you. Thank you for the kind words. I appreciate you. Let me, I'm gonna have to go check out and see what this John Kitover guy. But, what's the topic? Are we talking Bible and Quran tonight? Are we still on that or what?
What's the name of the channel? Or the
What are we on, Charles? What are we on?
The topic says Bible and Quran.
Yeah, are you a Christian?
Yeah, I'm a Christian. You can call me that. I have a lot of views that disagree with some of mainstream Christianity, but I'm definitely not a Muslim. Make that clear.
Well, what's the problem with Islam? I mean, they love black people.
I mean,
Bro, that was racist.
yeah, I don't know about that. I mean,
That wasn't racist.
So like,
No,
Islam will take you, you're black.
No, I said they love black people. The Muslims, I mean, you see all the people in Africa that are Muslims, they love Islam, bro.
There's a lot of people in Africa that are Christians too.
Are they?
yeah, well, I just think,
It's being this chat is being live streamed to 0 people.
Of course.
0 people. CM is in the fucking room.
Doing?
Yeah, he's
Why
just
would you live
streaming.
stream to 0 people?
Zero people. That's what I'm saying. Like, why are you guys so afraid of him? Like the recording.
Yeah.
Who gives a fuck?
I agree. Who cares?
If it makes him happy, let him go do it as long as he's not hurting anybody.
I don't know.
No one's watching.
That's his thing, bro. Let him
He's
do his
hurting
thing.
himself.
Hurting himself. This is the greatest art project any artist has ever accomplished in any artist's life. Over 50,000 videos. I'm the new Cecil B. DeMille.
He thinks he's doing some work.
now I understand the question. Okay.
Nobody watching it. What the fuck is he doing? He's live streaming.
He thinks he's working over here. You can't call this work.
Did you ever know so Charles, did you ever know about this? There was a civil rights activist, and she was this black lady, and she did this thing where she was just big on recording TV, live TV, and she recorded. She has thousands upon thousands of videotape, beta and VHS tape, and she recorded live television for about 20 years. He had 4 apartments.
James called me a septic tank douche nozzle.
Completely packed with VHS tape. She was recording live television. We're talking about 2, 4, 5, 7, 9, 11, 13, 41, and 47 in New York. And she basically had over, I can't tell you how many videotapes, but it was like 3 apartments, whatever. She videotaped from, I think, the 80s all the way till she died in 2016. Do you know who this lady is?
I have no idea who this is.
Yeah, there's a documentary about her. And Internet Archive has all of her videos. And actually,
Yeah.
her videos, you should be able to prove that
Get it.
You cut out.
You cut out, Al.
I was saying that her videos should be able to prove that all communication is hypnosis and that propaganda is real and that we have been doing it to ourselves.
Propaganda is real.
I don't know that we need 3 houses full of videotapes to prove that propaganda
What
is
happened?
real.
Was there any value in what she was doing?
Not really. It's probably there's value in it because it's content, and she's technically a historian. I just want to say all communication is hypnosis.
James wrote, Kitover is in a committed relationship with his left hand and lotion.
Alright, so let me tell you, I'm gonna have to end this poll because I want to post a video. I want to post a video and show you who she is. Thank God for YouTube Shorts. If you don't know anything.
The lady that recorded the news, for 35 years. Holy shit.
Yes. So 35 years this woman did this. Now, she was afraid, right? This was her thing. She thought when she thought that they would give propaganda, but because nobody was recording, you felt when people because nobody was actually censoring what was going out in the news, they can tell you something today, and then within a few months or a few weeks or whatever it was, maybe a year or two, they're telling you something different. So she archived all these videotapes.
Yeah, I see it now. I went down to the comments of the link to the video. Yeah, I wasn't even thinking about the perspective of, in that time period, when somebody changes the narrative. So I think that is pretty cool, right? You see people changing narratives over time, over different shows, and they're adjusting. But then there's no, stream of consciousness of what this person's been saying. Seems like that's what people are indicating that she's doing, showing the full thread of, certain narratives so you can see it and switch up. Yeah, that's pretty cool.
Yeah, but her son sold her out because he gave it all to the fucking government. He gave it all to the fucking this archive place.
They probably redacted some of that shit too.
Yeah, it's like
Where do you keep? This is the thing, though. Where do you keep? How many videotapes does she have? Where the fuck do you keep all that shit?
I think it was over 250,000 hours or something like that.
Ridiculous.
Yeah, I was gonna say AI. If you're doing that, I mean, if you invite me, if I come to your house, I might eat the food you give me, but I'm gonna think about it, because that's hoarder behavior, bro. That's hoarder behavior. I don't know how to clean that is.
Lost it, man.
Yeah, but how am I the one hoarding it? Actually, the people on here participating and wasting all their time.
John, you've lost the plot, right? I don't know if your family has told you or you're communicating with people, but you've lost the plot, bro.
That's projection, Daniel. You came in my room and admitted to committing all types of crimes.
She has 71,000 VHS and beta tapes.
Yo, how much money do you think she had to spend on all those blank tapes? It's crazy.
A lot.
They were cheap after a while. They were cheap.
Well, I've got over 70,000 videos, 60 phones, 40 YouTube accounts, 50 Instagrams, 60 X accounts. I mean, I'm doing the same thing, but my point is, what she was filming was probably far more of greater value than what people are saying.
What are you hoping to accomplish with this insanity?
He's doing the work.
It's a fucking art project. What the fuck do you think it is?
No, but what she did is
Value because you're wasting your time.
How am I wasting my time recording people wasting time? That means I'm producing the show.
Hypnosis.
I'm producing the show called Dinner for Schmucks. You're on it. Congratulations.
Hey, I'm not a schmuck. Just
Yeah, I was about to
be
say,
on
that was
stage.
offensive. What's a schmuck anyway? I don't even know what the
You're
etymology
on the
is.
stage too, Kitover.
You don't know the etymology of a schmuck? You should learn the etymology of a schwartz, and then you'll know the etymology of a schmuck.
Just
Can you bring James back up, please? Can you bring James up? I'd like to debate James.
No. When I think of AI, I think of this woman right here, because him and this woman are they're on the same level here.
What?
Same level of sickness.
I don't know.
Level of sickness. Yeah.
You're insulting them.
Same level of sickness, Barth. You're a former prisoner who lived in a fucking black box.
John, honestly, bro, he's not me. He's not. Look, there's so.
You guys just don't like the fact that I'm playing this game called Life a little differently than you. I'm recording you, and you don't like it.
No, but John, it's weird. It's not good for
It's not weird. It's your opinion. You're weird and projecting.
John.
You're weird and projecting, Daniel. Look at your PTR. Look at your PTR. Look at Megatron. Look at CM. You're all weird. You're weird.
I'm completely normal.
What do you got, Luke? What do you got, Luke? What's up?
Luke, what are you up to?
What's good, Megatron? What's good, Daniel, Charles, everyone?
Wait, one.
What, bro?
Yo, Luke, did you always live in Great Britain?
I was born and raised there, but the last 5 years I've just kind of been just traveling around Europe, or I've lived in different countries over the last 5 years, but I was born and raised there. Like, I moved back to UK this year from Greece. I was living there for 2 years.
The economy's not that good in Greece, right?
Yeah, it's terrible, but I didn't move there for work. I had my own business I was doing at the time, so I was making USD and GBP.
Good.
Sales, kind of everything at that time. But I had some problems, so I had to move back.
Yeah, no, that's good.
What line of work are you in, dude? What kind of
You don't have to tell him that. You don't have to tell him that, Luke.
Yeah, don't
tell him that. Don't tell him.
It doesn't matter. He's just trying to qualify you to see if he can sell you a car insurance policy.
Sorry, I didn't hear that.
You know, it's fine. So you moved back to the UK. So what's the climate of the UK right now? Is there a lot of Muslims there right now? Are you scared of your life of Muslim?
No way, I'm not scared of nobody, but everyone here, there's a lot of different religions here. Everybody kind of lives in peace. I live in London, so that's the most multicultural city in Europe. I don't know about the whole world, but it's great.
Because they have these videos where they're walking through the market, and it's just fucking flooded with hijabis and shit. They're all over the fucking place.
I mean, it depends on what community, what videos you're looking at. Maybe that could have been Midlands, it could have been Bradford, but even if you were to go there as a non-Muslim, you'll be perfectly fine. It's not like what the captions and the pictures and the videos you watch online. It's not nothing like that.
The Spanish girls in New York, they're not playing that shit. You can't be having your face covered and walking through the hood like that. You're gonna get bullied. They're gonna rip that shit off your fucking head. Oh, no, I'm being.
It doesn't hurt nobody though.
Yeah, but people. You see, when you're in the hood, people don't really like that because it makes them feel like they can't really see who you are. You know what I'm saying? Like, and they don't like that. They want to see your face. They want to know who you are. You can't just be walking in the street covering your face like that. You know what I'm saying?
That's true, bro.
Yeah.
That's true. I'm from Baltimore, bro. You can't walk around my hood with your face covered. You get fucked up on sight.
Yeah, but I'm sure people aren't fucking up religious women, are they?
No, they'll just like make them feel uncomfortable about coming out with it.
Look, are you a Muslim?
No, I'm not Muslim. I'm not.
No, I'm just letting you know. I'm not saying anything about them being Muslim. I'm just saying, like,
He's a businessman who probably takes advantage of the low costs of failing areas and helps prop up the economy by going and staying there. Isn't that right, Luke?
somebody said that they lived in Corfu, James, and he lived in London as well. No.
Listen, James is a low IQ anti-Semite.
It's a nice area, no?
James is an angry, lifelong cigarette-smoking screamer.
Guy, he hates black people, James. What James has to say.
Oh, I don't really care if anyone's racist to me. It doesn't really affect me. It doesn't change what he said. He has family in Corfu.
Luke, are you a Christian, Luke? And do you like the Book of Luke?
I'm not a Christian, no, but the book.
You're not a Christian? You got a book named after you in the New Testament. Haven't you seen Star Wars? Don't you know who Luke is?
John, how many domain names do you own? And what are the names of some of them?
I don't know anymore. I lost track.
He owns like hundreds of domain names. One of them is Chicago Pizza Parlor or some shit.
You should get DC Pizza Parlor.
Dude, you're buying domain names now? That was, people were on that like how many decades ago? Like decades ago? They're still thinking that's going to be lucrative.
Well, we all can't sell illegal car insurance policies. We can't all sell illegal car insurance policies to illegal aliens, now can we, Daniel? Make money scamming these illegal aliens with low-cost car insurance, huh? What's CM? What's 1,000 times 400? Got 4 degrees, man bun?
How many?
He's got 24,000.
Where do you live, Megatron?
I live in New York City.
Oh, really?
You guys should really check out my TikTok at John Kitover, because that's where I'm putting all of you guys.
But I haven't been there before.
How much is it to drive into London?
I mean, it's pretty comparable, yeah.
How much does it cost to drive into London?
Driving nowadays in London is expensive. Like I said, I just moved back, so I don't really have any reason to have a car right now.
It costs $14 if you want to go into Manhattan.
It's more expensive to get into London. We have something over here called congestion charge.
Yeah, that's what we have. On top of that, you have to pay the bridge, and the bridge is $7, and then just to get into the city is another $14.
We have congestion charge and we have road tax depending on what type of vehicle you have. So there's different tax brackets, tax emissions, and we also have to pay different bridges as well. Like we got a Dartford tunnel, we got one other tunnel.
You got a tunnel, you gotta pay a bridge tax on. Well, we fought a revolution to get your fucking king out our fucking arse and to send you goddamn fucking British twats back where you came from. Back to fucking London, mate.
Hey, Luke, you're doing a bad job. You're doing a bad job selling London to me, man. All I'm hearing is I will never be going to London.
You think I'm trying to sell London to you?
It's probably
No, I don't want to visit after that. If it's that congested where you need those mitigations, I feel the same way about New York. Like I love New York for New Yorkers, right? Like I don't want to deal with it, but I love that they have their thing.
Yeah, I like London because of London is like I can't say like for example I wouldn't live here like 2026. I'm gonna spend holidays with my family. Next year I'm gonna go wherever. I don't know. I haven't got it planned yet. I don't have any plans of living in London, but at the same time, I can't hate it because London made me who I am as well. So I love my city and I love the people here. Like some people here, if I see another Londoner abroad, it's just instant click, instant connection, instant vibe. Do you know what I mean?
You have like one of the most like low class accents, English accents that I've ever heard.
Oh, shut the fuck up.
You mean London have a low class accent?
No, the one you have, like brother. You sound like a hillbilly.
I never said brother once, but I don't sound like.
No, I'm imitating the way that you speak.
You can't imitate the way I speak and make me sound low class because I don't sound low class. If I did sound low class, I wouldn't be able to speak to the people I speak to in terms of like how I handle my business.
You sound like a fucking hillbilly.
Daniel, you can't say that.
Daniel, you can't.
He just said it, Charles. What do you think? I mean, Luke doesn't give a fuck. That's because he's a G.
He's a G with it. He's a G with it, but no. So it's funny because I got a buddy of mine who is a hillbilly, And hillbillies do not like to be confused with rednecks. And actually, the accent that comes from the UK is actually the redneck. It's a
Why did you move me down?
Hmm?
Why did you move me down?
Because I can.
You need to know a reason. I don't know what reason you're talking about, to be honest.
Yeah, so there was a guy, academic Thomas Sowell. I don't know if any of y'all are familiar. That's so funny. I don't know if any of y'all familiar with Thomas Sowell, but
I can't breathe.
Thomas Sowell did some really good research on rednecks. So what he did is he.
These questions are horrible.
I'm only here on the internet right now. You haven't. You don't even know who I am outside of this life. Uncle Ruckus. Nobody knows on this app knows anything about me or my history or what I've done in my life. So it doesn't.
It's not true, Bima. I know a lot about you, Bima, and your failures, your mistakes, Bima. We know all about it. Put me in the queue, moderator.
And that's why I brought up that point, because that was a public thing we had on the stage, and that was a perfect example, Bima, is that Uncle Ruckus's point stands strong, is that we have a lot of people talking. Nobody's willing to put their chips on the fucking table. Nobody's willing to go all in anymore, and that's the fucking problem, Bima, is if you truly believe in something, Malcolm X, Martin Luther King, fucking those guys understood death was facing them, right? Understood that, hey, they still got up every day and did their thing. Charlie Kirk did the same fucking shit. Anybody else who, I mean, shit, look at David, not David Dorn, but Christopher Dorn, whatever. Motherfucker that got fed up with the for their hiding in their home. The same around.
Hello.
Hey, Seymour, what are you doing for Hanukkah?
What are you doing?
I'm lighting up candles. We're gonna make a party.
You say the prayer?
I got my shawl on right now. Gotta get my zit out of the closet. Just got it washed. But the fringes got stuck in the dryer and the fringes went everywhere. And my dryer got so excited it flew out the back door and went to Shemayim. I just want to quote Charlie Kirk and say, "Good Shabbos."
Did you hear what Erica Kirk, she said, she's like, oh, my kids, when they would come home and say, Shabbat Shalom, Dad. Did you hear that?
Yeah.
That was fucking funny. What do you think about Candace Owens and all that shit going on? I
don't know. I just feel like they're just everybody's just a bunch of spammers. And like, if you actually sit there and spend more than fucking 30 seconds listening to any of them, you're like, fucking crazy.
I think it's a giant grift for all of them.
Yeah, there was like an article that like behind the scenes, at TPUSA, everybody's just like best friends laughing because everybody's getting paid because that fucking place is like hundreds of millions of dollars.
Unreal.
What's new with you? Are you teaching?
No, not yet.
How are you staying alive?
I still freelance.
What?
IT stuff. I do IT stuff, so.
IT stuff, yeah. Like, hi, Mr. C. You're like the Jeffrey Epstein of IT, basically.
Yes, exactly. Except for I'm poor and I don't have an island, so.
Well, I was reading a really in-depth article about Epstein's rise from teacher to Wall Street financier. Oh my God, bro. Fucking, this guy was a monster. Everywhere he went, he was breaking the law and never got in any trouble. Didn't fucking matter what he did.
Dude, how open and free that he spoke to people, and he just would openly what did he tell? He was texting the politician, and just how he talked and conversation. It's like as if he owned the world. He owned the world and just walked about it like no big deal.
Yeah, pretty crazy. I don't know how he fucking Hey, Nectar Flowers, creepy PTR, by the way. I mean, like, super gross, but that's you. You do you.
Hello?
Hi, Nectar.
Excuse me? Are you judging my face?
Yeah, that PTR you have is disgusting. Seymour's is also pretty disgusting, but yours is, like, repulsively gross.
Yeah, it's pretty gross.
It looks like the Joker if, like...
Do you want to suck on my nose?
Would I like to suck on your nostril?
Yes.
Is it cute?
Uh-huh.
Well, sure, why not? I mean, a nostril's a nostril. And you're talking to a Kabbalist here, so, you know, every good Kabbalist thinks with his nose. What do you smell, Seymour?
Shit.
Oh! So the question here in the bathhouse bucket is, do you suck or are you good? Which one is it, Nectar? Oh, thank God Samson's here.
Nectar, do you suck dick, or are you happen to be a homosexual?
No, the first one.
Red alert, red alert. So Seymour, have you ever slept with anybody off of this app other than what's-her-face?
No, and I don't know who you're talking about.
The girl, you know, who's on here all the time talking about going to the gym.
Girl, that was like, always going to the gym. Ooh, Cindy?
How'd you know I was talking about Cindy? I didn't even say it. Holy shit, you got some intuitive powers there.
Yeah, it's called it, like, ADHD. She's fucking retarded, dude.
What the fuck, dude? I mean, read a book or something.
I've like, I don't know. She's something else.
So wait, this must just be like a modern day medical device technology company for psychiatrists. I think that's what it's going to become.
Yeah, it has to be.
Because psychiatry is like already fucking bullshit, but like if you could monitor people in real time and get like a true diagnostic of their like mental health and emotional instability, you could like in real time be like, social credit score that person. I don't know, China's social credit score shit is like crazy.
It's pretty insane. What was it? There was something about a guy that got stopped the other day on a bicycle, and he got a point deducted in like I think 25 yen or whatever their currency is, and got deducted from his account, and he wasn't wearing a helmet. That's why.
I don't know. It must be crazy to have like a government Facebook where like everything on you is aggregated. But we must have the same shit. Like through the
we
DNI,
do, but
NSA.
we take silent tabs and how they parse through databases. They basically buy essentially like spreadsheets and spreadsheets of data from like companies that have either closed down or like have like fallen out of operation, or that they've been stolen and they get mixed up in all types of like with all types of data brokers, and that gets sold off later on, and then somehow randomly one company will buy, millions of different columns or cells, I guess, on a spreadsheet, and all that data is accumulated essentially, like painting a big picture of who you are. So like from all the way back from 1996 to all the way present, and they find all these common things between like, oh well, this person had an AOL account, and this person over here still uses the same email address. We can deduce that these two columns are the same person. So now we're going to merge that, and now we recognize this person that used AOL, it used this name, and this person with this name had this other different account, so now we're going to merge this column now. That's all they're doing. It's just a slow and steady merger of data, and it's up to the highest bidder. That's all it is, man. That's all it is.
Yeah. I mean, there's like Oh, you're live on my TikTok right now, by the way, John Kitover. And it's amazing if you go on TikTok or, oh my God, bro, there's just so many fucking carnival circus freaks on TikTok with human deformities that are like, get tons of views. Human suffering and the carnival, the circus, or the freak show has always been popular on the internet. Like I see these little videos of this like little deformed girl who like her body could never grow and she like does those dance videos and goes, you know what I'm talking about? Like the little midget girl who sings on the mic and she does these dance routines.
I think I might know. There's too many fucking freaks. I don't know.
Anyways, the only reason I bring it up is because so for some reason on TikTok I always see freak shows as opposed to like other platforms. TikTok seems to be like disability, algorithm. So anyways, I'm hoping it boosts me because like I have Down syndrome now and I identify with autism. So
Oh, definitely, you're on the spectrum.
yep, I identify with the spectrum.
There is definitely some neurodivergency. Would I dare say that you have autism? I don't know, but you're definitely neurospicy.
Neurospice.
1000%.
If I could show you the insults that I get on my live streams, like some of them are so. I got called Rob Reiner yesterday.
This is not Edmund. This is John Kitover.
Oh, hey, Buttercup.
I thought you were John Kitover.
Yeah, that's who I am. I'm running for Congress in the 16th District. How are you? You're in a lot of my videos, Buttercup.
I am. Wow.
Yeah.
I'm not Buttercup. I'm Butter Nutter.
I try to talk to Buttercup about like,
wait, let me confirm your new profile. Butter Nutter, huh? Butter Nutter. Oh man, I could only imagine hearing all the other conversations with Butter Nutter instead of Buttercup, because Buttercup is a better neurolinguistic program for people because it's like such a sweet name, but like Butter Nutter is a little more spicy. Anyways, congratulations on your new Butter Nutter.
Thank you. And what happens is I friend all these people that I knew before, and they all think I'm like a troll because there were so many fake Buttercups.
Yeah.
And they all call me Butter Nutter or Butter Nuts or Butter Cunts. Like they have so many like nicknames for me that they just assume it's one of the imitators. No one believes it's me, and that way I get to keep a small circle.
John, can you tell her some good stories from back in the day, like some really good, like some stuff that she's missed. She thinks that this app is amazing. It's like, oh my God, I'm like, if you think this is amazing now, like she completely missed the whole boat. So like it's so bad. Like John doesn't even do anything anymore on this app.
John does a lot of stuff.
No. John, please tell her.
What are you talking about? I got 4 accounts going right now recording this room.
But back in the day, like 2 years ago, 3 years ago, like.
Wait, are you recording this room right now?
Yeah.
He's always recording.
Okay, fuck! I just gave away that I'm Buttercup. Now everyone's gonna know. Damn it.
No, nobody will know. Like nobody wants to ever look at my stuff. Nobody cares about it now.
Wait, you know that nobody looks at your stuff and you still do it?
Yeah, because what's the difference? Like, who cares? Like, I'm gonna do it anyways.
It's a lot of work, no?
Clicking a fucking button on a phone? You call that hard work?
How many phones do you have? You have like 6 phones?
No, Butter, you have no idea.
I want to see the operation. I've seen like videos of your operation.
Butter, I've seen it when it was John Kitover over here.
It's the biggest it's ever gotten. Like my old setup doesn't even. Now I have so many. I just ordered 9 more tripods. Like I'm gonna record everything, and I've got recording studios. I'm gonna like run room to room all day long, literally in my house, and like record everything, all the good
You're
room
manic
series.
though. You have like 16 different Twitters, 16 different YouTubes, 16 different.
Don't expose him. I love his neurodivergency. Let him flourish.
No, but how do you have time to run for Congress when you have?
I'm talking about I got 16 phones running for Congress as opposed to the one guy who's got 1 phone.
That's so smart. You're gonna split the vote though. You're gonna like ruin the.
No,
election.
they already removed me from the ballot, but I'm running as a write-in candidate.
Did they remove all of you from the ballot?
Well, the thing is, they can't take away my credibility now as being a candidate. And I've created so much content that backs up my candidacy that the next campaign that I'm running in is in March. So I've just got the branding, totally built up. But the thing is, I spam so many people on X, like Cash Patel, Dan Bongino, Pam Bondi. Like, I spam real people with my real name, but it's not spam. It's my real political opinion.
Say more.
Yes.
What are you doing?
Having conversations here, intellectual conversation.
Okay,
Why?
well, you're gonna have the conversation in my room. Can you guys come there instead?
It's up to my other partners in crime here.
Okay, can you guys come into the other room? Everyone is there.
Yeah, send us a link.
I don't know the other. I don't see the other room.
Bad. Why are you trying to come in here? You didn't even answer the question yet. Do you suck dick or are you gay? Which one is it?
I'll rape your mom.
Did you tell me to wash my mouth?
I said I'll rape your mom.
You'll rape my mom?
Yeah.
All right, I'm reporting you. I'm screenshotting this room, and I'm reporting your account right now.
I'll rape your mom twice. Record that too.
Okay, twice. That makes it 3, right? Here we go. You're getting.
Okay, Seymour,
Let me show you how it works. Report an incident. They said something wrong. Harassment. Abusive language. Raped my mother. And raped my God.
Yeah.
A very vulgar, profane, abusive, and sick, violent person.
Yeah, and your mom is a bitch.
Also, my mother is a bitch.
Yeah. And you're
This is high art.
Okay, now I'm screenshotting this.
My mother is a bitch.
Now I'm
Are you
screenshotting
gonna act
this.
disabled or are you gonna join the room?
Share the link. I don't know which one. What does it say? What's the room? What does the room say?
Nigga, the room is
Oh, hard R. Gotta update it. Gotta update it on that one.
What does the room say?
He had a tone in his voice.
What does the room say?
He had a tone in his voice.
Oh, he had a tone in his voice. Okay, I see it.
Okay, join it, bitch.
Woo.
Okay, no problem.
Okay, bad. PTR. Updated.
Nigga, I don't give a fuck. Report me. Like, what the fuck?
That's right, nigga.
I had to update it for the hard R bad.
What a bitch. Like, imagine talking to this nigga.
Damn. Well, alright. We outie.
Parker Memorial Homeless Ministry sued the city, arguing the law violated their religious duty to feed the hungry. 2013, a federal judge ruled that the ordinance did violate the Texas Religious Freedom Restoration Act. So the judges permanently enjoined the city from enforcing these specific restrictions against the plaintiffs. The ordinances that were removed were the ones requiring running water and bathrooms. Current rules as of 2025. So it looks like everything stayed in place. So you got to give them 24-hour notice if the event is hosting more than 75 people. Fewer people can be provided within 48 hours. Safety requirements: servers must use hand sanitizer, disposable gloves, food kept at certain temperatures. So it just seemed like really the only ordinance issue they had was the running water in the toilets.
And I told you they had to go through the government in order for that.
Yeah, they sued.
No, it wasn't. It wasn't
I did say this. You didn't organize the event. You don't know what paperwork they filed to have it.
Hold on. It was between 2018 and 2025. Obviously 2025, but it was between that. It was around that time. It was for a short time, and it was because we lived there. We were there walking around. Right? There were officers that were shutting down people and it's explicitly for feeding the homeless people. That's what it was specifically.
That's a long time.
Right. Well, it obviously it's not 2025, not 2023, not 2022. It was between 2018 and 2020. It was
the only thing that changed, Bima, like even I'm looking at the 2025 rules, everything's the same except for the toilets and the running water. So nothing changed besides those two. Those are the only things that were changed.
Oh my God! Listen.
That's just what I'm reading.
Yeah. Well, Google doesn't answer all of your questions. You know what I'm saying? But believe what you want. Believe what you want.
You haven't answered any question. Google's wrong. You're wrong. So I mean, who do we believe? You? And trust me, bro. That's your facts.
Yeah, I could get the guy. I could get the guy who organized it, Patrick Smith. Yeah, Patrick Smith is the guy who organized it. He's a very close friend of mine who I can have come on this app, who I did bring to this app before. Okay, well, he's the guy who organized it, and we can talk to him.
I know how protests in this nation work, okay? Once it gets over a certain amount of people that show up, right, you have to notify the fucking city.
It wasn't, we didn't, and I know for a fact none of us did. I know none of us did. No, I know none of us did because that's not what we do. We intentionally do forms of activism. We intentionally, Uncle Ruckus, that's against our philosophy. Do you hear what I'm saying though?
You guys just showed up.
Uncle Ruckus, do you understand what I'm saying?
Already had the event planned. They already planned to get out there.
Not other people. It wasn't other people. This was formed by Patrick Smith. Okay.
I know how it works.
Hold on. There's a group of us. Okay. It was a meeting of the. We meet right every 2 weeks. We have meetings. Right. We host events. Right. We have annual get-togethers on top of big annual get-togethers. Okay. People all over the nation come. Right. In Dallas, Fort Worth, the group of us, the volunteers. That's how it formed. A bunch of us, a group of us. It wasn't just one person. Patrick Smith led it, and then the group of us decided this is what we were gonna do. We formed Feed the Need, and that was one of the things that we did. Okay, that's my point. I mean,
Well, here's the funny part. I'm reading this Reddit. So it says, this is funny as hell. So it says Dallas, Texas. I put the link in the chat. Dallas, Texas made it illegal to feed and help the homeless. So every year for the past 7 years, a group of Texas provide aid and food to the homeless while armed to the teeth. And even in the Reddit thing, people are calling this idiotic. They're like, what are you going to do? You expect the police to show up and start a shootout? And, you need guns. They said it's not illegal. People in this Reddit chat are saying it's not illegal to serve food to the homeless. You just need to let the fucking city know. And they're like, showing up with guns and shit, it's fucking retarded. Like, what was the point? So even on Reddit,
liking people that don't live there, right, again.
Yeah. It just kind of sounds silly that you guys would show up just because there's a couple
maybe two and two aren't adding up. Maybe the internet doesn't give you all the answers that you're looking for. Maybe there's a real life, in-life example of real shit that's not on a Google. You guys are ridiculous.
Yeah, it just doesn't seem like something you'd get armed for. That doesn't. Yeah, I mean, come on. That's not much to ask. That hey, we want to feed the homeless, so we're giving you 48 hours notice. We're gonna have hand sanitizer, and the food's gonna be served at a proper temperature. As long as those things are met, you don't have any problems, Mima. So what's the point of the guns and shit?
Oh, because they want to be activists. They went from the armchair in the living room in the basement.
Because there's such ugly people on SSRIs. You get the glasses and everything. They're terrible people, and that's why they just
couldn't afford to go to the range that day.
Exactly.
Not a gun that they never used, so they had to show up. They had to show it somewhere.
Horrible people. Terrible.
Says the bootlicker.
No, I'm just saying though, man. From what unless you got something else, Beamer, but it does seem silly, man. That's a silly argument you brought up.
Of course it does. Of course it does.
Can I just say that
with guns, when clearly the city allows you to feed the homeless, they just got a couple provisions in place that aren't very hard to follow or attain.
Can I just say that, Achek, you might want to check yourself for saying horrible and awful or terrible people. I think I've heard you say that like 1,000 times today, and then 1,000 times yesterday, 1,000 times.
What am I supposed to say? Yeah, it's the best thing ever in the whole entire world.
I don't try to go get do you know what a thesaurus is? Or like Grok, you can do some large language model. Try to learn some new English words or something. I know English isn't your first.
Terrible. Merry Christmas, bro. But what am I supposed to say? Yeah, this is the best woman in the whole entire world. Yeah, we're having a good time. If something is terrible, it's terrible. Like, what do you want me to say?
I don't know, get some new words, limit yourself to how many times you use terrible. Otherwise, you might end up becoming terrible.
Bro. English is my third language, bro.
Well, that's just horrible. You should try to learn more English. That's horrible that you don't know more. It's terrible. It's just horrible. It's just terrible, horrible that you don't know more English. It's horrible.
Yeah, I want to say something else. Yeah, tell me, Joe, What do you want me to say? Essentially about.
I don't know. Just like you say horrible, terrible all the time, every day on this app. It just gets so tired. It's awful. It's horrible. It's terrible.
It's applicable.
Well, it's horrible. It's just so horrible that you have to use the word horrible all the time. It's horrible.
Like, what do you want me to say?
I don't know. It's kind of like me saying horrible over and over again. It's just horrible that you use the word horrible all the time. It's just terrible.
Don't come in here and be like, yeah.
Well, it's just horrible you use the word horrible all the time. And it's terrible that you use the word terrible. I've heard you say it horrible. It's horrible. You've said horrible 1,000 times today. It's horrible.
What do you want me to say?
I don't know. For the past 3 years on this app, I've checked. It's horrible how many times you've said horrible. And it's terrible how many times you've said terrible. It's horrible.
I'm dealing with scumbags. I'm dealing with people that are just...
I know, it's horrible.
What am I supposed to say to you?
I don't know, it's terrible, but it's horrible. I understand, it's horrible and it's terrible.
Don't come here and be like, these people is just the worst of the worst. What do you want me to say?
Oh, they're just the worst.
Huh? You want? Do you have? Wait a second.
Because we all know that we're not going to change.
Do you have a different definition of what I want to say to him? Like, what other word am I going to say? It's the best of the best. When I'm dealing with scumbags and horrible.
They're horrible.
Those people. Yeah, I was in Detroit. I was in downtown Detroit a couple months ago with my wife, and we had this obese lady pulling one of those like wagons.
Why
restricted?
No.
She had 3 dogs in the wagon, and then she had 3 kids with her, and her kids were obese and fat. And she came up to me and my wife asking if we could give her some money to get a meal, get some food or whatever, because they didn't have any money to eat. And I'm looking, me and my wife look at each other like, wait a minute, you got fat ass kids, fat ass dogs, and your fat ass is begging for money for a meal, bro. And then I was like, yo, I don't have any cash. She was like, oh, I got Cash App, and pulls out a fucking $1,000 iPhone Pro Max, bro. I was like, you can't make this shit up, man.
I'm from Los Angeles, dog. Being homeless is a hustle. A lot of the people who are homeless, believe it or not, are anarchists like Bima, right? They don't want to live by the rules of society.
You don't know what an anarchist is. Only what you've been taught, trained, and indoctrinated to believe.
They don't want to do anything
from your public education system.
They've given up on the system. They're conspiracy theorists. You know, they're big weirdos a lot of times, right? They're drug addicts. They're alcoholics. They're lazy. They don't want to work, right? They just given up on everything, right? I've talked to these. I've fed them. I mean, my uncle, he was one of those bleeding hearts, right? Okay, so every single weekend, we had to pack lunches and go down there to downtown LA, right, and feed at least 30 to 40 homeless people, right? We'll go down there every weekend for years, right? And I'm not gonna lie to you, he met a lot of good people as far as homeless people goes, because he ended up needing a kidney, right? And Blackie, which is one of the homeless guys down there, a fat homeless guy, white guy named California, right? They volunteered their kidney potentially from uncle. Now, of course, they weren't donor matches at all, right? So he couldn't get it from him, right? But they did offer up their kidney after all these years of my uncle helping them, right? Okay? And I realized one fucking thing.
Your uncle just a kidney harvester, man. He running a kidney harvesting scam.
They were able-bodied adults, and they were sitting there fat and homeless in their tents with a whole bunch of shit. Right, they were enabled to be fat and homeless by the government.
Bruh, I was in LA on a skate trip.
It was like 300.
Uncle Ruckus, are you fucking fat? Who the fuck are you to call these people fat? You fat.
John Dunn is right here. They were fat homeless. They were fat and homeless, right? And they were fat and homeless for 4 years. They had California had a tent. He had a fuck ton of shit in his fucking tent. He was fat as hell. He had 3 cell phones.
Is this projection? Is this projection?
Boxes. He was living lavish in his little tent, right? And everybody was giving him shit all the time and everything. And that's how most of the old people were living. Like, come on, dog. Like, you went out there to...
You make it sound like it's so great because he has shit in his tent.
The moral of the story is it's not that bad.
It was useless because you're a status bootlicker, and I'll explain, okay? I'll explain how we can draw the comparison. You feel, because you like to be a slave, right? I guess maybe it could be in your blood. I don't know, but apparently you like it. Okay, yeah. Hold on. No, I'm just saying. We already know the psychological trauma. Listen, the truth hurts. The truth hurts. And maybe you can come to the light. Maybe you'll be able to come to the light. Let me finish. Maybe you'll be able to come to the light. I am trying to deprogram you. You think you want to be. Hold on. No. I'm saying deprogram you. I'm saying that you have been programmed. I'm saying that if you think I'm not a liberal. I'm more freedom loving than you do. You are a statist. No. I'm not a statist, honey. No, I'm not a liberal. I'm not a liberal. I don't believe in slavery. Clearly you do. Because how is it that a man that could have gone with his uncle and fed the homeless, okay? Fed the homeless for so many years, actually say that, oh, do you know what? It's you guys didn't do anything. You should have. Yeah, what we were doing is we weren't going to reduce ourselves to asking for allowances to show compassion. But apparently you want to do that. You don't mind jumping through the states because you are a slave. You like to jump through. You have no problem jumping through the state silly hoops to pay for permission to feed homeless people who are largely, they have mental illness and all of the other large drug addiction, okay, right? So maybe you are okay with the slavery of having to jump through the hoops and pay permission to feed the homeless, but no, we, and it's interesting, it's very interesting that people like you who actually live the life of going to feed homeless people would even say to be like, hold on, wait a second, you see that we're not even on the same side? That's the slavery mentality that you've been taught, trained, and indoctrinated to believe. It's sad, but it's the truth. Listen, I was too. I was born into the system of white supremacy. I was fooled by it too. I was fooled by the white supremacist system for a long time too. But once I open my eyes to it, I'll no longer go back. There's no way. You can't go back, Uncle Ruckus. Once you see the truth and you see the light, and we understand that we're not slaves, that we're free agents to live and to abide by our own consenting doctrine of non-aggression and just peaceful coexistence and voluntary exchange. We don't need the slave master to dictate our interactions anymore. So maybe someday you'll come around and you'll see that and admit that the white supremacist system got you. It got you, as Kanye would say, gotcha. Gotcha. You were born and you put on those white supremacist glasses, and now you're upholding the white supremacist system, right? And ironically, you're looking at me and saying I'm the problem, right? Because I'm saying, hey, look, we've exposed the white supremacist system. We're gonna shut it down. We don't need this slavery anymore. Go ahead. Go ahead, Uncle Ruckus. Continue to lick the white man's boot. Listen. Go ahead and continue to lick the white man's boot. Apparently you like it down there. There's nothing I can do about it.
You didn't come from greatness.
Hold on. Whoever said that I did? I came from nothing. I'm nobody. That is true. That's true. That two things could be true at once. Uncle Ruckus, two things can be true at once. But you know one thing I'm not? I'm not a white supremacist. And I'm not a man that's gonna participate in the system and uphold white supremacy. Okay, that's another thing I'm not gonna do. I'm gonna actually reject. Once I saw the light and saw systemic oppression, you can't go back to it. I don't know. You're gonna have to be. I don't know. You have to be. This is gonna be a long deprogramming.
But Bima, this is the dumb shit we're talking about. You're upholding white supremacy by being on your cell phone right now. It was white people that were those other countries and enslaved those that fucking guard the slave labor and the labor on the backs of poor, underprivileged people, Bima. So any technology used, any type of rechargeable batteries, you're upholding white supremacy by purchasing those products.
Yeah, that's
Yes,
a category,
all of these
Eric,
fucking
but
rules and principles. She hates black people,
Stupid bitch.
She only likes the niggers that agree with her. Bima's a hypocrite. That's why I hate these
She's a dumb bitch, obviously,
fake
nigga.
liberal bitches.
I don't know why you keep saying liberal, Uncle Russ. I'm not a liberal. Why do you keep saying liberal?
I'm gonna save the world, but fuck you niggers that don't agree with me.
Tell me one
Why
position.
don't you
Listen,
agree with me,
I'm
nigga?
sorry that you have a slave mentality. I'm sorry that you like your slavery. I'm sorry that you like your slavery.
Nobody has a fucking slave mentality. People like
You got an Android or an iPhone,
they
Bima?
speak like this every single day. It's a horrible
Bima
thing.
got a dick in her pussy phone.
It's like,
She needs to get a dick in her.
feels
That's
this
why
way
she's so
mentality.
Bima, you got an Android or an iPhone?
Little things like she's like better
If
than
you got an
everybody else.
Android, Bima, 9 times
Nobody
out of
cares.
10,
You're overweight.
upholding Asian supremacy. And then if you got an iPhone, you're definitely upholding white supremacy.
Bro, she's like fucking overweight.
Steve
And
Jobs
she's
and Tim
talking
Cook
about like black supremacy.
are
Shut the
two
fuck
white
up.
guys that
Nobody
went
cares.
over to China
Horrible.
and have horrible working conditions. Pretty much those workers in that factory are enslaved, Bima. They don't have fair working conditions. They're working 14 hours a day, 7 days a week, forced to live on those little shitty apartments that you can barely you barely have room to turn around and breathe in. They're being forced to the tune, Bima, that those factory workers for the iPhone were hurling themselves off of the building to kill themselves because the conditions were
I
so
miss
bad.
the old school white guys that would have bitches like Bima in a brothel somewhere. They would have that bitch pregnant in the kitchen somewhere, right? I like the old school white guys that didn't let this bitch vote. You feel me? Those white dudes were the shit, right? These new school white guys are weak as fuck, right?
Confusing the white supremacism with global, with
like Ronald Reagan did in that one TV show. When that bitch even gave him
you see what I'm saying? Right? It's not, listen, me owning an iPhone doesn't automatically mean that I'm upholding white supremacy, religion, and pride. What it can mean is that I'm participating in a global economy where fucking supply chains, labor conditions, all of this other shit are often, hold on. All of this shit that's bad, okay, but what I'm saying is participation isn't the same thing as endorsement, okay? I'm literally saying, oh, look, hold on, this is a problem, we shouldn't be doing this, and you guys are saying, no, it's okay, everything's perfectly fine. Most people can't realistically opt out of modern tech without losing access to whatever the hell that they're doing, work, education, healthcare, whatever. Hold on.
Yeah, but
so that's exactly what structural critique points to. The system is designed so that opting out is costly, okay? So if you want a serious argument, don't say to, oh, look, gotcha, moral theater, oh, look, you're using an iPhone, right? Why don't you ask the real questions? Who owns the platforms that are going to capture these profits? Who are the biggest players? Who are the lowest and into the supply chains, okay?
Okay, and it's white people. Steve Jobs and Tim Cook are white, Bima, so whenever, and the only way they can do it is by people like you who keep paying for this shit and giving them more money to be able to do it. If you stopped buying the iPhone, then you wouldn't allow Tim Cook and Steve Jobs, who are both white, to take their company and go over to China and cruelly brutalize these people with unfair labor practices, Bima. That's the reason why they went over there to these countries, because they understood they can enslave these people and force them to work in unhuman-like conditions. They can't do that here in the United States. Those are two white people.
Bitches like Bima want cheap goods on Temu, right?
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, Bima, you can't. Look, you gotta pick one. Either your cause is so worthy that you truly believe in it, you'll sacrifice, Bima. But it sounds like you're not even willing to sacrifice.
See, that's a category, or that's a logical fallacy, and that's exactly what I said. Being inside the participation. Hold on. No. You're frustrated. That's why you're not letting me talk, because participation, like I said, it's not. No, it's not. It isn't the same thing as endorsement. It's not. I'm inside the system, and you're inside the system, right? We both are inside the system. The question is whether are you going to stand up and say, hey, look, this is bad, let's change it, or are you going to say, nothing matters, everything's fine, this is the system that we got, if you don't don't like it, leave.
What have you done to change it, Bima, besides fucking nothing?
Yeah, I showed you that, and you know what? That wasn't good enough for you.
You've done nothing.
Oh, look, you showed up with a bunch of guys. The point was, again, feed the need, right? Nothing will ever be good for somebody like you because you're just dishonest. The reason, the principal reason why we do things like feed the need is because we don't believe. Is because we believe that we don't need to pay other people and go through silly hoops and follow right code by some arbitrary authority to participate in free exchange of free people, okay?
Doesn't believe in fighting.
Yeah, all that word salad.
Talking about fighting.
It's word salad. It's only word salad if you don't understand what I'm talking about. That's what volunteerism is. That's what volunteerism is.
A bunch of fancy words.
They're not fancy words. Hold on. Listen, if you don't like how I said it, then maybe I mean, like, why is it fancy? How can I dumb down what I just said?
At the end of the day,
How can I dumb down what I just said for you?
at the end of the day,
Oh, now he's another dumb black guy.
No, he said that they're fancy words. So I'm assuming if they're not, how do I make unfancy? How can I unfancily say that free exchange, right? The free exchange of voluntary consenting individuals. How else can I say that unfancily?
outside of all those fancy words and terminology.
That's what I'm saying. Fancy words. Fancy words.
Long drawn out word salad. At the end of the day, you are feeding the monster you claim to hate. That's what it comes down to. You're feeding the monster you claim to hate, Bima. You can't claim you hate the monster and continue to
take these bitches race away. These bitches.
You just can't do it. It's hypocrisy. Uncle Ruckus is right. It's hypocrisy.
These bitches don't ever shut the fuck up. They need to get slapped. These dumb bitches nowadays.
Bring back the old school white guys, right? I'm tired of you modern white men.
Straight out.
I'm tired of you guys. You guys no longer have a backbone.
Are you alright? Are you on like? Are you doing drugs? Are you alcohol? What's going on? You like being an ankle biter? I'm lying.
Like every heartbreak goes.
Yeah, we need to bring it back.
Oh my God, Brad, what's your issue? Who is this guy?
I'm not even calling you all these names, right? But the fact is, right? This is how I'm gonna say it right here, right? Okay. If you stand on the side, if you stand and watch oppression happen and do nothing, you have chosen the side of the oppression, right? Participate.
Which is what you're doing. You're saying that the system is fine. Nothing to see here. Let's maintain the white supremacist system in the United States because you don't like it. Right. That's what you're saying, Ruckus, not me.
You told me that it's in my blood to be a slave, right? So
no, I said that's hold on. I said psychologically that's whatever.
I don't know why you think you're separate from white supremacy. You are the white supremacist.
Stupid bitch. You dumb liberal bitch. You stupid cracker liberal hoe. What a dumb fucking white cracker liberal.
Let me ask you a question, Bima. What would you think?
Fucking annoying.
Well, hold on, Brad.
White liberals that act like they for like black empowerment.
I'm not a liberal, Brad. I'm not a liberal. Why does everybody think I'm a liberal? Why does everybody think I'm a liberal? Can we figure that out? Why does everybody keep saying I'm a liberal? Why?
That's like me being a pig. That's like me being a pig, right? Hold on, Brad. That's like me being a pig, right? And I go ahead and put a wig on, right? And a set of glasses, right? Right? And then I decide that I don't want to wig anymore, right? And I'm telling you, and then I walk outside and people are like, oh, that's a pig. How'd you know I'm a pig? Like, remember, that's you. That's you right now, Bima. Everything about you is liberal, except for you don't like labels. You don't like labels. That's the liberal thing, not to like labels, Bima. You don't like being labeled. That's what liberals. That's liberals.
No. Okay, well then prove to me what positions that I have that are liberal. Go ahead.
You believe white supremacy is a thing, so that's number one. That's number one. Oh God.
Oh, okay. All right. Sure.
You're anti the government, right?
Okay, that's okay.
When I say anti-government, I'm not talking about like
libertarians are anti-government. Minarchists are anti-government. That doesn't make them liberals.
You really want to bring down the whole nation. That's exactly what liberals want to do. You guys are Marxists.
Yeah, Voluntarists and minarchists and libertarians also, true, but that doesn't make them liberals. Very different ideology. One wants more government, right? Liberals, textbook, right? Exactly. They want exactly. No, that's what a liberal is. Textbook, and that you learn this in college. Liberals are someone who wants more government.
I didn't have time to explain it, but I kind of gave the caveat.
Show me where I want more government in anything that I'm talking about.
You guys are anti-ICE. You just want a law enforcement to die.
Well, that would be aligned with not a liberal principle, right? I'm saying that I don't want more government, right? Liberals want more government for solutions. So explain to me what position I have that says I want any government. If you could give me one position, give me one position. No. I'm saying, no.
Right? You only
You have
want
to
the government.
prove where I want government in anything.
You want the government to feed the homeless and take care of them. But at
No,
the same
that's
time,
not
you
true.
want
I do not.
force.
I absolutely do not. That's an assumption. So go on. That's okay. So I've corrected your course. I've corrected your bad assumption. Uncle Ruckus. I do not want the government. Uncle Ruckus. I do not want the government to feed the homeless. Uncle Ruckus. I do not want the government to feed the homeless. I do not want the government to give everybody universal health care. I do not want the government to do anything to have any type of social system. I do not want the government to do any of that. What's your next point?
Yes, you do. It is what it is.
My next one is like.
Okay. So now you're just going to be intellectually dishonest. All right.
What do you want? Okay, Dima. What do you want to happen to the homeless? What should happen?
My next one is like, why not just.
No. Let's go ahead and see what her big grand solution is for the homeless. What do you ultimately want the homeless? What do you want to happen to the homeless, Dima?
Free market solutions. All free market solutions.
How do you propose that the homeless go?
Well, maybe feed the need. Feed the need can come out. They can feed. They can offer resources. They can assess people who have mental health issues, people who actually want jobs, separate the differences, people who have drug addictions, and then find free market solutions to help them out. Oh, wow.
And that's what I mean, Sid. She wants the government. You get what I'm saying? She's not going to say it, though.
Guess what? You'll never hear me say, Uncle Ruckus, I'm sorry to bust your bubble. No, sorry, honey. I'm sorry you're going to be disappointed. Nobody on this app ever, nobody on this app has ever heard me endorse anything for government. And no, I've been on this app for 2 years. You find one person that's ever heard me say,
you just mentioned requires government.
No, free market does not require. It's the complete opposite. The complete opposite. Feed the need is free market. Feed the need is free market. Okay, nothing to do with government at all. Nothing. No redistribution of wealth. No.
Uncle Ruckus, real quick. So no, she's actually right, Uncle Ruckus, because a lot of conservatives believe in community charity and the government not stepping in and not using taxpayer dollars, but putting that responsibility on local communities to take care of their local problems. So one of the things that's been proposed is the homeless topic. That the government, because look at all the money that's been wasted on all these homeless prevention projects, like especially with Los Angeles. They just wasted so much money, and the homeless problem's actually gotten worse with the more money that they've dumped in to try to solve that problem. So people are saying, fuck using taxpayer money. The people in the local community can handle that problem, and they can fund it themselves by local fundraising and things like that without government intervention. But I had a question for you, Bima. What would you think if I went on a campaign saying I can't stand Walmart, how they open up these big box stores, shut down these mom and pop businesses, and then they close up the stores and move out as soon as the workers try to establish a union to get better wages and better working conditions. And then they leave these small towns desolate because that was the main employer in that small town. So all the mom and pop shops closed up. Walmart employed a bunch of people, packed up shop, left, and now that town is destitute because of Walmart setting up and leaving. So I can't stand Walmart because of that, because it ruins communities. But every time I turn around, you see me at Walmart spending money and going shopping. What would you think about that?
Well, two things. things, right? Like I said earlier, that sometimes our time, circumstance, and location make it impossible or make it very difficult. Maybe we're coerced, things are unavoidable or bad options for us, cost benefit wise, right? But it doesn't mean that it's not something that we would want to shut down, because it's not as simple as not going to one Walmart and having it shut down. The issue with Walmart being able to be the conglomerate and the monopoly that it became was through the patent system and through what Walmart was able to do with government protections that allowed, nobody wants to hear this, but that's how Walmart became what it became. So if you have an issue with Walmart, you really don't have an issue with Walmart. You again have the issue with government once again. So my point is that it's the principle, what you're saying, I understand what you're saying, but it's false, right? Because like I said, participation, sometimes, like I said, it's unavoidable, right? So it treats it's a false dilemma. That's the best way I could say it, right? So like taxation and things. Okay, I'm in a survival. I'm in what is it called? What is it called when you're? I forgot the name. It starts with an S. If I have you at the end of my gun, what are you? What are you? You are what? You are my what? My you're in a survivalist position, but you're what?
At the end of your gun.
Yeah, like if I'm coercing you with my gun, right? What are you? I don't know the word. I can't think of the word. Fuck. But anyway, the point is that you're in a survivalist position. When the cops come and they do the things that they do to me, I don't say, okay, babe, let's just fucking strike out and get ourselves killed, right? It's because we have to survive, right? We're in a, what's the word? I can't even think of the word. I can't believe I can't think of the word. Hostage. You're in a hostage situation. So you comply, right? And there's going to be a time where, okay, yeah, for a life, cost benefit. I mean, like, do we want to die right now for this? And it's not going to mean anything, because guess what? It's going to go on to the media, just like we've seen what happened to everybody else. And oh, look at Leonard Cure. People watch Leonard Cure, and they still will think that it somehow Leonard Cure was the problem in that scenario. Oh, because he didn't comply. Okay, a guy got convicted, wrongly convicted, spent 15 years in prison, got pulled over for doing 100 on the highway, something that millions of people do every single day, okay? And then an officer was going to arrest him, okay? He even said, I haven't harmed anybody, just give me a ticket, okay? And the officer still escalated that and murdered that man. But is that murder? No, because people don't want to. That's my point. And you know what? Everybody else looks, because you can't have the explanation, right? Leonard isn't there to defend himself now and to show everybody and to make awareness, right? Look, Leonard is. So my point is that when we're in hostage situations, we have to start with the Socratic dialogue. It all comes back to the Socratic dialogue. But I do understand what you're saying. And a lot of times, because that was a lot of my vegan argument with a lot of people when I had gone ethical vegan years ago, right? The idea is was I more against animal agriculture and the way that we treat animal agriculture, or was I more of policing people on how they ate, which could help them, physiologically with their cells, what foods interact with their body to make them function as a maximum human being, okay? And the idea is that, yeah, we were poor. You can't feed into the system. You can't continue to pay for more animals to be killed and then also stand up against animal agriculture. I mean, like, there is a contradiction, and I would be a fucking inconsistent hypocrite, but at the same time, the idea is to bring awareness so we can have the dialogue to change it. Like I said before,
Yeah, but I mean, in order to change it, though, like I said, the only way these entities exist is because we keep giving them money, Bima. So if like I said, the first place to start would be to stop feeding the monster, stop giving the monster money to keep it growing, and then you can have that conversation, and people say, okay, well, if Bima found a way to stop, I can find a way to stop. And then
the biggest monster isn't the companies, though, in my opinion. The biggest, and that's where.
And how do these companies survive, Bima? The only way they survive is because we keep giving them money.
Because of taxation, because of government, because of authority. That's my opinion. So I would say stop giving them money. Remove your productive ability from anything that's to do with government. Right? You're complicit in the system of governance. And I understand your argument. I do understand your argument. True, but it's impossible. It's largely impossible unethical, or at least it would be at a big detriment to me to not have things that could make my life better, unfortunately, right? Or at least not harm people around me, and then also continue to speak out, right? What's the point of that? You can't. I mean, sometimes I do understand what you're saying, though. It is a really good point, though. It is a good point.
Well, but that's where I'm trying to, because that's the point Uncle Ruckus is making, and that's what he's saying in Armchair Activist is all you're doing is talking, but your actions aren't conducive to what your speech is, and that's the problem people are gonna have. Like, and maybe
I sat here and listened long enough to everything, right? Okay, and again, she's dancing around it simply because I called her out on her bullshit, right? But if you believe in free market solutions, a true free market allows for monopolies. US gold rules, right? So therefore, without government stepping in, sometimes we would have a lot more fucking monopolies, right? Because if I have the money and I can corner a fucking market, I'm going to do so, right? And I'm going to, and if I want to keep on expanding that, and I have the money to do so, nobody else has the money to do so, I'm going to keep doing that, right? That's true free market. True free market that's unregulated is something you'd hate more than what we have now, right?
Yeah, well, do your research on Rockefeller. He's the reason why antitrust laws came into effect. Do your research on the Rockefeller business model, man. Yeah, no, Uncle Ruckus is right. Yeah, government is useful in some ways because if government didn't step in, I mean, not that they did much the way Rockefeller structured his business. But I mean, they did step in to break up. Rockefeller would have everything you see today would have had Rockefeller's name on it if the government had stepped in and broke that shit up.
I mean, it's like this right here, right? Okay, when you look at an actual free market, like right now, right? Capitalism is private means of production. In simple terms, right? Socialism or communism is state means of control of production, right? That's the only big difference here, right? Okay, we live in a capitalistic society, right, which is why things are privately owned, right? Okay, so now when you have things that are privately owned by private people or a collection of private people, right? Okay, then they're going to do what the fuck they're going to petition these governments. They're going to lobby these governments to be able to get what the fuck they want out of them, right? Because that's what the government is for to, when you're doing business, right? 100%. So there's no way we're going to sit here and say that we're anti-capitalism while still benefiting off of capitalism. Makes no sense. And that's why I'm saying most of you said you were ethical vegan. That's liberal. Almost all your points are liberal, but you're going to sit here and say that you're not, and you're going to keep on. You even recognize the contradiction in your argument that you were trying to make right now, right? Because you knew that you were dancing around the shit because you knew that I was calling you out of your bullshit already. That's why I called you out on that. That's why everybody else calls you out on that. That's why I said you're a liberal, because you actually are, right? You're not anti-government, you're pro-government, but you're just trying to paint yourself as anti-government. Because if you're a true anarchist, which I know plenty of those guys, they've gotten a plot in the fucking woods somewhere, and they live off grid. They don't pay taxes, they don't do none of that shit. There's a whole community of people in California that have done the same shit, right? They went out in the desert and said, fuck you to everybody, right? That's what they did. So therefore, don't sit there and try to tell me that you're an anarchist and against all this, because they live without all
you don't know me.
Right? They live without all these amenities that you like.
Yeah, he's got a point on that one.
Yeah, no, that's not true. That's not true.
But it is true. The anarchists literally have separated themselves from society, and they said fuck.
Hold on. I know the biggest anarchist in the entire world. Okay, tell me one name one. Name one.
I don't know them by name, but I've seen the groups beam up.
Guarantee you, if you've seen the groups, the biggest anarchists, you absolutely have seen me. You've absolutely actually seen me, whether it's on YouTube or whether it was in the series on TV.
Do you live in an apartment or a house?
Okay,
guarantee. No, a serious question. Do you live in an apartment or a house right now?
I live in a house.
Live in a house. Do you own the house or are you renting?
Own the house outright.
You own the house outright, right?
Built it from the scratch, yeah.
Pay taxes on that house
every year, correct?
Every year.
Of course I have to. I'm forced. I'm coerced. Because if I don't, hold on. That's not true. There's 3 very big, large anarchist communities, intentional anarchist communities in this country. 3. All 3 of them pay the land tax. We have to, okay? We have to, because if we don't, what happens? What happens? Does anybody know? What happens if you don't? No. What happens if year 1, if you don't pay taxes? What happens? No. What happens?
The government comes and takes your house, but a person.
Oh, what does the government do, Sig?
They take your house, but here's the thing.
Right.
You've had plenty of motherfuckers. Look at Kitover, for instance. Okay, that's a true anarchist. All right, that motherfucker went through with that bulldozer and leveled that fucking town and died doing it. So if you were truly stood by what you believed, you'd say, "Fuck you, I'm not paying taxes. Try to come and take my house. I'm gonna light all you motherfuckers up. I'm gonna die trying." That's a true anarchist, Bima.
Yeah, unfortunately, if I was by myself, I wouldn't have any problem doing that. And that's exactly what I eventually will probably get to, okay? I don't know who you, I've already been and started this entire thing. I lived in an essential community. I created one in Lawrenceburg, Tennessee in 2016 with a bunch of other anarchists and with a bunch of... Oh, because my mom and dad are dying and my grandmother needs help. That's why. I'm fucking taking care of a family that's literally dead and dying. That's why. That's fucking why, Sig. That's why. Okay, because I have to take care of my mom and my dad and my grandmother. What the fuck?
So, Bima, why didn't you move them out there with you into that commune?
Because they don't want to go. They grew up here their entire life. This is where they want to be.
Do you have a job?
Yes, I have a job.
Okay, so you work. Do you work for a big corporation?
Absolutely not.
I mean, well, regardless of who you work for, like I'm pretty sure that they are somehow paying taxes to the government as well, right? They filed their paperwork.
This goes back to Sig knows. Tell him how I pay taxes, Sig. And you know what? I wouldn't even get into this details with you guys. You know what? You guys are dangerous. You guys are dangerous because you know what? You guys are dangerous because you're such bootlickers. If I actually told you the truth and I actually let you know what happens, people are so sick that they'd go as far as finding my business and then make sure that they can fucking set right. Oh yeah. And I'm just gonna fucking believe you. I'm gonna believe a bootleg.
I don't really care if you believe me.
Okay, whatever. Okay, well, I'm not gonna prove. I don't have to prove myself. I don't have to prove myself. The people who know me know me. Uncle Ruckus, I don't care. I don't care what you think. You're a bootlicker. You're telling me that I want government intervention. I don't want government intervention in anything. Okay? You don't even believe that the free market can exist without government. That's a sick mentality. That's a sick mentality.
The house that you own outright. You're going to work every day, trading time for money, right? You feel me? To get those white faces that you hate so much that the government prints out, right? Okay, you're going to the supermarkets to buy your meats and your cheeses and your milks.
Why do you? It's such a bad idea to presume you know. It's such a bad idea to presume you know. Do you know you're just making up a story about my life? Do you understand how that's not rational? Do you understand how that's not rational?
Everybody else in society does, right?
Uncle Ruckus, do you understand how that's not rational? Because you don't know anything about how I live. You don't know anything about what you don't know nothing. You're just filling in the gaps. I could do the same thing about you. It's not a rational position. You need to come back down. You need to come back down to the real world. You need to come back down to the real world. Your presumptions and assumptions, they're nothing, Uncle Ruckus. They're irrational. They're illogical. It's literally insanity. It's insanity to pretend like you know.
Did you make the stance? You just said free market can't exist without the government. Can? C-A-N?
The free market can exist without government? Of course. What do you mean?
That I would be the new government if I was a free market. I would own everything and enslave people like you.
The only way that would happen is if you decided to use a monopoly of force, okay? If you had force, and you would have to, right, so then you would have to use force, then you'd have to enslave everybody. Okay? And in
100%.
that
In
case,
the free market,
okay,
that's exactly what I do.
okay, but first, everybody else is going to have to put their dollars, like you said, the voting dollars, they're going to have to continue to participate to help
There's no
you
voting
get.
in my free market society.
Hold on.
Yeah, are you familiar
I'm not saying ballot voting. I'm saying voting with your dollars. That's in a free market. You vote with your dollars. So you're saying that everybody is going to know that you're going to come and enslave us, and we're going to continue to buy from you. So you can. That it doesn't make sense. That's it. It's
But Bima, that's why I gave you.
principle violation.
You familiar with Rockefeller's empire and that whole ordeal? That's why I brought that up as an example, because that was an example of free market, and Rockefeller literally owned every single dollar, was in control of every single dollar, like the way he built his empire. So there was no voting with your dollar. Like, it was either Rockefeller's way or nobody's way, and that's why the government had to step in. He literally drove he literally started off refining oil, and then he bought the barrel making companies, and he bought the transportation companies, and he bought the fucking refineries. Like, he vertically scaled his company up to where he owned every fucking thing and pushed everybody out. Bima, he literally owned everything. He owned every single fucking dollar. And that's why the government had to come in and bust him up, because he would have ended up owning everything. He would have been more powerful than the government, Bima. So they had to come in and fucking and cut that shit out, cut that shit down. That's a true free market without government. Literally everything would say Rockefeller on it right now if it wasn't for the government stepping in and breaking that up, because of how he scaled his business.
That's not true. Because that's not true. It's not true. It's not true because everybody knows that in economics that you have a bell curve, and there will be a peak. Just there has been in the history of every type of company, right? You cannot, because there might have been a monopoly for a short time, but it would have fallen. There is no case because that's an economic principle. That is the bell curve principle of the bell curve.
Either the government or people take up arms and physically take over.
You're not listening to me.
That's what I'm asking you. How else? Because there's only two methods that we've seen in history. Either the government steps in and regulates, right? Or people get sick. Because once we've seen people get power like that, monopolize everything, and then they end up actually becoming the government entity because they become so powerful, they control literally everything. The people who are subjugated rise up. So now you either got the government stepping in and breaking it up, or there's going to be bloodshed to revolt. Those are the only two options you got, Bima. What other options do you have besides that?
People are not going to participate in their own slavery willingly. It just won't happen. Would you do that?
We've seen it happen time and time again with socialist countries, Bima. And the only option was the people revolted to break that shit up. But they were treated like shit, subjugated, and treated like slaves because you had one entity take control of everything. We've seen it. This is history, like literally repeating itself with almost every single fucking civilization that's existed. And the people on the bottom end up fucking revolting, and then that's how that monopoly gets brought back down. So there's only two ways: you have the government break it up, or there's going to be bloodshed. Those are the only two ways we've seen.
That's because you're still assuming that there's government participation. You immediately gave me an example of socialist societies where there's government intervention. I'm talking about free market, actual free market, where people are going to vote, where the economic principles say that it is impossible. There's been no time in history where any company has been able to be on top for forever. It's just because it just doesn't happen. Whoever builds the company, right? They're going to end up dying. And you learn all about this in economics. Then the vision changes, right? And then there's different entries. There's better entry into the market, into that competition, into that field of whatever it's going to be. Then so there's going to be new competitive levels, right? There's going to be all of the things.
There's not going to be any of that. It's going to be monopolized.
Like that's what I actually bought Rockefeller. That's one of the most contemporary examples we have. He bought the competition out, Bima. There was no competition. That's why the government had to step in. He literally bought all the competition.
You're literally going to create fucking kings and warlords. Bima, it's going to boil down to kings and warlords in a free fucking market. That's exactly how it's going to be. You feel me? Like, because you got to realize, right? Respectfully, it's eat or be eaten in that type of society, right? It's predator and prey. And people like me, respectfully, I'm going to be the predator over the prey, right? I'd rather be the shooter than the one shot, right? So therefore, I'm pretty sure there's somebody that's more brutal than me, right? That's more capable than me, that's going to 100% monopolize the shit out of everything, control the means of production. And once you control the means of production and you have to go through me to get what you need, right? It's either you bend the fucking knee, right? Or we don't do business, or if I'm really brutal, I just get rid of you.
But you have to understand that Rockefeller still, he doesn't just, resources just don't come out of his ass and he just doesn't manifest them.
Yeah, I will take them.
Right, he would have, well, that's different. That's different than free market, because now we're getting back into not free market, now we're getting back into tyranny, right? Free market is
exactly what free market leads to.
Yeah, free market leads to tyranny. That's exactly what the Rockefeller story be on. That's exactly what happened. It was free market, and because he was able to strategize.
So Rockefeller was stealing? Rockefeller was stealing?
1,000,000%. He did a lot of fucking shady shit to do that. You think people just willingly handed over their...
Who was he stealing from? I haven't heard of this.
I'll give you an example. So when he was, he started off fucking digging up for the oil and realized, hey, there's more money to be made. Okay? So he said, hey, this oil, after we dig it up, has to go into fucking barrels, right? And get shipped. So he says, fuck it, I'm going to make enough money and I'm going to buy the barreling company. That way it's going to be cheaper for me, and then I can charge all the other places that are digging up crude oil. I can charge them higher for the barreling, and it's going to be cheaper for me, and it's going to be higher for them, and he ran them out of business. So then he took over those, and then he got the transportation industry. He said, why am I paying these trucks to run this shit back and forth when I can just buy up all the trucking and logistics supplies? And then the other companies that were still in existence, he charged them crazy ass rates to drive them out of business, and he took over all that. That's literally how he scaled his company, by taking over and outpricing all the competition, and he became the number one dog as far as oil refineries. And then he bought up all the oil refineries after that.
So, but those people sold him. They voluntarily.
They had no choice, Bima. They were going to go out of business. They had no choice.
Okay, and so then that's just a testament that it wasn't harming society that much. They weren't to that point where they had to say, hold on, we need to get together. You think that the world, or even a nation, came together and said, hey, look, this guy is starting to buy stuff up. We have to make sure we don't sell to him. Otherwise, he's going to, put us all out of business. That doesn't even make sense for them to say, no, we're going to continue to sell to him.
They had no choice. It was either that or pay the crazy ass rates to barrel and transport the shit, which they couldn't afford. That would eat up all their profits. So they're pretty much turning oil for nothing.
Yeah, I'm not saying that in their poor business models or whatever that they were doing didn't work at the time. Yeah, sure, probably. But I'm saying that overall cost benefit was still in their favor. If they were able to sell out, then it was still in their favor. You're not going to sell out if it's not in your favor.
You have no choice. If you and I are in competition, right? Let's say we're in the same thing. Both of us are digging up crude oil, right? And I'm paying another company to barrel it, and Bima Oil Inc. says, fuck it, I'm buying up the barreling company. So the only way you can barrel your oil that you dig up, for Sig Oil Incorporated, is to go through me now, go through Bima, because Bima owns it. Bima, you're going to, instead of me paying what I was paying, maybe 20 cents a barrel, you're going to start charging me $2 a barrel. There goes all my profit. I'm not in business, so I got two options. Either run my business into the ground, not making a profit, and I lose everything, or I go ahead and just sell it outright to you and at least have a little bit of profit.
Right, and that's what I'm saying. It was a poor business model. These were people that couldn't figure out how to partner with other people that come together with a bunch of other little guys like that, and then and make sure that you cut out Rockefeller and you don't do business with him. It was in their favor to do it until they reached that point that it was not in their favor because they were individually and they just poor business models, and then that was it. But if it came to a societal level, of course, no, you're not going to pay into something that's destroying your society.
But that's the thing. It happened because people didn't realize that business model, Bima. Nobody had ever seen that business model before. He created it, and by the time they realized what had happened, it was too late. He bought up everything.
Right, yeah, and that's true because we didn't have technology, we didn't have the ability to network and to connect and show and have the possibilities that we have today. And that's what's also very important to consider. We have an ability now that we didn't have during Rockefeller's time to connect, to be able to explore and make sure that people aren't getting too much and becoming too big. And to we all as individuals would be, okay, look, we're not going to make sure we still
AKA, we have a government.
Yeah,
Right.
you understand?
Yeah, but the problem with the government, Uncle
We have a
Ruckus.
governmental body that does that.
Right,
Wow.
but Uncle Ruckus, that's the problem though, because the government they're an arbitrary power. The people that are in government are just our normal, fucking average dumb neighbors. Okay,
Oh, so like the people you're talking about. So you said we have people that would ensure that this doesn't happen, and those normal, regular people that you think would ensure that it doesn't happen now work in government.
Hold on, no. But the difference is that those normal people get to create the thresholds and the boundaries by which they want to operate, right? And then they would be able to do those exchanges there. With the government makes those decisions, and that's my point. It's not representative. It's not representative.
In a democracy or a republic that we live in, the government is the people. We vote for and elect these people.
Right.
It starts at the local level. Right, if people are interested in that, the local level, and then from there, people work their way up, and then eventually we vote on a national election, right? Right, 100%. But there's a lot of moving parts to go into it, and all those people are regular fucking people that you may have went to school with, that you may have went to church with, that you may have played football and basketball and water polo with, right? 100%. Those are the people, right? So therefore, what you're advocating for and not even wanting to admit is exactly what you have now, even though you may not like the way it's going.
No, not at all. And that's exactly what I was just trying to say. The difference is us and Alan, I see that you're trying to talk. I'll just get this out. The difference is that the representative government was one of the biggest scams ever in the history, to think that you're actually being represented by a person or a couple people at different levels. These are individuals. The best that you could do is, even if you were to explicitly say, I want this person, and to say that they win, okay, the person that you choose, to say, I want them to represent me because I generally like their principles. So their principles are probably going to align with everything that's going to happen across any type of legislation, any type of positions that they're going to take. They're generally we're going to be in alignment, right? That's like best case scenario. But the fact is that it comes down to a two-party system. Because the best that we've come up with is first past the post, which is whoever has the biggest gang gets to win. So the 51% of America is always going to be able to force their preferences on the other 49%. That's how 49% is always going to be unrepresented at any given time. Sometimes, where if you're in a situation or a location where there's a Democratic stronghold or a Republican stronghold, depending on what you believe, right? You're effed there are some cities and states that have voted like that forever, locally, whatever else. And even if you can get somebody that you personally want to get into office, there's no guarantee that they're going to make all the decisions that you want them to make.
Why do you just start out and blackmail? Why do you do that? I think it's a horrible thing.
Hold on, Alan was gonna go. A-check. I'm sorry. I feel bad because I went a little. Wait, hold on. Alan was waiting. Please. A-check. I apologize. Go ahead, Alan.
Well, you gotta be kidding me. You just did that.
He was waiting, A-check, and I felt bad because I went longer. Than I should have, and Alan has been clicking his mic. Please.
Go ahead.
Yeah, but A-check. Sadly, somebody gave
Trust me, I don't want to hear what this status ass has to say.
I'm going to try and inhabit my good mod habits. So I'll just say this. I heard the tail end of this. So if I missed a point, forgive me. I don't think there's anybody here who can go to the track and predict who the winner and losers are going to be every time. When it comes to businesses can turn on a dime. Suddenly they're up. The next thing you know, they're filing for bankruptcy. The government should not be involved in picking winners and losers. Period. Because the moment you allow the government to do that, guess what? You open up the doors of corruption. Well, gee, Bobby here donated $10 million to my campaign, and Bobby owns a car company. So we're going to put in legislation that favors him, and we're going to say that all the other car companies can't compete. That's the problem with it. As far as what you said about the government, I agree politicians are crappy people. The way you know a politician is lying is if his mouth is moving. Having said that, that's why we have the separation of powers. Because the founding fathers, who were also historians, looked back at history and said, yeah, people have a tendency to be corrupt. So therefore, we are going to have the separation of powers. Yeah, maybe democracy sucks. Maybe representative government sucks. It's still better than other forms of government. Do you want to go to communism, where you have no rights but what the state tells you can have? I don't think so. Considering I know people who've lived under Soviet rule, it sucks. Either that, or we go under a monarchy. By the way, Sweden, that wonderful model or is it Sweden or Switzerland, is still a monarchy. You know, it's I forget what that parliamentary monarchy, whatever it's called, but it's still a monarchy. Yeah, so this is as good as it gets. I mean, unless we're going to have 350 million converge on Washington, D.C. and decide everything that has to be decided. No. And then as far as, you mentioned Rockefeller. He got rich because he provided a superior product that everybody wanted and everybody bought. Now, I'm not saying he was perfect, but he got really rich really quick because guess what? He was smarter than everybody else. Anyways, I've gone on a rant. I'm done. And now I've said my piece. Anybody can speak next, preferably Manfinity, because I like him.
I was going to say real quick, Beamer, too. You're talking about now we've got the technology and all that stuff. You understand Jeff Bezos is a modern-day Rockefeller, and if you look up how many antitrust lawsuits they've been slapped with and lost because they've tried pulling that sneaky bullshit, and the government had to step in, bro, and slap Jeff Bezos around quite a few times to keep him out of that position. So, I mean, it's no way you cut it, Beamer. We got so many examples, modern examples, that show government intervention did help. I'm not saying the government's an end-all, be-all, but you understand where we would be at if the antitrust laws and the FTC did not slap Jeff Bezos around when he needed to be slapped. We'd be fucked right now, Beamer.
Yeah, and I agree with that too. I'm not saying business is perfect either. Business will sell out your grandmother if they think they can get an extra buck out of it. But, the other opposite end is no good either.
Yeah, so just it's a healthy balance of government intervention and free market. But again, the people are the government. The way the system was set up, we control the government. It's just we've gotten so lazy, so preoccupied with dumb shit that doesn't matter. We forgot that it's our job to keep the government in line and keep the government in check. And this is why shit's falling apart. It's on us for feeding these corporations and not cutting off the money flow when it needs to be cut off, right? And then it's our fault for not keeping tabs on the government the way our forefathers designed the system to allow us to. So at the end of the day, it all comes back down to the citizens, Bima. It comes down to our laziness and complacency and prioritizing convenience over moral and principle and sustainment. That's just what it comes down to. But you need a healthy mix of both.
Hey, Sig, don't blame me. I blame you, personally.
You can't blame the black man, Alan.
No. It has nothing to do.
Can't blame black people, bro.
well, no, it has nothing to do with that. I blame you personally.
But I'm still blaming.
And everyone else should blame you. Now, as far as the black men, I don't want to go there, but yeah.
Well, I'm blaming white supremacy. It's everything.
There you go.
Every problem. I think people agree with me on that one.
Yes.
I mean,
are you a white man, Alan? It's your fault.
It is my fault. And the fact that all that secret free white man money that the government gives us that we don't tell you about, that we don't share it nicely. So yeah, I'm sorry. Forgive me. Let me throw myself upon the sword.
It's okay, Alan. Don't feel left out.
No.
Believe that me and my ancestors should go back to slavery. It's a part of my bloodline.
You're already in slavery, Uncle Ruckus. I'm trying to get you out of it.
I could be wrong here, right? Sig, did she not say that me being a slave was in my blood? Right? Did she not say that, though? Right? So she is a white supremacist.
Yes, I said that. Why? Hold on. Wait, Uncle Ruckus, why did I say that, though? Hold on, but give it context. Do you remember why I said it?
She's denying being a liberal, but all of her talking points are still liberal. Now, she's going to try to walk that one back because she got caught on it. See, Bima, you're excellent at trying to talk yourself out of shit, right? You're probably trying to talk yourself out of a few tickets. Maybe it wasn't successful for you. Then you started hating the police when they wrote them to free. I get it. I know your personality type, right? So therefore, it's like you try to talk yourself out of shit because you talk yourself into a lot of shit, right? No issue. And I don't care though, no problem. But you can be a white supremacist. You and Alan, Alan's not white supremacist. But anyway, however it goes, right? You and all the white supremacists that you believe are white supremacists, you guys are all in cahoots. You're the same boat. So don't try to sit there and give me some philosophical bullshit about how we're all slaves when you don't even understand how the system works clearly because we sat here and listened to you speak. So I mean, it's all good. Though. It was a joke anyways, even though you were being a serious racist for me. So let's just go ahead and leave it alone.
No, I was dead serious. I was dead serious. I was dead serious. But impress me, Uncle Ruckus. Listen, wait. I let you finish.
I don't want to hear your explanation of your racism.
I'm not trying. Trust me. I don't want to give you an explanation. I want you to impress me. I want you to impress me. I want you to impress me and prove to me that you remember why I said it. Impress me and prove to me why I said it. Impress me and tell us why I said it. Uncle Ruckus, do you remember why I said it? I guarantee you don't. Because you want to be intellectually dishonest. You want to be intellectually dishonest and you want to run with the victim card. Guess what? It ain't me, baby. I'm not going to give it to you. I'm not going to give it to you and I'm not going to let you escape either. I'm not going to let you escape. Go ahead. Go.
Bima, how do you feel about these allegations of racism?
She's a horrible person.
She's a horrible person.
It's the allegations of racism. I've been called a racist before. It's not the first. It won't be the last. Oh yeah, of course I've been called a racist before.
You're gonna be kidding me.
Yes.
You have like a psychological problem.
It's normal to
like me. I like darker than you. Or what do you call them?
Well, if you understand like the different types of racism, structural racism, interpersonal racism. There's all these different races. If you're born white into a system of white supremacy, you are by definition an agent of racism, right? Okay. But anyway, that's not my point. I'm not going to deflect. Beaver, to answer your question, I would love for Uncle Ruckus to be an intellectually honest person and tell us why I said that. Why did I say that to you, Uncle Ruckus?
Because I pissed you off and you wanted
to know. Be specific. Be specific. Be specific.
The reason why.
Be specific. Be specific, Uncle Ruckus. Let's be honest.
Be Pacific.
That was specific.
Did I say Pacific?
I'm telling you, you need to say Pacific.
I pissed you because I'm black. I'm ignorant, right? So however it goes, right?
I do hold black men accountable that want to participate in the white supremacy. I do hold
black men accountable.
I'm going to be honest with you. I'm going to be honest with you. I do have a trigger for black men. Hold on. I'm being honest. I particularly have I particularly
Right.
have a pet peeve
The whole
with
kid.
black men that
Right.
have no problem saying, "Oh, everything's fine." Inside of the white supremacist,
Right.
yes, I have an issue with
So
it.
white
Yes, I
woman
do.
is telling me that
I
white
absolutely do.
Right.
I absolutely do. People, specifically black men that want to perpetuate the system of white supremacy, I do have an issue with you. You are one of my biggest pet peeves. I'll never understand it. Picking up the tool of the oppressor. Picking up the tool of the oppressor. And
learn something from her white ass.
And Ruckus.
I don't listen to you, cracker bitches.
Uncle Ruckus, can I send you a book?
Okay, you know.
No, I can't read.
Guys,
Oh my God, Uncle Ruckus.
Does anyone have Uncle Ruckus? Uncle Ruckus, no, I'm dead serious. Can I send you a book?
No, I
can't read either.
No, I'm dead serious. I'm dead serious.
I can't read.
It's a book by Larkin Rose. I can send it to if someone else has your address in here, I can send it to them and they can forward it to you. And look in my bio, Uncle Ruckus, I want you to look at something. In my bio, there's a link, and it's called the Jones Plantation Film. These are, this is my network of my people. This is the Jones Plantation Film. I would pay, I'll cash up you the money right now if you watch that film. It's like $10. If you watch that, and tell me what you think about it. All I want, I'll do it right now. If you promise to watch it, I'll cash up you the 10 right now, and all you gotta do is watch it, and then we just talk about it. That's it. That's all that I'll ask.
Uncle, don't
and I'll send you a book. It's by Larkin Rose, okay? Because I have a lot of them. I bought boxes of them, and I give them out to people I care about. Okay? I will send you a brand new book, right? And send you this book. I'll put it in the mail tomorrow.
All right.
I don't care about none of y'all. I'm talking to Uncle Ruckus.
Speaking.
Uncle Ruckus.
Now I'm speaking to everybody, including Uncle Ruckus. I'm going to embody my 1990s, early 2000s left-wing hippie, new age self right now. And Uncle Ruckus, I'm sorry, but if slavery is in your DNA, you need to embrace your authentic self, which is a real thing. Because as you know, being authentic is the most truthful thing you can be. So if slavery
December 18th at 2:30 in the fucking morning, I never thought I'd see the day when white people are trying to lecture me about black racism and slavery.
That's right.
This is fucking
Wake
crazy.
it up.
Yes.
Wait, maybe you're not doing a good enough job, Uncle Ruckus.
Absolutely not.
System is fine.
Absolutely not. I'm going to tell Alan and Bima the same shit. I don't need any lectures from you guys about anything to do with my
Yeah, but we're different because I'm not a statist.
Thank you.
I'm not a statist.
You guys can be quiet about the subject.
Uncle Ruckus, will you watch the film?
Yo, Alan's trying to talk. Let Alan finish it.
Yeah, thank you. I can't yell over you guys.
I'm not going to sit here and let this fucking white man try to tell me about embracing slavery. No, dog. I understand that we free speech and shit, but you can't cool it all the way out, dog. You got to stand for something.
Uncle Ruckus, chill, man. Let Alan go, and then incels can wait.
Yeah, but can Alan stop speaking to me about anything? To tell Alan
you can't control people speaking to you. Just mute up and don't respond.
Uncle.
I want to go ahead and keep speaking to him. But you have to kick me out the fucking room or I'll leave. They come out.
Uncle.
Hey, man, tell me about fucking racism.
Uncle.
I don't give a fuck what you gotta say, Alan. Please just leave it alone. People sure enough to do that. I don't need to hear it. Everything else is kick me out the fucking room and say, I'm not gonna listen to this guy. I will not give him the opportunity to speak to me. So I'm gonna be interrupted.
Okay, there's your opportunity, Alan. You got it, and then incel goes next.
Thank you. Uncle, you didn't let me finish to put the cap of sarcasm and irony on what I was saying. Okay? The idea, that Beamon's trying to tell you to embrace your slavery DNA, in my opinion, is pretty ridiculous. And I was using that as an example to point out the idiocy of that idea. Now, maybe you agree with her, I don't know. But no, I'm not trying to lecture you. I'm trying to pretend to be someone on the left who has the audacity to lecture you about that. So that's what I was saying. Now, maybe there's still something wrong in what I said. Please come up and let me know what you think. Okay, I'm going to try. All right, well, now, there you go, invite to speak, okay? I hope I didn't offend you.
All right, and so you got the mic, man. Merry Christmas.
Yeah.
What's up, Skull? Merry Christmas, yo. Merry Christmas, everybody in the group.
Merry Christmas. Beautiful. Merry Christmas.
Yeah, I think government intervention is better. And actually, I'm a big proponent of like UBI. I think it's way better than believing in the free market, because we're never gonna really have a free market. And if we do, it's gonna get dominated by a few players. So it's like, why play this game of like trying to always push for a free market? Just let's get our $3,000 of UBI, and if you want to work more and you earn less than 80K, then yeah, go for it. But once you make above 80K, I don't feel like you deserve government help. Because only 20% of people, in my opinion, are productive in the economy. So let's just automate shit fast and let's collect our welfare checks, and let's actually enjoy life and work on our passion.
Yeah, but what if I don't want to pay for other people's income, bro? I don't want my money taken away from me and paying for other people who can't cut it, can't figure out a way to make more money. And so, what do you got to say to that?
The reality is the most productive people in the economy are like 20%. So most people think they actually are, giving out their money to the government. A lot of people actually get their money back. Like the government doesn't use the money of like 50% of Americans. Like the other 50%, yeah, there's some they use, but it's mainly just 20% that's like funding the taxable. So it's like, let's fund and support our most productive. Let's give them government help as much as possible. Let's let them get their freaking corporate welfare, and let's collect that $3,000 welfare, and let's acknowledge it, because it's already happening. Why try to be delusional to the reality? Like, if you think your money shouldn't go there, so what? It already does go there. Like, what's next?
Yeah, but how much of it goes there? That's the point. That, I mean, I can be generous to a point, and I believe, there but for the grace of God go I. But at the same time, nobody likes being told what they are supposed to do, period. And maybe there are some who justify it, that, oh yes, I want to give to charity, and I want the government to do it. Great. You can do that. But most of us don't, and most people, if they earn $1, they want to keep $1. And they don't like being told, well, you have to give up 85% of it because Bobby and Billy over there don't want to work, as one example. So yeah, we're already doing it, but to what degree? That's the degree is the argument that we are having in the debate that is going on in government right now.
Yeah, the thing is, we're going to have oligarchs, and moving forward, we're going to have even bigger oligarchs. So let's actually fund them, put money into them, let them get corporate welfare. And most normies are just useless. They already work like useless military jobs. When a lot of jobs got automated, you might as well just pay people. Like, there's a lot of people in the economy right now, they get gifts. It's not just baristas. There's guys in the military that get gifts. A lot of guys in the military don't deserve the paychecks they're getting, but they get gifts, through like a Patriot network. Their dad probably hooked them up. Like, a lot of people get gifts in different places of the economy. So let's acknowledge that, dude. Like, why are we LARPing? Like, what do you mean my tax money? You're not that important. Most of the money you put into the government, they give it back to your state. Like,
yeah, but I'm important enough for you to take money that I've worked hard for to earn, so I must be important enough. And so where you want to use my money, you know what I'm saying? Like, you can't take my money and then call me not important.
Now we're getting cut. We're basically, like, we're not getting the good end of the straw. Like, we're already going to have corporate welfare. We are going to bail out major corporations. There's nothing we can do about it. It's a reality.
But people have a problem with that, though. That's one of the main.
What's your solution that you think is better?
Let's just have an honest system where the weak sink and the strong survive. And if you want to come up, you have to work your ass off and figure a way to do it. That's how it used to be in this country before government got involved and all this debt, this system built on debt and all this bullshit, man. It used to be straight dollar for dollar.
What year is this?
Shit, before before the 1930s.
Do you know what type of America, like, dude, like, you're talking about a time where people were getting exploited. Like, we're talking about freaking robber barons, and even like the biggest free market proponents are putting regulations on these dudes. Like, it doesn't work. You have to acknowledge the reality. We're gonna have these big techno oligarchs, and they have to exist for us to live a first world quality of life. We're not gonna have a dog eat dog world. We don't need that. How is it fair to have a dog eat dog world? We don't have the same IQ.
That's not my problem. You having a low IQ, you not being able to figure out how to put food on your table is not my problem. It's just not.
The reality it is, bro.
Okay, then cash at me $100 right now. Okay, cash at me $100 right now so I can get groceries for me and my wife. Actually, $150. I got the baby now.
Dude, I'm making like $2,000. I don't have a lot of money. Like,
no, I don't care. No. Based on what you said, cash at me $150 right now, and if it's not that,
no, that's not what you're taking. That's not what I said.
Okay, then what are you trying to advocate?
I'm saying
all I hear you advocating is robbing one person, taking money out of their paycheck that they worked hard for, and helping somebody else out.
Yeah, but I think you misunderstood what I said.
No, well, restate it then so I can understand, because I want to try to understand the point.
I don't think it's gonna happen right now, but in like 20 to 25 years. I think most jobs are going to be automated, and most people are going to be already on UBI, or the government has to create new jobs for these people to work in. And I feel like instead of trying to just push people to work jobs that they don't like and aren't that productive, I think people getting $3,000 a month is better, and then the rest of the money investing that into major corporations that can push us forward and our country forward. Let's give corporate welfare to our major corporations. They need it. That's the only way you can compete in the global economy. China does it for their companies. We already do it for our companies. Let's just give them a little bit more and let us get our welfare. And for the dudes that want to work, go work.
Look at you understand China's economy is a house of cards, bro. You understand their economy is failing right now. They got the big boost. They got the big boost from overseas trading and commerce, and now they're running themselves into a rut. China has a horrible
economy. I've only heard they're failing and like they have issues in real estate, but they're doing like an air growth.
Wait, something slipped by that we all didn't catch, except for me. Why does the government have to do that? Can't businesses? It seems to me that, this may be a simplistic example, but when the automobile came along, there were a crap load of people working in stables who lost jobs, but then other jobs were created. Now we're sitting on the beginning of this AI revolution. We don't know what jobs are going to be created, but let's not, just have this knee-jerk reaction. The government has to save us. The government has to save us. No, maybe we can save ourselves, and maybe in the process of that changing economy and changing technology, corporations, individuals using their creative abilities and incentivized by the promise of profit will discover other avenues of income for all of those useless people you're talking about. And the problem will be solved, not by some government dictating from the top down, but by individuals and dare I say it, diversity that individuals bring to the United States or any other country for that matter. Oh God, I can't believe I just said that. I feel like I need to take a shower. Feel so unclean. But I think this is the problem with the left. It always wants the government to solve all our social and financial ills. And the government sometimes is equipped to do that, but often is the worst entity in which to solve those problems, especially when it comes to social ills. It has helped some. But remember, I grew up, and I'm sorry, I'll land on this. I grew up in the 60s. the wave of liberalism was supposed to solve it. It gave the promise of solving all of our social problems. And yet here we are 60 years later. And the same people who push this narrative are now saying that life is horrible, that 77 million people who voted for Trump are racist, and you have people like, is she even here? You have people saying that black people are still slaves in this day and age. Well, if that is true, if we accept that, then I think it's time to stop using government solutions and the solutions that liberalism proposed in the 1960s, because by their own admission, they failed. It's time for government to get out of all.
So Alan, you know,
no,
like,
actually, that's true. Like when you see it and stuff, like, well, you're like, these people, horrible what they're doing. Like, I think a lot of people don't understand. I think that maybe this will come up in the next 20, 30 years or something like that. Have you ever seen women and men with those SSRI eyes? They look demonic. They look terrible. Look, Rob Reiner's son. He looks like horrible. He looks like a demon, you know. I bet to stab his own father. I think people like that need to wake up to whatever the hell is happening. These people look demonic, and they're sick people. And that's what happens. And every time I've like met a woman before that was like on this medication and all these pills, you know, they have those hands. I call them the crocodile hands, you know. They put their hands together when they're like doing it in front of their fucking car, like the video that they do. It's horrible. Like, this chick's like overweight clearly, fat clearly. Nobody wants them. And then like put their hands together in front of their cars. It's like ridiculous. And it's like they do it like in front of TikTok and everything, and they were like, well, yeah, this guy didn't want anything to do with me. And I'm like, clearly, because she's overweight. And people don't understand, this is a mental illness epidemic that's going on everywhere in the whole entire world, not even the United States. It's here in Australia, it's in the United Kingdom where I went to, it's in Norway, it's everywhere. It's just a hellhole. What's going on? So they will sit in their car and they will record their videos having a mental breakdown. And I'm like, what the fuck is going on? Horrible people. But it happens, you know. And I wish it's gonna change, but it's terrible. And no government can introduce this and everything else like that. I just think it's the first step. I think Rush Limbaugh said it the best way. He said it true, like I want to say it again. Feminism was the best way to getting fat, ugly women to become into the mainstream. And he was correct, and it's absolutely true, especially with TikTok. 100% true. It's true. And these people, they come into the mainstream so ugly, so overweight, and now they can have people watching their videos and everything else like that. It's true. Because before that, nobody gets it.
It's horrible.
Because you cannot be like 400 pounds as a woman. It's horrible. Terrible people. True. And it's true, yeah. 100%.
It's a correlation with like fat women and what we're talking about.
And now they just go on TikTok and they're like, well, yeah, I'm in my car and everything else. I'm like, yeah, that's not how it works. So these are horrible people.
200 pounds, 300 pounds.
You guys hate fat girls more than like pedophilia. Like, I don't get.
Bro, fat chicks are such horrible people. I mean, how are you supposed? How are you fat? You know, like why?
How tall are you, by the way?
6'4".
6'4". You're probably ugly too. I don't believe you're handsome.
100%. I'm 100% ugly and 6'4".
Look, you can get body shamed yourself. Like, why are you gonna body shame fat people? We're talking about.
Bro, fat people are disgusting.
Fat people body shame themselves.
Stop eating, bro. Like, it's not a big deal. Like, I hate.
No, but you
know what I hate the most? Like, incel. You know what I hate the most? Because these people are like, well, yeah. If you're fat, stop eating. It's a simple solution. Stop eating.
But what have they done?
Fat
Chicks are pretty nice. They're not even the root thing.
Stop eating, bro. Stop eating, bro. We're sick of these people. These people are disgusting. They're horrible people. They're disgusting. They're just bad.
They're not the
And like, stop eating. Like,
They're demonic.
my generation, bro.
People are
You
demonic.
remember our generation?
They're not horrible. He doesn't know what he's talking about.
Have you ever sat
No, I'm
next
just
to him on an airplane?
But do you remember our generation? These women used to claim like, yeah, I'm 324 pounds and I'm just beautiful and everything else like that before Ozempic and everything else like, and I'm like, fuck off. Nobody likes you because you're fat. You just think like that because of like body positivity and all that bullshit. Nobody likes fat chicks. Nobody likes fat men. It's a whole lie that was gave to them since they were kids. It's horrible. I don't understand why people do this to different people. Horrible thing you guys do.
What does that have to do with what we're talking about?
I'm telling you because like you people fell for it, and your generation should have been like, if a girl is weighing more than 300 pounds, you should have been like, you're fat, you're overweight, go to the gym. But your generation of men were like, well, you know, like, it's not the worst thing at all whatsoever.
We're talking about liberalism and buying a house.
Wait a second. No, your generation of men
liberalism
failed us
and buying a house. What is he talking about?
No. Your generation of men failed us because your generation of men gave these fat chicks confidence. If a woman is more than 300 pounds, just tell them fat.
Do you have a wife or a girlfriend?
You failed us. You men were like, well, yeah, you're okay. Now, wait a second. Now you have women that like 200 pounds and then things are like fucking like Queen Bee and everything else like that. You failed us. You should have told us she was fat from the get-go, but you were like.
This is a guy that doesn't have a woman.
You were cocked by the woke generation of women that you have. So I don't respect, you know, horrible people. You should have just told them straight away. You have women that like -10, that think they're like 10. Horrible. Just tell them the truth. Should have done the truth. Now we have to tell the truth, and now they start crying. You know. Horrible thing.
He sounds real single.
Yeah. He is.
I'm not single. See, this is the because you guys are such bitch-ass pussies. And you're like, well, you sound single. Bro, your generation of men fucked up so much. You're like, well, you sound single. I'm like, yeah. The reason why we're not single because we're not going to sell. Wait a second. The reason why like a fucking social worker.
Settle down.
He does sound like a social worker.
Let me reply to this, brother.
I can't, A-check. I can't let this heresy continue. You're not going to get, I cannot let it continue. You are not going to get the G, H, I, and J cup titties on a woman that only weighs 110 pounds. You just can't. We need those big women for those big titties. So stop your heresy. This is an abomination. I just cannot take it. We got to have them big titties. Okay? All right? That's just the way it is. Thank you, A-check.
Liberalism didn't fail, by the way, Alan.
You have a Democratic Party saying that if you voted for Trump, you're a racist. Did it solve? In this day and age, that's the message. How many times did Hillary Clinton say that conservative voters, not the politicians, the voters themselves, were terrible, deplorable? How many times did Joe Biden attack MAGA?
You're switching from the person at 1600 Pennsylvania to the voters?
No, they did. They're the ones.
Wait, Alan, let's act like MAGA.
They're the ones who called MAGA people, the MAGA voters, terrible people.
But dude, let's act like they're not racist though. Like you have Elon talking about the replacement. Like, this is some conspiracy.
Catalyst. No. I was on the left in 2016. I remember distinctly the call was anybody who voted for Trump had to be a racist. That was the message going out throughout the Democratic Party.
Well, Alan, if you look at what's taken place since January, we have the assault on the 1964 Civil Rights Act, the assault on the 1965 Voting Rights Act.
Don't come here like
on
with
the
your bullshit.
1968 Fair Housing Act. You have right now Roberts toying with kicking off the last stand of Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act.
Bro,
right
that's
now.
such fake news, bro. Don't you stop lying for a good girl?
I don't
You're such a liar. People like you kind of such a horrible people. You can't even stop lying. You're horrible people. You don't even know what you're talking about.
You have right now on the court.
Right now, you're a bullshit.
You have Louisiana. You have Alabama, Louisiana case going on
Nobody
right now.
cares.
Yeah, I know.
I care because my parents fought for this in the '60s, so I care.
Yeah, no, they didn't fight for this. They didn't fight for you to be a retard.
As an American,
and make some money. They
probably
didn't fight
just
for you
got
to be a retard.
As an American,
Yeah, so A-Check, bro, you gotta let Catalyst finish, man. I know you disagree.
He's such a fucking liar. All
Yeah,
people
as an American,
horrible people.
A-Check, don't do that to me, bro. Like, seriously, man, you gotta chill, bro. You gotta let people get their shit out, and then you can rebut it, man. But you gotta give people a chance to speak what they gotta speak. Go ahead, Catalyst.
Yeah,
as an American
Catalyst,
and United States veteran.
Jeez, am I not heard? And Catalyst, 1 second. And A-Check, I really don't like when Catalyst is speaking, he's making a point. I really don't like when people just respond with an insult or ad hominem attack. I would like to respond to him as well. But if you're going to respond, say something, don't just attack him personally. Anyways, go ahead, Catalyst.
My points were military veteran who's laid on the line for this country for one. Parents who I grew up, was born in the 60s, I think the 80s, fought under Reagan and then a few incidents afterwards. When I hear right, left, center, the lines of what a political party is using its propaganda to vote is actually not what it is. The reasons why I don't like the current occupant of 1600 Pennsylvania is because he is a criminal felon and his actions have shown it this year. Before, I looked at his actions when he was a private citizen, what he's done all my lifetime. So it's not. And do I think he is anti-black, racist? I think he is pro for him. And anything that doesn't look like him, he is not for. But both parties have the exact same anti-blackness. But what I see is taking place right now with the current occupant of 1600 Pennsylvania is he's directly knocking off the underpinnings of the things that my parents were arrested for: dog bites, water hose, Jim Crow, the things they fought for. So my siblings and I could be a part of a more perfect union. And I see it directly taking place at warp speed with the acolytes that he's put around him, to the point where voting, civil, economic, the underpinnings are being kicked out all over the place. So now where my grandchildren will have I do well, so they'll be fine economically, but other children will have a more challenging time. And there seems to be a massive silence from the other side of the aisle that seems to be just simply okay with this. As an American who is a vet.
Yeah, I think Alan's like he's kind of older. I don't think he's on Twitter. Like we're not talking about regular, it's not even 2017 MAGA. We're talking about people that want to repeal the Hart-Stella Act and deport 100 million people. Like, that's like literally big ideas right now that are popular.
Yeah, I am older, which means I've seen a lot more than anybody else on this stage. So, Catalyst, first, let me say, I am if I say anything, I am not discounting your perception and your viewpoint. I also recognize I doubt anything I could say is going to change your mind. So, first of all, I don't want to get into a heated debate. Though, if Sig, you want us to, because it'll bring in more people, I'm glad to do it as long as Catalyst is going on. But I think I've had enough of that lately. So, joking aside, you know, yes, your parents fought for all of those things. And what happened to your parents was wrong. But other people fought for it too. Now, maybe they didn't experience the same thing you did, or your parents did. But it was the rest of the country who said, yes, those things are wrong. So we are also going to work to try and stop those injustices. Now, I'm not putting any extra virtue on myself, but I think we can acknowledge that with black people and being a minority in this country, that it took the rest of the country or a majority of the country to co-sign into what the civil rights was fighting for.
Yeah, that wasn't Alan. That's bullshit.
Okay.
Slaves
All right.
fought for their own
it isn't
freedom.
bullshit.
No white man fought. No, the North and the South, they fought over economics and over whether the South was going to see the civil rights. Okay, well, I just wanted to make sure that it was clear that what happened. Slaves fought for their own freedom. No.
Okay.
The North and South were a bunch of white supremacists.
You're saying
born
no
into the white supremacist system, and they fought for their
You're
own
saying
freedom.
no
The
white
South
man
and the
fought
North were
for the
bullshit.
blacks' freedom.
They never had freedom and justice in
Not a single
mind.
white man. Is that what you're saying?
Oh, sure, there might be one. There might be one or two sprinkled there, but it wasn't largely. Yeah, it wasn't. That wasn't largely what the civil rights war, the Civil War was about, and it's not what happened. It was over economics. It was over whether the South was going to cede. It was over whether the Union was going to be dismantled because the South wanted slavery and the North wanted to maintain
you're
it. That's the
grandstanding now.
truth.
We got your
Okay,
point.
well that's it. That's all I wanted to say.
Good.
Everything that our family, our black family fought for, they fought for their damn selves.
I'm sorry. What was the percentage of black Americans in the United
Yeah, right,
States
they did.
in 1965? What was the percentage of black Americans in the United States in 1965? 10%, 11%, 13%, 14%? If every black American voted for civil rights in 1965 and every white person was against it, it never would have passed. So let's deal with reality. Say thank you to the white man for giving you, for supporting you, and recognizing, because the majority of white people
For seeing you as a human being. Thank you for seeing me as a human being. Alan, what the fuck?
Say thank you.
Luckily, every white man didn't get their head fucking blown off. I would have fucking Malcolm X that motherfucker all day.
In any event.
Hey, Alan.
In any event.
You're welcome.
Yes.
Alan, you want to go back to, so if you recall, from 1619 to 1776, when this place formed, it was very different. From 1776 to 1865 was the Holocaust of African enslavement in this country. From 1865 to about 1877, during Reconstruction and whatnot, that's when the first Civil Rights Act of 1865, Section 81 was put in effect. We have from 1877 to 1964, almost 100 years of Jim Crow, of forced segregation, of forced what took place. Going back to 1865. The whole war, the North and the South. The reason why Lincoln people get this mixed up. It was about economics, Alan. If you remember history, the South, Jefferson Davis wanted to sell its vegetables and its plants to France because France.
Okay.
All right. Remember.
What I remember
if you remember,
Lincoln,
Lincoln said to the Jefferson Davis, "No, you can't do that. We want to sell our cattle and our beef." And Jefferson Davis said no, and Lincoln said, "If you do that, we're going to take away your workers that are enslaved." It was about economics, Alan, never about altruism of white people. It was 100% about economics in 1865.
Yeah,
like we're like, have you guys gone to college?
He's right. He's right. He was about economics.
It was about economics.
Look, do some research on why. Do some research on why Great Britain ended slavery, and the United States was following that same model.
And then if you get to 1964, that's a totally different time. But remember, it was 100 years of Jim Crow from 1877 to 1964.
That's right. It is a different time. And so we enacted. Thank you. All of those things. All of those things.
And you talked about how many black people were in percentage in 1965.
Yeah, I think my mic is low. But yes, we had all of those things. So civil rights and other laws were created to right the wrongs and injustices that happened to black people. That's it.
You know what happened after the civil rights? Do you know what happened after the civil rights? Get all white economic. It was all propaganda. Do you know how many thousands of black Americans lost their jobs?
I am still talking. Okay. Now, where was I? Yes. Okay. Now, how long does that need to go on for? Because I remember affirmative action. I remember college professors of mine who said, yes, I am a product of affirmative action. And you know what? That was a good thing. I think that was a good thing. What I also think is a good thing is that it not go on forever. That's what I think. And what metric are we going to use to decide whether or not those things continue? I don't know. But I don't think we should use racism is prejudice plus power and redefine it, because it seems like every 5 years or so, the left is redefining what racism is, what prejudice is, what all of these things are. And I think maybe we can have a discussion if we're not being overly emotional about when these things should end. Because we're also looking at a country, forgive me, but I remember seeing the graphic. It's like the total length of slavery in the world, and it's like a line, say, 10 inches long, and then the amount of slavery in the United States, and it's a line less than an inch long.
It's about retressing. You got the Indian land grab.
Yeah.
You got President Andrew Jackson's Indian Removal Act. You got the Dawes Act of 1870.
Okay.
You got the Holocaust of enslavement of Africans. You got the Jim Crow laws.
Look, I suddenly centered myself in this.
You got the white terrorists of the Klan. You got the Hamitic myth. Sharecropping. You got Compromise of 1877.
I know.
So when you ask how long should it end, it has never ended. You got the Homestead Act of 1865. You got the Labor Union
movement. And are those laws legal today?
Yeah, you got the Asian Exclusion Act of 1890. You got Plessy versus Ferguson in 1896.
You have fair housing laws that erase all of anything having to do with housing.
It did not, because things are still redlined in 2025, sir.
Yeah. Guess what?
But they're redlined in the opposite direction. I was just looking at an article about that. There's a city being sued right now I forgot what city. I'll look it up real quick. But
Sir?
yeah, they actually the housing they're actually were approving blacks and denying whites for.
Sir, in 2000, in 2001, I worked as a software developer for a company that actually dictates what the rules of lending are going to be based on ethnicity. And B of A, about 12 top banks, all use the same software to put in redlining depending on ethnicity, still taking place in 2025.
Can I
What are we talking about?
The code accounted for slavery, like in the code, it was actually written on the line that.
Can you all hear me?
Oh yeah, but I was talking. Hold on a second. You're saying the code in the software was?
Yes, I hear you.
Are you saying the code in the software was literally doing an if condition of the ethnicity to then approve the loan? Is that what you're saying?
That's exactly what I'm saying.
And it never was broadcast in all the major media markets?
Never broadcasted. Still not broadcasted.
Wow.
Only black person in the entire company. Company called Capital Strength. They got
Man, you could have blown that whole thing wide open if you had just come to the media.
That creates software for loan and leasing for large banks for the decisioning as to who they're going to loan money to for housing and for commercial properties. It still takes place today in 2025.
And is underwriting done by automatic means?
No.
So you still have a person there who makes the decision.
There are human beings that are making decisions to economically bankrupt a whole class of individuals. And you mentioned something, Alan. Black Americans are not minorities in the United States. There are, 13, 14%? I think in America, there are only 3% Jews, so they're not minorities. I'm talking about, but as far as economic, there's an entire playbook to make sure Black Americans stay economically depressed in perpetuity. That's the redress I'm talking about. That needs to be addressed.
I wanna ask a question. Like,
this guy
just give me a second.
Hey, check. Let Christian go. Let Christian go. He's new to the stage.
Okay. So there was something that was said that was just totally factually incorrect. And I don't know where that ideology came from about why the Ohio Republicans, who were the authors of the 13th Amendment, 14th Amendment, 15th Amendment, which were all Lincoln disciples, what was the reason that they ended slavery? It was not about profit. I mean, this whole premise is just so factually wrong. It was a moral opposition. It was because of religious and humanitarian beliefs. It was because of abolitionist communities. It was also political strategy, and then the dynamics of the Civil War, and it was more so about the positioning of the country. And if you do any history about the authors, the actual authors of the 13th Amendment, 14th Amendment, 15th Amendment, you will find that these men were vehemently against slavery, and so much as being vehemently against slavery, but they actually added enforcement against the states from continuing slavery even after the end of slavery, which is the Ku Klux Klan Act of 1871, which today is Section 1983, which is what all these ridiculous groups, from the LGBTQs to the unions and all the aliens who claim that
rights are being violated, it was intended for black people. That's what it was intended for. But even today, they walk into federal court and even state courts alleging that their civil rights have been violated. It's total abomination. But again, you can thank the Democrats for that. But then the other piece of this is that the Democrats, who historically not only voted against the 13th Amendment, 14th Amendment, 15th Amendment, voted against the Civil Rights Acts.
Those aren't the same Democrats.
Yes, they are. Yes, they are.
The Dixie Democrats. The whole thing changed.
I don't need your help.
I'm giving you history.
I don't need your help
because you're factually incorrect.
Can you mute
That was the Dixie Democrats.
Can you mute up?
Talking about people. Things changed after LBJ.
Can you mute up?
You don't understand that, right?
Can you mute up?
Do you know things change?
Can you mute up?
Can you apply the things change?
Can you mute up? Thank you. The premise of all of the nonsense that we've heard for decades about how the quote parties switched, end quote, when you start dissecting all of these so-called political parties that switched or that got into a room in a back door or private conference to officially switch or change parties, it never happened. There was no switching of parties. You had not even more than a handful of politicians, such as people like Strom Thurmond, who were racist, that were playing dirty games with trying to appear that they were switching parties or switching sides. So there was no switching of parties. And when you start digging deeper into folks' political leanings, you begin to find out what the real reason was for one or two or three or four people switching parties. So I mean, it is that is another once again fallacy that people continue to say even to the year 2025, after we have seen so much of the media, the perpetuation of I mean, which the Democrats even admit that their media blitzes from the 1960s was propaganda and illusion and fantasy. I mean, so it's just it's getting to a point where when you continue to hear these lies over and over and over, it starts to become like it's like a conundrum, because you're like, it's like you know that historically that people who listen to these lies, which they've actually come out and admitted that they were sorry for putting out these lies in things like the Cosmopolitan and the abortion movement, the Roe from Roe v. Wade. I mean, it really, to me, it's just ironic that in 2025 we have to listen to the same exact lies about what happened in history, knowing the fact that the same people who were lying about abortion,
criminal justice system, lying about the Violence Against Women Act, all these people lying about the LGBTQ, lying about the base of marriage, lying about and then go further back, lying about the Second Amendment, the Second Amendment. The same people lying to the public.
All right, enough with the filibustering.
It's not filibustering.
It's total filibustering. Let's get some facts here.
Outright lying.
The Dixiecrat movement was very huge. If you recall, Strom Thurmond in 1948, a Dixiecrat presidential candidate, switched his party to the Republican Party in '64 as a direct opposition to the Civil Rights Act. So I have no idea what you're talking about. The passage of the Civil Rights Act in '64, signed into law by Democrat President Lyndon Baines Johnson, was the primary catalyst, while many Southern Democrats felt betrayed by the National Party's embrace of civil rights. The Southern strategy, Republican strategist, notably Richard Nixon in '68 and '72 campaigns, implemented a Southern strategy that used coded language, dog whistling, and policies to appeal to white Southern voters disaffected by racial integration and the Democratic Party's leftward swing on social issues. I have no idea what you've read or who taught you or what you listened to, sir. But it's just simply inaccurate.
Not only that, but also if morality was sufficient, we wouldn't have required a war to happen between the North and the South. We wouldn't have required to have Jim Crow laws last for nearly a century. We wouldn't have required Civil Rights Act movements. If morality was sufficient, things would have happened and changed a long time ago. There was arguments that were being made in regards to the abolishment of slavery and the humanity of the black community and stuff like that significantly much prior to any actual change manifesting in the laws of the country. So to sit here and argue that economics was not the major factor that played a role in that, just look at how the country just developed from an economy that depended on human labor to industrializing and just having machines carry the whole thing. It just became the human cost of just having slavery in and of itself became just costly to carry out. Not only that, but also you had a significant period of time from the moment of the industrialization of that or the abolishment of slavery per se, all the way down to the early 80s and 90s and up until 2000, until today, where we have remnants of many, many laws and things that were passed around that carried out till this day. We have settlements that happened as recent as 2011, 2012 in regards to certain banks like Bank of America that had to settle out with $300+ million where they were clear and explicit discriminating against black people who have applied for mortgages and loans and things like that.
With Wells Fargo last year.
Yeah. So and
why did they have to settle? Why did they have to settle?
Go read it, brother. Go do it.
I'll tell you why. Because there is a law by which it is illegal to do what they did. So therefore, like any other thing that is illegal, from murder to theft to larceny, to extortion, to rape, to sexual assault, people are going to do it.
I agree.
Congratulations.
No, Alan, I agree.
Congratulations.
I agree with you, but you're missing the point.
No, you're missing the point.
I'll tell you what.
You expect people to somehow, the government and laws are going to make people perfect.
No, that's not what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
They never will. Name the law that says I can go in, that a black man can go in, and it is legal for me to discriminate against that.
Okay, Alan, the people's proclivity. No problem about people's proclivity.
And we're not talking about these shadowy, amorphous.
No problem. I'll tell you. Just give me a second. People's proclivity towards racism and discrimination against different groups is not contingent on laws that support these proclivities.
That's right. That's right.
So the reason
in 2008,
let me clarify.
95% of the country did not think race was an issue in the election.
No problem. But hear me out.
Are you shooting for 3%?
No. The issue here isn't nada. The main reason why even brought these settlements up, Carlos, just 1 second, bro. The reason why I even brought these settlements up in the first place is because of the question that was being asked earlier. People were saying, name a law that is racist against black? You do not need a law to have a manifestation of racism on an institutional level. I don't need a law. You could just have people in power who will use their power to discriminate against people, and you do need regulations and things in place to check for those things. But when you have an administration like the current one, which literally is going out of their way to take out certain incentives and things put in place because of the Civil Rights Act to numerically put things into number in regards to disparities and things like that, and they say, well, these things are not really that important, and they pass these laws already. They patch laws that have existed to look out for disparities in regards to how things manifest. You cannot say there's I need a racist law for racism to exist. That's the two are not mutually exclusive. You can have racism and have racist laws.
You can have individual companies who break the law. Yes, I'm old. I come from a time where we didn't bother trying to change how people thought. We worried about how they acted and their behaviors and their actions. If a company is breaking the law and discriminating against a person because of their ethnic or racial background, then they will be prosecuted against the law.
Yeah,
but
we
when
agree.
we talk about incentives, I got 2 points. I'll talk about incentives and then Lincoln. Because when you talk about incentives, again, how long are those incentives going to be in place? And at what point I know nobody likes to stand on pull you up by the bootstraps, but how long are we going to leave the training wheels on the bike? That's the question I ask. The second thing is, I'm sorry, but for the man who took a fucking bullet in his head, who gave numerous speeches about abolition and the horrors of slavery, yet one time he says, well, if I could end this country, are you all housewives who no matter what your husband does, all you remember is that one time he didn't buy you flowers for your birthday? Please, I'm sorry. It is sickening to hear those kind of arguments from the president who, guess what? He's the president of the entire country. He needs to worry about a lot of things, not just that black people are enslaved. He has to worry about keeping the country together. He has to be a politician. He has to try and appease everyone. So, yeah, he's going to say a lot of crap that you don't like, just like every other president. Yet, being the tactician he did, he waited until the opportune moment to bring slavery as an issue into the Civil War in order to ensure that when the North wanted, that slavery would be abolished. So I'm sorry if it hurts your feelings that he was concerned about economic factors as President of the United States. Okay. But that's it. And number one, Catalyst, call him President Trump or I will move you to the audience. He is not the current occupant of the White House. He is not 45 and 47. He is President Trump.
All right, movie. As a vet, he is not. He's an occupant of the White House.
Yeah, well, as a vet, you serve the citizens of this country, and we elected President Trump.
America. So to rebut what you said, what specifically has taken place over the past 11-ish months is the civil rights and non-discrimination protections, the rollback of disparate impact rules that this president has done. It's weakening enforcement. It's revocation of fair housing rules as far as affirmative action, banning those programs and training that LBJ put in effect to actually form a Indian. Ending affirmative action in federal contracting, a decades-old executive order from Johnson that required federal contractors to take active steps to prevent discrimination. It was revoked. Challenging private sector equity programs, education and economics, proposed cuts to HBCU funding, redistricting pathways to federal jobs, Criminal justice and law enforcement. Increase federal law enforcement presence, the deployment of federal law enforcement units to primarily black cities, and establishing the policies of ending cash bail. Racial profiling concerns. Supreme Court decisions influence administration's actions in some immigration context. That's nothing to do with black. That's nothing to do with black people. That's other people.
You're just saying words, Catalyst.
Okay, well, Catalyst.
Question.
Hold on, Alan. Can I jump in, Alan?
I gave you a list of civil rights, affirmative action, economic education, and criminal justice and law enforcement. I'm not just.
Yeah, because affirmative action is not too racist.
Yeah.
Alan, can I jump in here?
To echo the Me Too movement, time's up. Okay, at some point, you as a black man have to compete like every other man on this planet. Period. And the color of your skin is not a pathway to Easy Street.
Unlike
I'm sorry. And especially, I'm sorry, I don't have all the statistics, but it seems to me that during Jim Crow, you had, and let someone else, Christian, you can talk about the marriage rate, the black-owned housing,
he's gonna go,
et cetera, et cetera,
oh my gosh.
Yep.
Alan, can I jump in, buddy?
Yeah, I need to stop talking because
Alan,
you're
I don't
delusional.
Please.
Yeah.
So what
Right. Go ahead.
Thank you. Alan, you're going about it wrong. What Alan's basically saying is, like he's saying enough's enough, right? Affirmative action was needed at the time, but now it's gone so far to where, okay, well, now it's equal now, right? If it's 30,
It is not equal.
Man.
It's not equal.
Brother.
Affirmative action benefited white bitches.
Christ almighty, you guys.
Let's be realistic.
That's what I'm saying. So now affirmative action, Alan's basically saying now to keep implementing affirmative action stuff, it's now going the other way. It's now actually discriminatory against the people that were being discriminated, that were doing discriminating in the first place. So now it's turning out that people are not, like, it's going the other way now. So now technically affirmative action would be a racist action because it's discriminating against another group of people. So that's what Alan's kind of basically saying. Enough's kind of thing. But hold on, Catalyst, real quick. We got off topic because Link kind of got us somewhere else. I want to go back to this whole great switch thing. And I'm going to say it like this, Catalyst, and I hope you hear me out, and I'm going to explain it if you want to hear it. The whole great switch is not about politicians switching sides. That's not what it's about. The great switch is about when the South went red. That's all it's about. Because the South was all blue. The South was blue. Every single state that you see in the South that's all red, the whole South, they were all blue. All of them, up until like the 60s. All of them, every single one of them. And when the South went red was when the South stopped being racist. And you have to understand that. You mentioned the Civil Rights Act.
Goldwater for that, Mike Allen. Thank Barry Goldwater for that.
You mentioned the Civil Rights Act. Go look at the Civil Rights Act. Yeah, Lyndon Johnson was Democratic president. Yes, the Democrats had the Senate when that happened. But you know how many senators were in the Democratic Party in that time? There was like 70-something of them. And only like 30 of them voted for it. The only way the Civil Rights Act got passed is because every single Republican senator voted for it. The Democrats, I think it was I forget what it was like 40 of them only voted for it, and like 26 of them voted against it. But the Republicans, every single senator voted for it. Once that happened, the South started to go red. So now you start seeing politicians like Christian mentioned, Strom Thurmond. Thurmond was that one who famously did the filibuster against the Civil Rights Act. And then the Civil Rights Act passed, and he's like, oh, I guess I'll be a Republican now. And that's when he went off into obscurity. The switch is about when the South went non-racist, when they became red.
Sir, you're inaccurate. My father's from Birmingham, Alabama. My uncle was killed by white cops. My grandfather was killed by white cops in Birmingham, Alabama in 64 and in 65 because he was a black man. So when I hear this nonsense about people not being racist in the South,
Catalyst
completely
Catalyst,
have no idea.
It's not Catalyst.
You're not listening.
Yeah, you're not listening.
I know. I've heard countless stories of uncles and aunts
I've
and
seen
people
racism
in the South, in Alabama, in Kentucky, in Mississippi. Goddamn Mississippi.
I'm from Arkansas, Catalyst. Can you hear me out for a second?
So I've seen and been taught this by parents and grandparents.
You've been taught it. I've seen it. Now, here's how I experienced racism. When I was little, there's a baseball tournament for All-Stars baseball for the Little League World Series, right? You got to go to you do your sectionals, you do the regionals, then you go to the Little League World Series. The regionals were held in a place called Harrison, Arkansas. Now, if anybody knows about Harrison, Arkansas, even to today, there's the KKK thing there at Harrison, Arkansas. It's considered one of the most racist places in the country, right? I was a kid, and the tournament was there. Teams from Mississippi, all over the southeast region. That's where they had the tournament. Now, the deal with the Bambino, the Bambino League or whatever they called it back then, the people from the community would house 3 players from each team. That's how it worked, right? That's how all of them worked. There's an all-black team from New Orleans. Nobody in the community wanted to have the kids in their house. Not a single person. Nobody. They didn't want them in their house. They were going to be the only team that had to get a hotel, right? So my father, who was one of the assistant coaches, but was Coach Butler, was the head coach. So they went to the main people or whatever. And they were asking what the whole thing's all about. What's going on here? This isn't right or whatever. Our team ended up staying in the Holiday Inn with that team. Actually, it was one of the best times of our lives because we had a pool. We were playing baseball in the parking lot and shit, bro. It was fucking fun as fuck, right? But looking back, so I experienced this. And now looking back on it, you know what pisses me off the most, Catalyst? Is the fact that when Coach Butler and my father went to them, they were just like, you can go stay in the hotel too then.
I'm talking
about
in 2025, the modern Jim Crow.
There's racist people doesn't change the fact that the
Democrats
are the most destructive party to the black Americans in the history of any political party on the planet. It's not even close.
Project 2025 completely
black Americans. Let's not take one side as the hero, one side is the fucking.
It's about even Jim Clyburn said it's completely reversing decades of civil rights progress. You have civil rights, the elimination of affirmative action and black rights across federal agencies, using the Department of Justice, the anti-white discrimination claims, effectively inverting the original purpose of civil rights laws. You have voter suppression going on right now.
Wait, why does an anti-white discrimination claim hold merit? If someone made an anti-black discrimination claim, would it hold merit?
The majority cannot be discriminated, brother.
Okay, black Americans are a certain percentage of the population. When you look
We're talking about voter suppression.
When you look at jobs across America,
look at the gerrymandering.
So now affirmative action is actually discriminating against other groups of people.
So look at the gerrymandering that's taking place in Texas and Wisconsin.
That's why they're getting rid of it.
Look at the criminal justice. Look at the mass incarceration and felony disenfranchisement.
Gerrymandering has worked both ways, Catalyst. Democrats use gerrymandering when it's to their benefit as well.
It's worse. Gerrymandering is worse than the Democratic Party.
It is not. When Voting Rights Act Section 5 and Section 4, that was dismantled under the Republicans when Obama was in office. Roberts has specifically been going after this when he was a Reagan lawyer in the 80s. And now he's up in Section 2.
Just a quick update. It might be changed now, but I think when you look at the entire if you look at the entire Congress and you look at the number of black people, I think it's 12% or 12.5% of the Congress is made up of black people, and there's about 13% of the country. So maybe if we elect one or two black people, we will have representation. So you're claiming that all of these things are happening and that it's negatively affecting the representation, what ultimately is the representation of black people in the government, so that they are adequately represented. The result is that they are within 1% they're being adequately represented. So whatever you're worried about, it would appear that it's not affecting what you're saying.
And directly is Project 2025 and the civil rights and DI rollbacks directly eliminate.
Catalyst, let somebody else speak.
Project 2025 is not a law.
So
They're using it as a roadmap.
The other part of this is that the majority of elected black members of United States Congress are Democrats. So the Democrats are choosing their own path when they get elected by their constituents in their states and their respective districts. And then this, I keep hearing all this crap about black people getting homes and FHA and redlining. Redlining was started by a racist Democrat from Mississippi. I mean,
Jim Crow was a Democrat.
And then when you look at the current status of FHA loans, which give loans to people who otherwise cannot afford them, the program itself is really failing because the cost of housing is sky high because you have all these homes that end up in default and the homes can't go back to the market. So the program is having the reverse effect. Same thing with HUD sections. You have all of these homes that are supposedly government housing that can't go to the market. They have to be subsidized by the government, and that also causes the cost of housing to rise because the government is subsidizing it. So again, these are examples of how Democrat policies have a demonstrative effect on the country as a whole. We could even talk about the supplemental nutritional assistance, which has been an absolute failure. 42 million people on SNAP.
Well, Christian, before you do that,
wait, one second.
No, but the schools.
So the supplemental nutritional assistance program is an absolute failure. Yeah. But people once again want to flog it. You have states that don't even want to turn over the identification of the recipients of the program. And then you want to talk about people are sitting up talking about voting rights. You have states that refuse to cooperate to ensure that people who are not supposed to vote in elections, they refuse to turn over that information. When there's an investigation to be had, there was, and then I'll close here. In Arizona, they found over, because at first it was 100,000 voters who were not supposed to be on the rolls that were registered to vote.
It's Maricopa, right?
Yeah, Maricopa County.
Yeah.
But then they went to court and they said, well, we had about 50% that showed proof of citizenship, so or proof of their ability to cast a ballot. But you basically had over 50,000 people in the 2024 election who casted a ballot to vote that were not supposed to be casting ballots. I don't ever want to hear anybody. As long as I live, I don't ever want to hear anybody complaining about voting rights, the so-called because at the end of the day, many people like to pick and choose what they think is voter suppression or gerrymandering or some so-called injustice in voting. You all don't even want to look at signatures from mail-in ballots fairly. It's bull crap. I'll mute up.
Well, then, real quick, even you mentioned the government housing. Property taxes pay for schools. So if you allow fucking the Democrats to build a bunch of fucking low-income government fucking bullshit housing, then you want to bitch about your schools are no good. Well, hello. Quit allowing the government to put this bullshit housing. It's fucking nonsense. It's just a big racket. It's all a racket. But going back to gerrymandering, it was very kind of serendipitous of you. I wanted to get back to that. And I hate that Catalyst left. Catalyst is actually a good dude. I like Catalyst. But if you click on my PTR now, if my PTR hasn't changed, and you just refresh, look at this shit, bro. Like, just look at this. Now, people talk about the Republican gerrymandering. Now, the top 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 states. 9 states, right? And you look at those percentages. I mean, some are 46%, 48%, 42%. There's 0 seats. Republicans have 0 seats.
You're conflating things, Mike. You're conflating things with that image. That image is extremely misleading. You're conflating outcome with intent. Not every single disproportionate result is not gerrymandering.
Link, please listen to me. This is not misleading. This is a picture. Hold up, Link.
Sounds good. Yeah, good.
This is a picture of the facts. People say that Texas is gerrymandered because...
Yeah, but it's omitting a lot of information, but go ahead.
Link, it's omitting literally nothing.
I'll explain why, but go ahead.
That'll be great. So Texas, which everybody's like, well, Texas was 44% Democrat and only 56% Republican, but Congress, the Democrats have like 30-something percent in the seats. So technically, the Texas is gerrymandered because in a 40%, 45% Democratic state, they should have 45% of the seats, right? Blah, blah, blah. They only have 30%. Now look, dude, these are just numbers, bro. You can look these numbers up. This is not misleading. These are the numbers. So again, where I got interrupted here, those top states, which again, this is how they voted in the presidential election. New Hampshire voted 48% Republican in the presidential election, but they got 0 seats. 0 seats. Okay, now listen. The top 9 states, they're really, I mean, some of those states have like 2 seats, right? 3 seats, 5 seats. Of those top 9 states, you're talking like maybe 15, 16, 20 seats, right? That's not a big deal. But it still stands to reason. 0 fucking seats in a state that's 47% Republican. But look at the bottom, bro. Look at California. California is 38% Republican. They only had 9 fucking seats out of 52. 9 out of 50 fucking 2. And California just went and did it worse. Look at Illinois. Illinois is 44%. The Republicans only have 3 out of 17, bro. You know, look at New York. 43% Republican state. The Republicans only have 7 out of 26 seats. And you're talking about we gerrymander? Fucking nuts. Now go ahead, tell me how this is misleading, because these are numbers. You can look up every one of those.
Yeah, no problem. I don't disagree with the numbers, by the way. I believe your numbers are factual. I don't disagree with them. But there's 2 different things we need to clarify. Gerrymandering is one thing. Disproportionality in population, spread is also another thing. Gerrymandering, it deals with intent. You intentionally draw lines to enrich power. Whereas disproportionality is a naturally occurring. It's called natural packing, right? Blue states like Massachusetts, Vermont, and stuff like that generally just have fewer districts. They have significantly more urbanized Democratic voters, and the Republican base is significantly weaker. And for the states that you mentioned, like New York, California, places like that, believe it or not, blue states like those use independent and sometimes bipartisan commissions to actually do redistricting. So it's not like these guys are getting themselves and saying, hey, listen, we're blue. We're gonna like draw these things to make sure that we intentionally just have significant higher number of blue voters and everything set up. That's just not true, and you can fact check me on this and look it up, right? Those states like California, New York, and a bunch of other ones, they literally use bipartisan and independent parties to do the commission for them. As a matter of fact,
not anymore in California.
And a lot of the California just voted in literally this year. But the other
Yeah,
states
go
still-
ahead and
there's still
refresh.
some-
That's the California
most
map.
of-
Look at what they drew in
Yeah.
California. Go ahead.
Yeah, but California just voted on
Tell me
this
that's
literally
nasty.
this summer. They voted on it literally this summer.
I
And a lot of
have the old
and-
map and the new map.
And here's the funny part. Here's the funny part. A lot of the red states literally use partisan legislature, like Texas and Florida and these guys. They literally use
wrong,
like
man.
partisan.
You're
That's
wrong.
no. You could literally look this up, bro. You can literally fix this up.
What you're describing, the
No,
Democrats have
brother,
already
brother.
done.
I was on mute. Please, just let me finish my sentence. I'll promise I'll go back on mute. Texas was literally criticized by the entire country for literally intentionally, explicitly engineering to dilute urban minority voting bases. They were criticized for this, and this is documented. So I don't disagree with the numbers. The numbers are factual, but the numbers you have in your picture are omitting a lot of the backstory behind it. Literally look up natural packing. There's literally it's many states like Massachusetts and Vermont. There's a natural lower number of Republican bases. That's just a fact. Fewer districts is just a fact.
Like, you sound like a racist.
Yeah, Mike, I
You
got
believe that black voters should have their own district and they shouldn't be in
but Mike, I got it. Yeah, I understand your distinction, but the point is ideally, we want a system, and we want districts that accurately represent the people. And so, yes, and look, the Supreme Court has decided this issue. When it comes to political gerrymandering, they've begged off on the question. They said it's a political question, not a legal question. We are not going to rule on it. And in fact, both parties have done it for so long. For one party to claim the other party is doing something unfairly at this point is ridiculous.
Yes, the popular.
They did. So that's the first thing. The second thing is that yes, we see gerrymandering in red states. Yes, we see gerrymandering in blue states. The thing is, racial gerrymandering, which was once protected, no longer is. And that's the case that's coming up, that's currently being considered by the Supreme Court. And the reason is, and the lawyer defending the racial gerrymandering said, well, white Democrats in I forget if it's Louisiana or Alabama, consistently do not vote for black candidates. Well, I guess those southern whites, I guess they don't like black candidates. But the problem is you can't draw district lines along race, because if you allow it in Alabama or Louisiana, guess what? You can allow it in Texas or in any other red state. So you got to take your pick. You want to take the I'm trying to express. You want to start using that. Well, I don't think you're going to be happy either. But yeah, California, which, thank you, Arnold Schwarzenegger set up the commission, or it happened under his term as governor, set up the independent commission. And now Gavin Newsom, in the supermajority controlled state Senate and state assembly, with a majority of liberal appointed judges, has now decided, well, we're going to gerrymander the whole state. So, yeah, good for them.
Alan, did you refresh and look at my PTR, Alan? Look at the new map he drew. Go ahead.
And the other piece of this, these commissions that they put together, see, you have to remember that these commissions have lawyers. Now, what do you think the political leanings are of lawyers by majority? It's liberal. It's liberal doctrine. Because when they do these bipartisan commissions, in quote, where they so-called have 2 Republicans, 2 Democrats, and an independent. The independent is always leaning towards the left.
Every fucking time.
Yeah, they go into secret session where they're discussing some issue that's legal, who do you think they're consulting? A liberal, doctrine-oriented, left-wing lawyer in a back room. So it's bull crap. And to me, those commissions, in my opinion, it almost circumvents the process because you don't even, because again, they get to go in secret executive session and discuss things without the public knowing what it is that they're discussing. And then you end up with, a so-called bipartisan map that always increases for Democrats. So I think the commissions do more harm than good because it doesn't allow the people to be involved in the process of drawing the maps, and I think that if people, because our public is so disengaged. I mean, the public is only getting heavily involved in major presidential election years. So to have these commissions that essentially draw these maps and literally certify the maps in a secret room where things are being discussed with lawyers, I think is unfair for the public overall, in my opinion.
Double-edged sword too. Mister, do you want to say something, Mister? Are you talking a lot in the chat? I just want to see if you want to. We're talking over you, buddy. I know you're new to the stage. Do you want to jump in there? Nope. Mister.
I'm eating some chicken wings right now. I might chime in later.
Nice. All flats, I hope.
Yeah.
Buffalo. Ranch or blue cheese?
Blue cheese, obviously.
Oh, I'm a ranch guy. Go ahead, Link.
Yeah, no, Alan earlier made a point. It was very interesting because the gerrymandering stuff, no problem. We can go back and forth on whether it's like right or wrong, and should independent commissioners and people like that do whatever should the actual citizens. No problem. My thing is this. Alan earlier referred to the idea of having actual like systems and things in place to check for discrimination and things like that, as having training wheels, right? And earlier, I think if I'm not mistaken, he said, for how long are we going to have these training wheels until the system, until people just get up and lift themselves up by the bootstraps and stuff? Okay, cool. So what you're proposing is like getting rid of a check that was put in a particular system to control particular outcomes. And gerrymandering is the same concept follows. If we look at the essence of what the comparison between these two variables, when you look at the gerrymandering laws and stuff like that, and how whether it's independent commissioners or partisan commissions are doing it, your issue is not with the result. Your issue is with the system itself and how it's being run. You're saying the way it's currently being drawn is flawed and wrong and all that kind of stuff. And I can go back and forth with you all day on whether it's right or wrong, and no problem on that. But you're proposing a change to that particular system, but then you were against a change to a system that resulted in discrimination against Black people earlier. And so I'm confused now. Do you want to have your cake and eat it too? Because on one hand, you're saying we shouldn't have these tricks in a particular system that result in discrimination against Black people when it comes to hiring, like requirements and education, all that kind of stuff, because those are training wheels. But then you do want to enter intervention in the gerrymandering and how districts are redrawn, and that's not training wheels. I just want to understand the logic between the two. What's the distinction?
I mean, a bit of a false equivalence there, I would say, but I don't know how gerrymandering equates to the affirmative action thing. It's a different topic. I think all Alan was saying is that, yes, affirmative action, and that was needed at the time. No one's going to dispute that. All of us would agree. It was needed. There was disparities. But I think what Alan is saying is that at some point in time, when the disparities are non-existent anymore, now it's now shifted to go the other way.
Mike, I can answer this one.
Yeah,
it's pretty simple, and I put it in the chat. You could just take a minute and read Justice O'Connor's opinion when she ruled on the Michigan case, which was 2003, and she specifically gave it a shelf life of 25 years. I mean, it's there in the majority opinion of the court, so I don't think there's any ambiguity in it. And the ruling in the Harvard Harvard case, which also combined the North Carolina case, was very clear that it had run its course. And what you're talking about in the implementation of it was that it highly discriminated against Asians and other minorities that then couldn't get into college, that had much greater academic records and merit, but they were discriminated against. And so it had a counter. It ended up discriminating against other minorities.
Right. So.
And so, the choice to have that as part of our law was written by SCOTUS with a shelf life. I mean, it wasn't for perpetuity, and it shouldn't have been. And the same holds true when you have these laws with respect to the gerrymandering. And I put this in the chat. The Louisiana case. Listen to the oral arguments. Listen to what Kavanaugh was saying when he was questioning this. First of all, these are racial lines that were drawn, and there's just a point where I also put this in the chat. The percentage of members of Congress, there's 67 black members of Congress. If you do the math and you look at the black population in the United States, you have more members of Congress than you do by proportion of population in the country. That's of just of the House. I didn't put in the Senate, and I didn't look at the numbers there. But I mean, there's just a point where it evens out, and the concept was not in perpetuity. And I think that's what Alan was saying when he was drawing. He's distinguishing the two, but he's also making the comparison of the two, because they were both systems that were correcting something, but it's the training wheels are off, and definitely with respect to the Harvard case. I mean, just read that opinion or listen to the arguments in it. I'm done. Thanks.
I think it's the training wheels part that gets people. Right? And look, Alan's old school. We all know we're talking. I think we're all. I don't know how old everybody is here, but I was born in the '80s. We should all talk like we're in the '90s here. You know what he's saying. When he says training wheels, it doesn't mean like training wheels. Oh, now it's time to walk. No, it's like once something that needs to be corrected gets corrected, at some point now it's going to do the opposite, right? And the way that I find it is so frustrating is everyone's like, oh, Trump got rid of it because of because he's racist and he hates blacks and wants white people to do this and wants the whites to do this. No, it became discriminatory against Asians. It had nothing to do with it. Like, it actually became a discriminatory practice.
It wasn't just Asians, by the way.
What do you mean?
The Asians filed the lawsuit, but they were not the only group that got discriminated against. I mean,
you're saying it was farther reaching than that.
I mean, the Asians filed the suit, but there are other minorities, there are other groups that stopped getting into some of these schools that had better academic qualifications, much more qualified academic resumes and CVs. But the Asians took the lead on filing the suit.
They're the one that filed the suit, right?
Yeah.
Well, you know what's funny, Link, is quite honestly, to me, it actually made it worse. To be quite honest with you, I believe, like now at this point in time, because again, we're talking like this thing was in place for like 50 something years. It's almost 60. I guess maybe 6 years. What it actually did is that if you had let's say you had a black dude that went to Yale, and you had another guy who went to Yale, whatever. And the black dude's like, yeah, man, I graduated from Yale, and I got my whatever, all my degrees and shit. Naturally, now people are gonna be like, oh, well, you affirmative action, or even sometimes you hear the black guy who's like, I got a degree from Yale, but I wasn't affirmative action. Like, they have to say that. It almost diminishes it. If the dude went to Yale and got his degree, he fucking earned it. There should never be a question that he got it maybe because of this or he got it maybe because of that. No. The motherfucker busted his ass, he went to Yale, and he got his fucking degree. Boom. Like, affirmative action actually plants the seed that, well, maybe the black guy got it because of affirmative action. No. From now on, if a black dude goes and does some shit, he got it because he fucking earned it. You see what I'm saying? Like, it actually was harmful.
Yeah, no, I agree. You cannot. I'm not advocating, by the way, just to be clear, I'm not advocating for things like that to be in place in perpetuity. That's what I'm saying. My whole point, when to even bring the juxtaposition between the two things, was just on how you conceptualized the implementation of particular systems or adjustments to certain systems that resulted in unfavorable consequences or results. Because the idea here, because the subject wasn't really about affirmative action earlier. I think we spoke about that prior, but it was on gerrymandering and stuff like that. But even with that, like I said before, there's a lot of natural packing that is difficult to control for. What kind of system are we going to have in place that's going to result in always making sure that everything is represented evenly? That control of the population. Yeah,
some of these prepositions just don't hold up in reality. So something like the voter ID issue that everyone argues is a discriminatory practice. Who doesn't have identification today in 2025 going into 2026?
I agree.
Who walks around and they've gone into places that what you could argue if they walk through Harlem and they asked every person, do they have some kind of ID? They have an ID. People have identification.
Like, do you know what the DMV is? Like, yeah, it's over there on 56th Street.
Yeah, I mean, so some of these, just the presumption that no ID, or requiring ID is discriminatory. Explain who are you discriminating against? Everyone has IDs.
Well, no, like you said, the only people that don't are illegal immigrants.
Okay,
but
thank you.
But Link, this is what we also try to point out with the Democratic Party, and this is what I just want to open your eyes to it. Think about how racist these motherfuckers are. Like, think about what Abby just said, the voter ID stuff. Do you remember what the Democratic Party were saying? They were saying that black people didn't even know how to use computers. They were like, well, black people don't have IDs. Black people don't know where to go to the DMV. They don't know this. They don't know that. But that's not what the Democratic Party was saying. They were trying to use racism. In reality, they just wanted illegal immigrants to vote. But they're trying to make it to seem like if the Republicans went against voter ID, all of a sudden they were racist because black people can't get IDs. Hey, Link, name a black American who doesn't have a fucking ID. Like, what are we talking about, bro?
Yeah,
the Democrats are so racist. They think black people don't even have IDs.
I believe both parties are ridiculously racist. That's why I've never really gone on here. I didn't get on here. No problem. You can see all you want. I didn't come on here to defend the Democrats. My issue when we came here earlier, we were talking about particular systems being in place and people amending those systems or introducing particular laws or amendment to laws and stuff like that. My issue is with systems. If we can have particular systems that doesn't result in intentional, unintentional discrimination against any group, I'm content. I don't really care about. I'm not gonna sit here and pretend like I'm an advocate for the Democrat Party and I'm wholeheartedly an avid supporter of it and everything that they do is divine law. That's not my position. I'll be honest.
I want to provide one correction though, because there is a difference between a registered Republican voter versus a Republican politician or elected politician, because there is a clear distinction. The problem of all of this is that as long as people, somebody has a hot mic, as long as people allow or they sit back in their chair and think that the government is going to take control of everything, or I don't have to worry about it, I'm too busy, I got a job, or I got kids, or whatever excuse that a lot of times we come up with, it's an excuse to allow the politicians to have their way with whatever they want. So, I mean, and then someone's asking about the question about the distinction. A registered voter is not the same thing as a elected politician or previously elected politician. Those are two different things. It is certainly possible to have racist Republicans inside the GOP while the voters never know, because as I said earlier, and even now, the voters don't participate in the process, so they have no idea where a politician is on anything. because they're waiting, 5 seconds before the election to make a decision. When you're supposed to be watching the government and politicians on a regular basis, on a consistent basis. But that's the reason why you have all this dysfunction and bad judges that end up on a bench ruling in a case or making incorrect rulings, and only for it to be constantly reversed or overruled by a higher court, because of the fact that voters just they just think that, well, I don't have to worry about it, and then 5 seconds before the election, oh, here's my ballot. Democrat, 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 Democrat. I'm done. Here you go. Same thing on the other side. Oh, here's my ballot. Republican, 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 Republican. Oh, here you go. Here's my ballot. That's the issue. And I don't think that will ever. I don't think that will ever change, because again, just because historically a lot of our older adults that that raised a lot of the younger adults, that's been the voting pattern or the voting behavior, just to vote down ballot and then just throw your ballot in. That's basically where we're at.
Okay, Tim Scott, let's calm down a little bit. What I was gonna say is that, did you not see what happened when the government shutdown started to happen and food stamps started to get threatened? Do you not see all the TikToks and the Instagram videos about the black women saying, I'm going to go to Walmart, I'm going to steal, I don't care, I'm going to steal, I'm going to be belligerent, I'm going to take all this stuff, I'm getting $500 off food stamps.
Oh, you're talking about those women in Baltimore, right after Obama got elected? Those ladies?
No, not those ladies. I'm talking about right when the government shutdown happened.
Oh, because what you're talking about was actually what you heard right after Obama got elected. Those ladies in Baltimore. I don't know if you ever heard them. What I'm talking about is
It's probably the same stuff.
This famous video of these women bragging about all the stuff they're going to get free and take from the government once he got elected.
No, based on
Baltimore. I'll find a video.
All the people
They were saying,
go ahead.
we are going to not get anything from the government, so we're going to go to Walmart and we're going to fill up our baskets and we're just going to walk out.
Everybody heard about that.
Yeah, that's
yeah. So, okay, so we understand that, right? So, I do agree with your point, right? Black people only vote based off the fact they're going to get $1, right? They're going to get more food stamps, they're going to get more child care credits, whatever. And that's the issue, right? They're only voting based off of what they're going to get. In the meanwhile, the entire community is getting gentrified, the entire community is getting absolutely raped by drugs. It's okay, as long as the black women are getting their food stamps, their baby daddy is in jail, okay, whatever. But as long as they're getting their money, 5 kids, no job, but they're getting $500 off of each kid every tax season, right? So how do you get black people to get off of that? That's like telling a calf to get off the mom's milk.
It's impossible.
And it's not only nearly impossible, but it creates a permanent dependency, as LBJ and FDR intended. They intended for a permanent dependency on their vote, and the other thing that I am now saying to other groups that are not in necessarily political spaces is I say, look, okay, with the advancement of automation, artificial intelligence, and machine learning, many of the folks who are in some of these administrative healthcare support jobs, retail, a lot of those jobs are going to be eliminated. And so what you're going to have, because it's mostly women that are in those positions, you're going to have a lot of homeless women. Most of them are single, unmarried. A lot of homeless women with no place to go, and they're going to end up asking politicians to come to society or go to the media or the airwaves and ask people to pay more taxes because Social Security is running out of money. The requirements on SNAP have tightened. The requirements on HUD sections have tightened. So they're going to be coming to the public, asking the public to pay more taxes because they can't afford 100%. The current cost of living. They can't afford their rent, or they can't afford this, or they can't get a job because they're not in critical infrastructure. That is real. So I'm already telling people now. Look, I'm gonna be honest. My answer is gonna be no. I'm gonna say no because you decided that you did not need to pair bond or find a husband. You decided to continue to vote for these terrible policies. You didn't want to roll back any of these programs. You wanted to continue them on. More SNAP, more WIC, more HUD sections, more FHA loans. You didn't want to make any changes. You wanted to keep voting for open borders, more work visas, diluting the wages, lowering the wages. So,
but Christian, who allowed that? Who allowed that?
What do you mean who allowed it?
Which president said we're gonna have these niggas voted 100 years?
LBJ.
Yep. Who was he?
Democrats.
Exactly.
That was never actually said by him. Rumors and myths.
No, that's 100%. It's 100%.
You're saying tend to be the most educated.
Right? I really hold on.
Say bad name.
No, black women are not the most educated. That's like saying
these crackers are always quoting shit that never was said or never fucking happened.
And then the other. One second. Now mute up. The other issue that I have is a lot of these folks who vote for Democrats, and they're mostly women. Okay, they want to have their cake and eat it too. They want all the government programs, all of the benefits, while then saying, "Oh, I want a man that makes $300,000 to $500,000 a year." You're even hearing some women in states like New York and California asking for a man to make $1 million a year. This is not going to end well.
Bro,
it's going to end very bad. And I'm sorry for crossing over into some of that dating relationship talk, but these two things, the politics of these government programs, along with that dating relationship talk, they're on a constant collision course because all you hear all the time is the talk about the economic viability of a man, and you can't talk about the economic viability of a man without talking about politics. I'll mute up now. Thank you.
God damn, that took forever.
Like, Brad, did you want
to?
I don't want to. I think Brad wanted to go. I'll let him go.
Nah, I was just like, nigga, homie was taking forever. He was preaching.
Well, he is black, after all. But like, what I want to say is like, black women being the most educated is like, yes, we had this initiative that essentially, it's still going on today. You see it with Candace Owens. Everyone wants to worship Candace Owens, Lizzo. We have initiatives that essentially propel black women into these positions of power until they destroy a company and they say dumb shit. I'm not going to use that as a metric because obviously it's overinflated. It's like saying white people in the 1920s they were good basketball players. Yeah, well, black people weren't allowed in the National Basketball Association. So we're not going to use that metric. But what I want to say is that it's absolutely clear that black women, minorities, they've been used as a pawn to
Black people. Black people. Not good.
I'm not saying that because I'm black too. I'm half black. But this is the issue that I think Christian is pointing out as well. We have these unqualified black people that are essentially being used to promote bullshit agendas like Candace Owens. Now she's chilling for Israel. At the end of the day, we know what's going on. We can't trust any politician at this point. We cannot trust anyone that is trying to distill information because they're all actors, right? They're all Freemasons. This blue versus red paradigm is absolutely cooked. If you still believe in it, if you still believe you actually have a choice, if you actually believe you can elect politicians that are going to make a difference, you're dumb. You're retarded. They're all controlled.
Wait, you don't think Trump is doing stuff that Democrats don't like?
Thank you, sir.
Trump? Oh, Mark Levin? Oh, you mean Trump, the one who Mark Levin a couple of days ago went on stage and said this is the first Jewish president. Oh, this is the first Jewish president that served consecutive terms. That's what
are you talking about? I'm asking you.
So no.
You said that you're saying that the feathers of the same bird, but I'm asking you: is Trump? Do the Democrats love everything Trump's doing?
Absolutely not. But
so then clearly, a Republican president can fuck some shit up.
Fuck shit up for who?
For the good of the people. He can throw a wrench in the whole system.
Yeah, for the people, but who is he actually affecting? He's affecting us, right? He's not affecting what actually matters at the end of the day. He's making you argue with the dumbass libtard, right? That's what you're doing. Meanwhile, he's just chilling for Israel. Meanwhile, Candace Owens is just chilling for Israel. Erica Kirk, Charlie Kirk, it doesn't matter. Nick Fuentes, they're all chilling for Israel, right? So it doesn't matter at the end of it. Because you're picking a side, right? You're picking a side and you're saying, Candace Owens, she's dispelling the truth, isn't she? Erica Kirk, she's snake eyes, all that bullshit.
Fuck it.
At the end of the day, yeah. Fuck her, fuck Candace Owens, fuck Trump, fuck all of them. Right?
Yeah, maybe.
Can we say fuck all of them?
Well, maybe they're shilling for Israel, but the difference between the Democrats and the Republicans is that I don't have to worry about some school teacher trying to cut off boys' dicks or girls' tits because they've convinced them that they're actually a girl even though they were born a boy. So I think between those two, I think I'm okay with that. So, but having said that, I'd say there's still enough mods on the stage. You know, the thing is that people have talked about the systems that are currently in use in this country, and that there are certain systems that are systematically discriminating against black people. This country wasn't built on systems, and the laws are designed to protect individuals. So you look at Supreme Court cases, it always starts with if it gets to the Supreme Court, it always starts with an individual. And so trying to perfect systems, I think, is a fool's errand. The second, though there are things that can be done, like clearly, if a company is discriminating against individuals and there is a pattern there, then we can address that pattern. But when it comes to systems, the problem is this discussion now all falls under the specter of critical theory and critical race theory. And specifically when it comes to critical race theory seeks to explain the racial disparities between various racial or ethnic groups. The problem is, number one, that lived experience, not statistical data, is the metric by which they use to judge whether racism occurs. And second of all, they always assume that racism has occurred and then seek to prove and find the mechanisms by which it has occurred. So the problem with that in California and the overturning of the affirmative action at Harvard are good examples why. In California, and I think it was in California, California specifically, Asian students are killing it when it comes to their test scores and how they perform in school. So how does California respond? Well, math must be racist. And literally they said that when they revised the math frameworks for the state. That is how students are going to be taught math. The only problem is that this statistic, which they choose to overlook, which shows that Asian students on average do 13 hours of homework per week, where everyone else, including white people and white students and black students, only do 5 hours of homework per week. So no, it isn't racism as much as the Democrats and progressives and people who adhere to critical race theory would like you to believe. It is in fact the fact that individuals are performing at a higher rate. There's no system that is evilly making black people fail, black students fail, or white students fail in comparison to Asian students. It's just they're putting in more work. So if you want to solve that problem, how about you imitate what the successful people are doing? So that's yeah.
I wouldn't say that's necessarily the solution. I mean, these communities also have a high suicide rate due to the pressure of overachievement that they have in Asian communities as well. So I think there's a more balanced approach that needs to be had here.
What, 12 hours a week?
12 hours a week of studying. If you don't become a doctor, I'm going to disown you type of.
Well, you know what? That may be true, but that is secondary to the fact that the belief and effort by the left to portray school systems and teaching methods as racist is in fact false.
Yeah, that's a bigger issue.
Yeah, that's because I don't think that you study it. Like Alan, what have you even done to look into it? What do you know about your own systems? Like it sounds like crap to me. It sounds like a bunch of bullshit. Like these equivalencies, like you just have to study. Oh, well, you just have to study more, and you just have to. Well, the whole thing is that there's an entire system. There is an entire system.
Mima, you're exactly right. Some groups are just born with a higher capacity, brain power. You're exactly correct.
Yeah, that's one of the that's not scientifically proven at all. There's no science. There's no science. There's no science that's going to prove that. Okay, but that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that the systems that were put in place are intentionally made to do exactly what they're doing now, right? And the de jure to de facto is what we're looking at right now. That's what CRT looks at. It says, hey, look, there's no on the law, the books on written in legislation that says says, let's discriminate against these people. But the system was still in place. They got sophisticated. White men got sophisticated about their racism. And now you could claim plausible deniability because they have people like Alan coming up, kowtowing and pretending like there's no fucking system to put in place. And Ramon was completely right. Mr. Ramon, sir, I appreciate you and I love you, right? The left and the right being the same exact, they absolutely are. You think that, because exactly what you said, it's all just a shit show, Alan. It's the clown show. You think these systems oppose each other. They're exactly the same two parts of the machine designed to control you. The left wants to control one aspect, the right wants to control the other. The left wants to control, who makes money, redistribute, wealth, regulate your free speech. Why did I get muted?
I didn't do it.
Regulate your speech. The right wants to control your body, wants to morality, borders, who can and can't, whatever. So they argue over what should be controlled. It's still the same core premise. It's who keeps muting me?
Wait, what was wrong with anything you said the right wants to do?
The right wants to control your body? I said the design is meant to control you, constrain your morality, control.
I disagree with a lot of things you have to say.
I'm sorry.
I didn't get to land. Why?
Wait, let her finish. She didn't get to finish.
She's rambling on and she's making multiple points.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
I'm
now
sure. So
I will address
Alan.
one
So were you
point.
the fucker that was muting
Where are
me?
you getting fired from?
Were you muting me, Alan?
Yeah, I am muting.
Okay.
You
All right.
made multiple points.
All right, a fucking
I will address
statist,
one,
fucking bootlicking
and
white supremacist. Go ahead, sir.
He's not a white supremacist.
Okay,
Yeah, the fuck he is. What are you talking about? He hasn't even looked at the institutions. He doesn't even understand how education was
This is the last fucking time.
intentionally brought to create machines into the United States. This is all facts.
I said I would move you after 3 times. I moved you after 5. I said I will address one point and then you will continue. If you would shut up, you would have heard me say that. When I am done, I will bring you back up. I cannot yell. I cannot overtalk people with louder mics.
What did you do to Bima, Alan? Why does she not like you?
Because she wants to ramble on and I'm not letting her. She's not addressing the point. Asian people are a minority too. If white people were really, really trying to oppress minorities, they're doing a really crappy job. That's number 1. Number 2, none of that. You take the system that is there. If it was racist against minorities, Asian people would not succeed. She's ignoring the fact that a person, no matter what their color, if they study if they do 13 hours of homework per week, they will succeed, including black people. Forgive me. I'm sorry, Beaver. Excuse me. I'm sorry, Beaver, if I don't believe that black people are inherently less able to succeed than other classes. I guess I'm not racist enough, but I hope you can forgive me, Beaver. In any event. Yes, well.
The Democrats believe that. That's what Beaver was saying. The Democrats.
I know they do.
Did you see Baltimore? They lowered the standards for graduation because it affects black people.
Yes, I know.
Wait, are you guys saying
I
that
was
black people can't
I'm being sarcastic.
No, I know, but the Democrats
Okay,
are fucking
now
racist.
I made my point. Okay, so that system is not racist. The fact that people can succeed over white people, and we know why they do it, means it is not racist. Now I gotta bring it.
Well, let me go real quick.
It is racist.
I mean, Alan, I'll be honest with you. I'll say what people are afraid to say. I do believe that is part of it. There are inherent differences. I do believe that 13 hours is also equally as important, if not more important. There's a culture problem. So the Asians, they are
they care about with their parents. They're going to be shamed if they don't study and become a doctor like somebody else said. Or
Exactly.
yeah, there's a huge shit. Like, they feel the pressure to succeed. I didn't feel that pressure. So, I mean, I didn't really just go home and do homework. I didn't do it. Like, that wasn't me. But it's all about the culture, and they push it big time. I tried to bring
why not look at this in multiple different angles, though? I'm not saying that I give credence to the idea that, you know, certain groups are inherently superior and therefore we must lower the standards so other people can, like, do better. I'm not arguing for that, but I'm saying it is the case that, yes, it's very true, Asians tend to value education and stuff like that significantly more than other groups do. But granted, even more than white people. But also, in the same breath, Asians are also significantly wealthier than most groups, including white people. They do very well financially, which results in people having significantly higher times to dedicate to these things. They also have a lot of different variables that play a role. The California revision on their math framework and stuff like that was not racially based. You could honestly look this up and read it. I don't know why this.
They're not successful because they're Asian.
I looked it up. It doesn't
be very polemical. The
they
language.
said it was racist.
Nobody said that. Nobody said that.
Yeah,
Well,
they did.
we're saying
They
they're not
did.
successful.
Where?
I read the whole thing.
Where was the word racist used?
Yeah. They said they specifically said it in the first draft that math, the way math is being taught, is racist. Now that's the first thing. The second thing is, yes, we should look at this from a whole bunch of different angles. Critical race theory is one metric by which we can look at these things, but it is not the only one. The problem is, when you read critical race theory, it believes it is the final way in which we can view racial disparities. It is the only way that a person can view racial disparities. That is part of the belief system of critical race theory. I'm sorry, but it just isn't. It's a theory, and there are many. But it seems to me, you know, it's funny how if you say, well, if you're a basketball player and you practice 40 hours a week, that we can expect that player to play better than someone who practices only 5 hours a week. I mean, there's no debate there. There is the issue of talent, you know.
Yeah, but they're not going to make the NBA. Like, one group has a much better chance of making the NBA.
Right. That's right.
No,
it's not all of it.
But
the fact is that 50-hour-a-week player is still going to do better than the 5 hours, generally speaking. It's not the same.
Well, Link said that I thought was interesting. Link, you're like, oh, well, Asians are also more successful. They make more money. That's not because they're Asian, though. That's what I think Beaver now is trying to point out.
It's not because they're Asian, yeah.
Yeah, right. So having any type of system in place, what Alan is saying is there are 0 systems in place that allow Alan to go do something as a white man, and then don't allow a black guy. I don't know, Link. You're a black guy? I don't know if you're whatever Christian. So there's no system in place that allows Alan to go do something, and that doesn't allow Christian to go do something. Nothing. And that's what Alan's talking about.
America,
the systems. Right? There's nothing. 0. That's it. That's what Alan's saying.
We're talking about America, right? Or the West in general.
Yeah, there's 0 systems in place that
absolutely.
Right. That's what Alan's saying. Like, he hates the systemic racism thing because Alan doesn't believe there's. I mean, and he's right. There are no systems in place that allow me to do something and doesn't allow Christian. Christian can do whatever the fuck he wants as long as he puts his mind to it, makes good decisions, and does it. Now, if I want to go fuck around and do some dumb shit, I'm going to go fuck around and I'm not going to do anything. Christian wants to go fuck around, he's not going to do anything.
The only systemic racism that has ever been created in the United States has been by Democrat politicians. So the redlining by a Mississippi Democrat, the government benefits in exchange for votes, both led by LBJ and FDR. All of what you see in terms of the immigration, where Democrats allow an open border for people to come into
get on government benefits, and eventually hoping for votes, allowing work visas to dilute and pollute the U.S. jobs economy sector. I mean, every alphabet work visa that it destroys income inside the United States. That's systemic. I mean, but again, I just think that every single time that we get into these discussions, there's always some liberal in the room that makes a claim about education or how they're educated. They aren't educated about anything. They're educated about lies, fantasy, and illusion, and that all of that propaganda that they're fed when they go into these schools is the only reason that they come out that way, believing the propaganda that they've been told versus reading and looking at history objectively.
Mike, it goes on and on and on and on. Go ahead, Mr. Blake. Sorry.
Yeah, all good, bro. I can give some credence to your point, like in a general, like big picture kind of point. But at the same time, it goes back to the earlier point we made earlier when we said that for you to have, from an outcome standpoint, a discrimination occur in some system does not necessitate that you must have a law that discriminates against a particular group. The two are not mutually exclusive at all. You can have no racism and laws, but produce a lot of racist outcomes. And the criminal justice system is an easiest one to point to, where black people are significantly are disproportionately present when it comes to risk cases, but at the same time, and a lot of like right wingers and far right people use this to say, oh, black people just are criminally more inclined than other people, and they're just like a violent gene in black people and stuff like that, which is unequivocally false. And at the same time, they make up 50-60% of the exoneration numbers. Like clearly, we can point there's no law that says, hey guys, arrest black people more. No law says that, but we do have systems and things in place that result in some level of racism. Monitoring that and paying attention to that does not say that does not really take anything away from the points you guys made earlier. I just don't think the two are mutually exclusive.
And even this criminal justice issue that you're pointing out, which to your credit, there are people on the right who are total politicians who have no clue what is going on in the criminal justice system. And I even think that some of them, which are lawyers, pun intended, I think they do know what's going on, but they sit on their hands doing nothing. The most major minor crime bill since the 1970s, from the 86 crack laws into the 1994 infamous clean crime bills, those bills were written by Joe Biden. He took credit for every major minor crime bill since the 1970s, the RICO Act included. So, I mean, again, the only systems that are systemically racist, which pun intended, the 1994 Clean Crime Bill actually has a provision in the bill that says that states get over $10 billion in exchange for maintaining 85% prison sentences served per prisoner. So, I mean, it's nonsense. What I constantly hear about what's systemic and it's just ridiculous. And then when the conversation goes over to reparations, okay, they make all these arguments about how they deserve money or they should get money. They're not even realizing that the same. Hold on, excuse me.
Are you Black American?
They're not even. I'm not done. They're not even realizing that by the time you pan out cash, which is proportionate to inflation, and by the time you are time you get to a point of even attempting to allow people in, or allowing people the ability to get good paying jobs, it's only going to be diluted by the bad trade policy that you have and the bad policy on work visas and all of the other terrible policies that cause the cost of living to go up. Property taxes, state income taxes, federal income taxes, and then the ridiculous school bond elections where people vote to raise their own freaking taxes. I'm done.
Christian, I got a question for you real quick. I'll be brief. Right? Is your family historically from America?
Yes.
Prior to 1865?
I don't
yes
know.
No?
I don't know. And I don't care.
No, yes or no? Is your family from America prior to 1865?
Let me tell you something.
Is it yes or no? Now get off the mic. That's it.
Well, no, I'm answering your question.
So is it yes or no?
He said he doesn't know.
That's a no.
I don't freaking care because I'm sick and tired of
listening to
people make claims about FBA and all this.
Nobody asked for that.
The people inside, some of the people inside FBA literally advocate for the very policies that destroy the black community. So I don't want to hear it about no FBA.
Asked and answered. We got it. Shut up.
So he doesn't know, but why would it matter? Is my question to you. What does it matter if he was or wasn't?
Oh, I mean, I just wanted to make sure, and he confirmed it. So there it is.
Sorry, go ahead.
What does it matter? Like, what's his favorite color?
It had to be in reference to the reparations thing because he jumped off. He wanted to jump in and ask that right when Christian mentioned reparations.
I was just gonna ask Christian a very quick question. If you could answer, why do you feel the need to make everything partisan? Like even when I made that point about discrimination, stuff like that occurring in a particular system, you immediately said, yeah, I can give some credence to that as Republicans do not pay attention to that, but Democrats is. Why do you feel the need to make everything partisan? We can point at particular systems and things being faulty and say, hey, this needs fixing. And it could be done from either one of the two parties. I don't really care. But why do you feel the need to the second we point something bad out, to say, oh, Democrats did it. Why? Why does your brain think in blue and red?
Because number one, we live in political branches of government. And the reality is, Article 1 is elected due to, is literally elected by the maps of the congressional districts. Article 2 is elected by the Electoral College, and then Article 3 is appointed by Article 2, and then confirmed by Article 1. So our system that we live is by design a Republican form of government, which is by the people and for the people. So everything is political. Even the Fortune 500 or lower level companies are political. They have boards of board of directors and boards of governors. So I mean, everything, education, school boards, that's political. Anything you can think of. When you walk into a court, a federal court or a state court, it is based on the public interest or the reliance interest, which is political. You cannot even breathe in the freaking country without something being political. It is political by design. So you're not going to get away from that. And when people say that I'm independent, bull crap. You have a philosophy, lens, values, or the way that you view the world, and whether it goes in one direction, you can't have one foot going in one direction and the other foot going in the other direction. You make a decision, and whether you vote or not, you're making a decision. Whether you have kids or not, you're making a decision. Whether you work or not, you're making a decision. You make political decisions
Mr.
in the United States.
I do agree with that. Everything is political. I believe what Link is asking you is not why you're political. He's asking you why you're so partisan, right? That's the issue.
I just said it.
No. Why are you so partisan? And the reason why you're so partisan is because you're a Republican politician, right?
No, that has nothing to do with it. I mean, because I'm no different than any of you who've just been sitting back on the internet, sitting in rooms and talking about politics. So,
but you are a registered Republican, right?
Yeah, I'm a registered Republican. I'm no different than any other registered Republican or registered Democrat, registered Independent.
Are you sure about that?
I'm sure about that. I'm a registered Republican. I've been a registered Republican since 2016. I've been a registered Republican. I voted for Obama twice because Obama lied about who he was. He lied about not supporting gay marriage. I would have never voted for Obama had he come out in 2007 or 2008 and said, "I am pro-gay marriage, LGBTQ, pro-transgenders." No way in hell would have ever voted for Obama.
Okay, so that's good. So you're saying there's something within the Republican Party that they can do that would get you to vote for the Democrats, right?
No, I mean, the Democrats are. I mean, I've laid out all the issues and problems with Democrats. The issue that I have with the Republicans at this point is there are a certain number of politicians or elected officials who essentially just squat in the party doing nothing. But that does not reflect. That doesn't reflect the Ohio Republicans, as I explained earlier, in the 1860s to 1870s. That does not reflect Abraham Lincoln. That does not reflect even Donald Trump at this point.
Come on. So you're saying you're satisfied with Trump currently as a Republican?
I'm 90. I would say I'm about 95% satisfied. The only portion I'm not satisfied with is that he hasn't done an executive order suspending work visas as he did in 2020 twice, suspending work visas because of the disproportionate impact on low-wage workers, which would be black workers and other people who are U.S. citizens inside the United States. He has not done an executive order to stop the work visas. He has the power to do that right now, and I'm dissatisfied that he hasn't done that.
All right, I rest my case.
So now that Alan left because that bitch was muting me, motherfucker, he didn't even say anything either. He just kept muting me, just throwing me off. What I wanted to say was to get back to the education system thing, and whether math is racist, okay?